In a moment, enjoy Best Plays on NBC. First, we'd like to remind you that weekdays, too, this station entertains you royally. For quiz listeners, there's a trio of top shows: Red Benson's Phrase That Pays, and our two newest editions, Second Chance and It Pays to Be Married. There's comedy with Bob Hope, interesting guests with both Dave Garroway and Tommy Bartlett's Welcome Travelers. And here's a reminder that beginning this Thursday, Counter Spy moves into the Thursday lineup. Right now, it's Best Plays on NBC.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas selected from the outstanding successes of the New York stage. Now, John Chapman, drama critic of the New York Daily News, is here to introduce John Forsyth and Joan Lorring in The Farmer Takes a Wife by Mark Connolly and Frank Elser. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Collins, and greetings once again to our audience. The comedy we have chosen for this performance is a type of which I am very fond, a warm and understanding picture of an interesting segment of American life. The play, The Farmer Takes a Wife, takes us along the Erie Canal in the 1850s, where the people called themselves canalers. Walter D. Edmonds became interested in those people, the place and the period, and he wrote a fine novel about them titled Rome Hall. Two men of the theater, Frank B. Elser and Mark Connolly, were fascinated by the novel and thought it would make a play. Elser wrote it, and Connolly looked over his shoulder. Connolly also produced it and directed it on Broadway, and it made a great personal success for its two principal actors, Henry Fonda and June Walker. I expect that now it's going to be a success for our own two principal actors, John Forsyth and Joan Lorring.
We were 40 miles from Albany, forget it, I never shall. What a terrible storm we had one night on the Erie Canal. Oh, the Erie was a-rising, and the gin was a-getting low. And I scarcely think we'll get a drink till we get to Buffalo, till we get to Buffalo.
America today has almost forgotten the Grand Canal, which was the Erie. For more than half a century, the Erie Canal was the life stream for the opening of the West, feeding men and supplies from the eastern seaboard between Albany and Buffalo. This story is an attempt to recapture some of the simple excitements of the people of that age which began to vanish as the first railroads opened to the West.
What the Sam is that?
That's Fortune knocking on the ceiling. The noise must be disturbing his patient.
What patient, Gammy?
Ain't you heard? Fortune set himself up as the first dentist in Rome, New York. He's working on his first patient now.
Who's that?
Lucy Gurgit, old Sal's wife.
Oh.
Tied up here last night with the worst toothache you ever heard. Sal brung her to the hotel for a few drinks, thinking it might help. And as luck or the devil would have it, old Mr. Fortune was sitting here drinking, and he allowed he was a first-class professional dentist as a boy.
Oh, Lucy, I'd hate to be in her shoes.
Give me a drink, Gammy, quick.
Sure, Sal, sure.
How's Fortune making out with your wife, Saul?
He got the wrong tooth.
No.
He asked Lucy to point at the one that hurted, and she pointed, and he pulled, but that warn't it. She's powerful miserable.
Land sakes.
I sure hope he gets her fixed up. We got hogs to haul to Buffalo.
I thought you wasn't going to haul hogs this year.
I wasn't. Me and Lucy just got the boat, so it smelled reasonable when J.L. Fisher comes along and offers us a full cargo, so we took it. With the railroad coming, a man's got to get it while he can.
Now, listen, Saul. Don't you get to believing them stories about the railroad wrecking the canal.
No?
Long as railroad tolls are as high as they are, we'll be running freight.
J.L. Fisher says it's going to be the best year ever. J.L. Fisher says the ice is clear out all the feeders already.
That J.L. Fisher is so stingy he'd skim milk at both ends. Whose horn is that?
That's Molly Larkins.
Enos Larkins' girl?
Yep. She signed on Jotham Klore's boat as cook.
That Klore is a comer.
Too many folks let that young man think he's boss of the Hall Canal.
All gals is fools for boaters what fights for 'em, Molly Larkin included.
Well, here's the new dentist.
Fortune, how's Lucy?
She's resting, comfortable. Give me a pint of bourbon, Gammy.
You got any money, Fortune?
Sol here will pay. It's anesthetic. For Lucy.
Ain't you finished yet?
We located the right tooth now. Just a matter of time.
$2, Saul.
$2?
Don't quibble, man. A woman's jaw is at stake.
Well, I reckon if Lucy needs it.
I'll call you as soon as we finish.
Suppose he knows what he's doing.
Oh, he wrote a whole book on it. Says he's going to specialize on immigrants as soon as the line boats start going through the canal.
Hi, Gammy. How's the best lady bartender in Rome?
Keeping up on my shoe tops, Jotham Klore, which is more than I can say for some younger folk around here.
Hi, Sam. Give me a Jamaica, Gammy.
Your Molly's blowing for supper, Jotham.
Let her blow. What's wrong, Saul? You got a face like Keezer's ghost. His wife is getting a tooth pulled upstairs.
You going for your supper?
I'm taking my time. Molly's getting too independent. She gets notional, too. Wants to be cook and captain both. She bossed her pa around like he was just a driver boy. Well, this year she signed up with a canaler that's going to learn her different. Yes, sirree, Bob.
Knowing Molly Larkin, I wouldn't be surprised if you was going to learn a few things yourself.
She's a fire eater, all right. Had all the fellers on the canal hanging around old Enos's boat when he was alive. You notice he ain't hanging around my boat, I take it. By God, I licked to him right at the funeral.
Here's your drink.
Here's to the canal. Yeah, that's good rum, Gammy. You got a card game going out back?
I run a hotel, not a gambling house.
Uh-huh. Looks like I gotta go out back and find it for myself.
He's gonna get his comeuppance someday, and Enos Larkin's girl is just the one to give it to him.
He's crazy for her, Gammy. They're gonna marry.
Oh. Sam, if some of these other young boaters had some gristle on their bellies, she might have got a better article.
Well, it's done.
How's Lucy?
She's sleeping it off on the couch upstairs.
Is she going to be able to help load the hog?
After the bourbon, the anesthesia, that is, wears off, she'll be fit as a fiddle. I'll be up to Durhamville sometime next week. Her gums ought to be good as ever by then.
I better go up to her.
Just a moment, Sal. That'll be $4.
You said 2.
I had to pull 2 teeth.
Well, the first one didn't count.
Lucy printed to it.
Well, I reckon you done a good job. Here.
Thanks.
What you gonna do with all that money, Fortune?
You still purveying them lottery tickets, Gammy?
Right here.
Let me have 2 of them and another bottle of bourbon. Gee, hush of it. That woman has a jaw like iron. Well, look who's here. The flower of the Erie Canal. Hello, Molly, dear.
Hello, Mr. Fortune. Hi, Gammy, Mr. Weaver.
Hello, Molly.
If you're looking for Jotham Klore, he's out back playing cards.
Well, he can just stay there for all I care. Me with supper ready half an hour ago, and I was supposed to be loading in Herkimer tomorrow morning, and him off gambling and drinking and fighting.
Well, that's the way a cook's life goes on the canal, Molly.
Oh.
I reckon that's why my old Annie run off with that salesman after shipping with me for all these years. Said I weren't dependable.
Sit down, Molly. You're too excited.
I know I am. Gammy, do you suppose Jotham's right? Am I getting too notional?
Well, you are notional. All canal women is notional. Jotham just don't understand why.
Well, he don't feel things quite the same way we do. He ain't been a canaler long enough. Why, when the canal opened, my Annie used to fair jump out of her skin for excitement.
The most exciting time of the whole year, ain't it? Mm-hmm. Pa used to give me a ribbon on opening day when I was little. I'd like to have died.
You see? That's it. 2 weeks ago, when they started letting the water in, you started getting restless. Just the way Annie used to get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always does that to you if you was born on the canal. Jotham don't know how to deal with canal women.
Well, maybe you're right. I'm still mad, though.
You're, fixing to marry, ain't you?
We was. Well, I guess he's still the best fighter on the whole canal. Even in Albany, they admit he's the bully right now. He can even outdrink Mr. Fortune here.
Idle gossip.
Well, why don't you go back to the boat and wait? I'll send him along after the card game busts up.
Well, maybe I will. Would you like to come take supper with me, Mr. Weaver, seeing as how you ain't got a cook?
Well, now, that's right tempting, Molly, but I'm expecting a new driver boy from the employment agency. He's supposed to meet me here at the hotel. Then J.L. Fisher's coming over to give some commission, so well, I reckon I better stick around.
J.L. Fisher's got my pa's old boat now on the Swift Shore line.
He won't run it like your pa done.
Nope. Nobody ever will. Well, see you soon, all.
Yeah, well, so long, Molly. So long, Molly.
Oh, excuse me.
Huh?
This Hennessy's hotel?
Bar's in there.
Well, I wasn't looking for the bar, ma'am.
Oh.
Agency sent me over.
Why, you must be Sam Weaver's new driver boy.
Reckon I am.
Well, he's carousing in the bar.
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to disturb him. I'll wait here on the porch.
You're new here on the canal, ain't you?
Yeah. How'd you know that?
Because if you wasn't, you'd be in the bar by now.
You don't live here, do you?
You mean am I a fancy girl?
Oh, no, ma'am. Nothing like that.
Where are you from?
Boonville, up the Black River. My name's Daniel Harrow.
Pleased to meet you. My name's Molly Larkins.
Pleased, ma'am. You work on the canal, ma'am?
I'm a cook. Jotham Klore is my boater. Did you ever hear of him?
No, ma'am.
One with the loudest voice is him. You'll hear of him if you stay on the canal.
I don't aim to stay.
What's your hurry?
Don't know that I'd like the canal?
Oh. Well, last year there was 25,000 working on the main ditch, men and women. You won't be missed, I guess.
I can believe that.
Well, what'd you come for if that's how you feel?
I'm going to drive one of them teams that pulls the boats till I get some money, and I'm getting a farm. Got it all picked out up near Utica. It's fine to have land all your own.
The canal's all our own.
You ain't got a deed.
Well, my part's mine. I'd like to see anybody take it.
What about the railroads?
What about them?
The canal ain't the whole of life, you know, ma'am.
Oh, ain't it? Well, it is to me. My goodness, there's boats coming and boats going, and there's all kinds of people and smells and sounds. Naturally, though, you won't like it if you took such a frenzy for the farm.
Some things I like about it already.
Such as?
You.
You joshing me?
I don't josh about things like that.
Well, Molly, I see you're still... Oh.
Mr. Weaver, this here's your new driver, Dan Harrow.
Harrow? You kin to Henry Harrow?
My father.
By the holy dang. Henry Harrow's boy. Why, your pa used to run the Golden City. Yep, made a record run from Schenectady to Buffalo when the canal first opened.
That's right.
I thought you wasn't a canaler.
Well, I didn't say that. Just said that I'm hankering for a farm.
Yeah, how is your pa?
Well, Pa died about 5 years ago, Mr. Weaver.
Oh, sorry to hear that, boy. I'd be glad and proud to hire you on as my driver.
It's awful nice of you, Mr. Weaver.
Nothing at all for Hank Harrow's boy. I'll give you regular wages, too, $12 a month.
Well, that's just fine, Mr. Weaver.
Come on, I'll take you over and show you the boat. She's named the Saucy Sal, Rome, New York. Painted right across the back of her. Red belly with green stripes. Hope you like her, Dan.
Beginning to think I will. Which is your boat, Miss Larkin?
The Emma. Can't miss her. She's the biggest boat on the canal.
Let's get going, Dan.
Yes, sir. Well, I sure hope that we meet again, Miss Larkin.
Where are you and Klore hauling, Molly?
East. We'll be in Little Falls Wednesday.
Little Falls? Well, so will we. We'll see you there.
Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, it'll be nice seeing you, Mr. Weaver.
Uh-huh. How come you're so consarned glad to be seeing me again when I practically changed your deities for you and seen you all year, every year since? Wouldn't be, Daniel here, would it?
I just, like to meet old friends on the canal, that's all.
Yeah, well, we'll be seeing you. Don't let that Klore get mean.
I can take care of myself.
Well, Good night, ma'am. See you day after tomorrow.
Good night, Mr. Harrow.
Couldn't you call me Dan?
I only call canolers by their first name, not farmers.
No, maybe I could be a canola. For a while, anyway.
You coming?
Okay, Mr. Weaver. Good night, Molly.
Good night, Daniel.
I'm right here, and don't shout at me. My hearing's as good as it ever was.
Gammy told me you was waiting. Why didn't you come sooner?
You're lucky I waited this long.
Oh, now, Molly.
Don't now Molly me, Jotham Klore. You may be a big bully on the canal, but where I come from, we don't take kindly to men what lets a good supper go to spoil. I've just got a mind to walk off.
Now, Molly, I'm sorry. Molly.
Well, all right, Jotham.
That's my girl. I like you when your eyes change color like that. First they're full of fire, and then they get all smoky when the anger goes out of them.
Oh, come on. Get home to the boat.
I was just talking to Fisher inside the bar. He gave me a full cargo of grain to Rochester, right up to the hatches.
To Rochester? What? I thought we was hauling dairy stuff to Little Falls.
We was, but we ain't. Why, that dairy cargo's so puny wouldn't make half a cargo. Why, we'll have enough to get married out in this grain cargo.
What?
Well, what's the matter? If your mind's solid on going east this trip, I'll tell Fisher. Is it?
No, of course it ain't, Jotham. I'll do whatever you want to do.
That's a good cook. You know, I'm so blamed hungry I could eat me a horse. Well, I feel I could lick the whole state of New York tonight with one hand. Honey, when we get married, we're going to paint the boat white all over from top to bottom, and her name is going to be changed to the Molly Larkins. What do you think of that?
It's nice, Jotham.
Yes, sir. And I'm going to parade you up and down the canal and say, "This here's my wife. See, everybody?" And the first fellow that looks at you sidewise even, I'm going to bust him right in the snout. Here?
Yes, Jotham.
We were chock-up full of barley, we were chock-up full of rye, and the captain, he looked down at me with his tarnal wicked eye. Oh, the rye was a-rising, and the gin was a-getting low, and I scarcely think we'll get a drink till we get to Buffalo, till we get to Buffalo.
Hey,
Order.
girl. That fire makes us skittish.
Yeah. Hold that bellows closer, will you?
Like this, Mr. Fry?
Aye, that's it. So you're old Hank Harrow's boy.
Yeah.
I used to shoe your father's team years back.
Yes, sir. I remember you. When I was just a little shaver, I can remember Pa coming in here with a team and me being so scared by the fire and the noises and the what all.
Listen. Listen to the midgets singing at 5 o'clock in the morning. You can hear them all over to Utica.
Guess there ain't much else to do. With this fog on the canal, there ain't a thing moving between here and Syracuse.
You been on the canal long?
Just 3 weeks, Mr. Fry.
Well, you just want one shoe on the bay, don't you?
That's right. What you doing with the knife, Mr. Fry?
Well, the sorrel's got a corn starting. I'm trimming the bars.
Well, you can't stop corns by cutting them out, not on a horse.
I've been doing it for 15 years.
But if he's got one started, it's because some other smith has been cutting out his bars.
Huh? Young man, Mr. Fisher sends me his best trotters from Utica every week. What's good enough for him ought to be good enough for you.
You ain't shoeing trotters now, Mr. Fry. When a horse is hauling a boat or a plow, you got to let the heel of the hoof spread. Tie him up with a close shoe, cut out his bars, he can't help getting corn.
Well, if you want a dirty hoof, you can have it.
Well, I don't want a dirty hoof. Just clean out the back angle and leave the bars be.
Well, have it your way. You've got some of your pa's stubborn streak in you, eh?
Well, what you do may be all right for trotters, Mr. Fry, but these fellas have got to pull again weight.
Well, they're a nice pair.
They ain't bad.
Hello there, Canola.
Oh,
Are you talking to me, miss? Molly Larkins. What? I heard you was around Buffalo, till then.
We was. Now we're short hauling for the Michigan 6-day line.
We're tied up right in front of you. Thought when we come in last night, we'd like to scrape your deck house off. You must have been asleep.
I've been getting to bed early.
That's on account of your being a farmer, I guess.
I reckon.
Sam Weaver told me you was down here at Mr. Fry's. So I come down. I brought Sam some breakfast this morning.
Oh, that was nice of you. He ain't been feeling too sprightly of late.
What boat are you on, Molly?
Jotham Klore's. He's got the Emma.
Wasn't that Mr. Cetham's boat?
Jotham bought it last year when he won a prize in the Ohio lottery. Claims I brought him luck, so he's aiming to win again this year.
Well, that's pressing a little. When's the drawing?
It's supposed to be Monday. Did you buy a ticket, Dan?
No, ma'am.
You wouldn't buy one nohow, I'll bet.
Wouldn't be prone to. No, ma'am. Would you?
My boater bought 6.
Oh. Wish him luck.
Them your horses?
Yes, ma'am.
You like them as well as mules?
Wait, you mean for canal work?
Certainly I mean for canal work. Think I mean for pulling the plow?
Well, no, ma'am. I thought you meant did I favor horses to mules as a general proposition?
Well, do you?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Weaver favors him, too.
I guess you two get along. Got a cook yet?
No, ma'am. Mr. Weaver's hoping that the woman he had will get fed up with that traveler man and come on back. I expect I'll be gone before then.
Gone?
Farming.
Don't you like the canal?
Well, it just don't seem staple. Well, I like the people on it well enough.
It was real pretty yesterday coming down to Oneida. Sat out on that chair there in the sun. Watched the birds coming north for spring. You like flowers?
Yes, ma'am.
Certainly is a mess of violets and patty cutters this side of Rome. I had the urge to get off and get some.
You ought to pick some of them elderberry blossoms. Make wine.
Oh, boaters don't drink anything as weak as wine.
Yeah, I noticed.
Why, my Jotham can drink more than any 2 men on the canal. You know, he's been down there at the Etna house ever since we tied up last night. I went down to get some eggs just now, and he wasn't ready to come home yet.
Still drinking?
Mr. Purcell, the bartender, told me he expects Jotham to bust all existing records. Why, when my Jotham starts to drink it...
a mule and her name is Sal. 15 years on Erie Canal. Low bridge, everybody. Hello, everybody.
I reckon he's busted them records.
My goodness.
Well, he's walking, ain't he? Morning, Jotham. This here's Mr. Daniel Harrow, Jotham. Ain't you gonna say how-do or something?
How'd it do?
Find out who won the Ohio?
They sent the numbers over from Utica.
Yeah.
I was very unfortunate, but Sam Weaver drew one.
Oh, how much?
I don't know, $100 maybe.
Gosh.
That ain't nothing. If I'd been fortunate, I'd have won first prize, $15,000. Won by some female in Buffalo.
You're pretty near drunk, ain't you, Jotham?
I am mere disgusted with this fog.
Well, it ain't gonna lift for a while. You better get some rest.
I ain't drunk enough yet.
Mr. Purcell tells me you busted all records.
He said you come down and left word breakfast was ready.
Well, it ain't quite ready.
Why did you tell him it was ready? I hate a liar.
Now, Jotham.
I'm down at Etna House, establishing myself as the greatest drinker in the whole canal, and you're standing here talking to whoever this is when you should be fixing my grub. You know that's against my principles. You, sir.
Me?
I said you, didn't I? Why'd you keep my gal from cooking me my breakfast?
I ain't stopped her. I ain't said a word.
That's right good for you, because otherwise I'd have laced you one. Molly, get on that boat and start cooking.
You get on it, and don't talk to me like that.
Maybe the time has come to give you a good lace.
That time ain't never gonna come, Jotham Klore. Now get on that boat.
Molly, you ain't gonna speak back like that.
Where you going?
Back to the Etna. I gotta work on my reputation some more.
Oh. Danged if I like him like that.
He was talking mean to you. Called you a liar.
Well, he knows I ain't no liar, so I don't mind that. I don't blame him when he gets mad, because I get mad myself when I'm notional.
You mad now?
By jeepers, I'm getting to be.
Well, if you should find out maybe that you really are, why don't you transfer over to our boat?
Oh.
Well, that is, Mr. Weaver'd be right glad to have you as a cook.
Well, I ain't worried about finding work.
Oh, no, ma'am. It's just that he'd admire to have you, and the boat's so handy.
But I reckon you'll be quitting him soon and going to the farm.
Well, I was planning something like that.
Hmm.
Of course, I might stay a few days extra.
But you're still sot on a farm, ain't you?
I reckon.
Well, I ain't worked up enough yet to quit, Jotham. Maybe he was just showing off in front of you. Boaters are very peculiar folks, you know. I guess I'll go cook him breakfast. See you again sometime.
So long.
So long. I guess Mr. Weaver'd probably let me come, but he don't eat much, and you know I love to cook.
Well, yeah, that's true. He ain't much of an eating man. Mostly he's drinking.
Of course, there ain't much wrong with your appetite, I guess.
Me? Why, I've ate my share in my time.
But then you're going off to the farm.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I better be going.
Mm-hmm.
Will the cooking be good on the farm?
Likely not.
How long since you had a good meal?
I don't remember when.
You like chicken pie?
Oh, yes, I do.
Like griddle cakes in the morning?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, ma'am. I like them fine.
Why, you see, if you had some good canal food, maybe you'd just forget all about that farm.
Well, I'd never feel different about the farm, ma'am.
Oh. Well, it's no use me going on Weaver's boat, then.
Well, he'll get another driver.
Don't know whether I'd like him or not.
Well, Molly, look.
Yes?
Nothing.
Oh. Well, I'll be getting back to Jotham. Goodbye, Dan.
Bye, Molly.
Oh, you farmer!
Molly, wait!
I got your team all shod, Dan. What's wrong with her?
I don't know. Suppose it could be because she's a woman?
Could be.
You'll always know your pal if you ever navigate
What's
on
this?
the Dan!
Hi, Mr. Weaver. Hi, Forsyth.
Hi, Devil boy. Have we ever got news by the bellyful for you?
News?
By God, it's the first time it's ever happened on the canal. Sam here won third prize in the Ohio lottery. $5,000.
Oh, misty me.
Get up, Sam.
There it is. Ticket D2008. And we're going to Buffalo Thursday to get the money.
$5,000.
Already sent to Durhamville for a new 96-foot boat. Yes, sir. 150 tons. She'll be the grandest thing on the canal.
Get up, Sam.
Yeah.
What you going to do with the saucy sow?
Daniel, I bought this here ticket the day you hired on. I had a feeling you was good luck. And to show my appreciation, I'm giving you the saucy sow.
My Scotland. That's a fine present, Mr. Weaver.
Maybe it'll encourage you to stay on the canal, son. Well, what's the matter? Ain't you glad?
Well,
Don't you want it?
Mr. Weaver, can I take a few minutes before I say yes? It ain't that I ain't appreciative, but, well, there's something I got to do.
All right, son, go ahead. Well, where you going?
I'll be back in a minute, Mr. Weaver. Just a minute.
Jotham's boat.
Molly, I gotta talk to you.
I knowed you'd come.
Where's Jotham?
Still off drink and have some breakfast?
No, not now. Molly.
Griddle cakes.
No, let me say it. Molly, listen. Mr. Weaver just gave me the boat. He gave me the saucy Sal. He gave it to me. It's mine.
For certain?
Yes, honest. Molly, listen. What I want... It's about getting married.
Yes, I know it is. You like me, don't you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I've got to say I do.
I liked you the first time I seen you.
Well, that's how I feel. What do you think about it?
Well, I don't know. You're going to stay on the canal a while now.
A while, but I'd aim to change your opinion, Molly. I'd try to make you see the farm at the end of it.
What if you found out you liked the Erie?
Well, then I'd stay.
Well, I'll just come and cook for you.
All right. You don't want to get married yet, huh?
Well, not yet, Dan. I mean, we don't know.
All right, Molly. It ain't part of my plan to make you unhappy.
Oh, the fog's clearing up. I'll get my things together. They're all packed.
What?
I was figuring on quitting Jotham anyways.
That all you're taking?
No, this rocking chair, too. It belongs to me.
I'll take it along. Put it down.
Jotham, I'm leaving.
You ain't going no place.
I'm going to cook for Sam Weaver.
With this driver boy here?
He ain't a driver boy. He's captain of his own boat now.
Well, you ain't going no place. Now, you driver boy, get off this boat.
On ahead, Molly. I'll be along in a minute.
Dan, don't fight with him.
Don't worry, Mom. He's too drunk to make much trouble.
Please, Dan, he'd kill you.
Leave it to me now.
Sure, I'll show you what it's going to be like, driver boy. See this fist? Well, try it on your face.
I'm sorry, Jotham.
Jeepers. What'd you hit him with the chair for, Molly?
Couldn't let you fight him, Dan. He'd kill you. Is he all right?
Just stunned. You shouldn't have done that, Molly.
Oh, that's all right. Come on now. Whew. You'll have to fix that chair, Dan. I want it up on the bow end of the boat so as I can keep my eyes open for elderberry blossoms.
In a moment, Act Two of The Farmer Takes a Wife, starring John Forsyth and Joan Lorring. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Now, Act Two of the Best Plays production of The Farmer Takes a Wife, starring John Forsyth and Joan Lorring. Here again is John Chapman.
So Molly is cooking on the Sarcy Sal for Dan, and when she isn't cooking, she's sitting on the front end of the barge looking for elderberry bushes. And both are trying to keep their pact of not talking either about the canal or the farm. That's hard to do, because it's hard for anybody to keep from talking.
I've got me a boat and her name is Sal, 15-year on the Erie Canal. She's a good worker and a good old pal, 15-year on the Erie Canal.
Ahoy! Ahoy, the Saucy Sal! Anybody home?
Fortune! Come aboard! Fortune!
Well, Molly, how are you? My goodness, you look just lovely. Let's see. Must be 5 months since we saw each other back in Utica. How's Dan?
Oh, he's just fine, Fortune.
Good.
He's off to the scalper getting a haircut. He'll be along home soon. Sit down. Have some peppermint tea?
Don't mind if I do. You two married yet?
We're fixing to do it right soon.
Wonderful. Where's old Jotham these days?
Ain't you heard?
Heard what?
About Jotham? He's been in jail.
Jail.
Yes, after he come to and found me and Dan had moved on to Albany, he come looking for us with a knife. Anyway, Sam Weaver and Mr. Fry the blacksmith, they tried to stop him, and Mr. Fry got himself cut up pretty bad.
Well.
Jotham landed in jail. Reckon he was pretty drunk to do a thing like that. Fortune, don't talk about it to Dan, will you?
Well, don't he know about it?
I don't know. He never mentions Jotham's name. Don't you think that's nice of him? Oh, he's such a grand man.
Yeah. Well, I hear Dan's made a heap of money hauling short freight for the railroad.
I hate doing anything for the railroad.
They pay a lot.
Fortune, The canal ain't going to be whipped, is it?
Tempus fugit, Molly.
What does that mean?
Times is flying.
When I first knowed him, Daniel said the canal warn't staple. But I think he loves it now, don't you?
Well, haven't you talked to him about it?
We see we made an agreement in the spring. He said he wouldn't argue with me about the farm if I didn't pester him about the canal. And then we'd see how we felt when the season ended. Oh, he's been so nice, Fortune. He ain't bothered me about it once. Fortune, I am in love with him.
Now and then, I've got that impression.
He's not like any boater I ever seen. I mean, he never gets drunk, mad or excited or anything. I guess he's a funny feller.
Well, hi, Fortune.
Yeah. Hello, Daniel.
Who's a funny fella?
You're a funny fella, that's who. Dan, what's that?
A little present for you.
It's awful big.
Mirror for you to see your new dress in.
Dan, ain't it grand? Ain't it too big for the cabin wall?
Well, it was the nicest one they had, and it sort of took my fancy.
Oh, it's so handsome. Ain't it, Fortune?
Very.
Like me in my new dress?
Spin around. Jeepers, you look pretty. Huh, Fortune?
Like the face that launched 1,000 ships.
Who's that?
Helena Troy.
Well, Molly's prettier than any girl in Troy. Or Albany, either.
Oh, I guess you're right. You going to the fair tonight?
We're planning on it. Meeting Saul and Lucy Gurgett.
That woman put me out of the dentist business by spreading a bad rumor about me. Seems that second tooth weren't the right one, neither. Looks like I'll have to try a new profession. You'd think in 25 years I'd have settled on one.
Fortune.
Huh?
Fortune, tell us about how the canal opened. You saw it in 1825, didn't you?
Oh, well, you've heard tell about it.
I want Daniel to hear it.
Well, there were cannons strung all the way from Buffalo to New York. I helped fire one.
Here?
The minute the canal was open, the water come in. First muddy, and the guns started going off right down the line as the water come in. More and more and more. I tell you, it was something.
Hear that, Dan?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I got to be running along. I'll make a deal with a man for some almanacs, and I'm getting them real cheap.
Going to the fair?
Oh, I'll be there. Well, nice to see you again, Molly. Daniel, so long.
So long. See your haircut. Smells nice.
Told her not to put it on.
You look grand, Dan.
Already told you how you look. And who is this Helen of Troy, anyway?
Sounds to me like a fancy woman. You ain't gonna get interested in her, are you?
I'm pretty well satisfied.
How do you know? Never had no other girl but me.
Never wanted any. Just how you are. What's wrong?
You said that's so serious.
Well, that's how I felt it, Molly.
Then, will you stay on the canal? Will you, Dan? I'm sorry. We promised we wouldn't talk about it till after the season.
Well, the season's almost over now, Molly.
Dan, do you know what...
Ahoy there! Ahoy!
Oh, I guess we ain't going to get to talk about it anyways. Here comes Saul and Lucy.
Oh.
You ready for the fair?
Just about, Saul. Look at Dan. Don't he smell heavenly?
Straight.
Say, did I see that tooth butcher Fortune walking towards Hennessy's?
Well, he stopped by.
Better not stop by Lucy or he'll get an umbrella over his skull. Come on now, we best get going.
Well, ain't you going to tell him so?
Well, I don't know as we ought to. It might spoil the evening.
Tell us what?
Well, it ain't really nothing.
Well, I think they ought to know, Saul. After all, he might come round when they ain't ready.
What are you talking about, Lucy?
Well, maybe you ought to know, Dan. It's Jotham Klore.
What about him?
Well, he's out of jail. He's tied up about 5 boats back.
Are you sure?
Well, I saw him gone into Hennessy's today.
Oh.
We sort of hoped you two would get away before he found out you was here.
Well, Dan ain't afraid of Klore. Are you, Dan?
Don't make much difference one way or the other.
By golly, he's a savage fighter, Dan. He almost killed a man in Lockport.
Did he mention Dan or me?
Well, he did, but I gave him no information. He was somewhat drunk, and I gave him a small section of my mind about his general orneriness. Sorry I bothered you with it now, though.
Well, glad, Saul. I had the feeling all along he'd show up sometime. After all, I did take his cook.
We better get going, Lucy.
You two go ahead. We'll catch up.
Well, we could wait if
Lucy!
Oh, well, all right. We'll walk ahead slow like.
What's the matter, Molly?
Dan, I'm scared.
What about?
Well, I don't know. I know you'd stand up to Klore if it come right down to it. You would stand up to him, wouldn't you?
I reckon. Would you be disappointed if I didn't?
Well, I couldn't take to you if I thought you was a coward. Besides, Dan, I gotta ask you about the farm.
Well, we wasn't going to talk about it, Molly. We was going to wait.
Your mind's already made up, Dan. I can tell.
Now, Molly, let's have a good time.
It is. It's made up. Why, you were checking up on your money this morning. And then you went to town and got a haircut and bought that mirror and everything. Dan, did you buy a farm?
No. Well, I did take an option on one.
You paid money?
Just for an option.
But we was going to wait till the season was over before we made up our minds, Dan. That was how we agreed
I know, Molly, but it's the best farmland north of Rome, and I just couldn't let it slip away.
But
it ain't definite yet. I got 2 months to decide.
You have decided. You always was decided. You kept your promise about arguing, all right, but you never give the canal a chance. Even from the beginning, you never even bothered to notice how beautiful it was, or how happy you was.
Well, that's because I was in love with you.
That's because you wanted me and the farm both. All the time you kept saying your mind wasn't made up, you knew about this. And all them things you've been buying for the boat, those things that are too big for it. That stove, and them 2 rocking chairs on deck, even that mirror you bought today. For me, why, it don't even fit in the cabin. It's for the farm, that farm.
Molly.
Well, it's true. It is true, Dan. Now, you admit it. You wasn't playing fair. You wasn't.
All right, Molly, maybe it wasn't fair. Maybe I knowed all the time I wanted the farm.
Oh, you're just so sure, ain't you? I'll bet you even got this dress for me to go to church in.
No, I was hoping you'd use it to get married in.
Oh, you're so certain sure of everything.
You never even let me show you the farm, Molly. You might like it.
I hate it. And I hate you. I thought Jotham Klore was mean, but at least his meanness comes out where you can see it and deal with it. Yours is all underneath.
Oh, now don't say that, Molly.
You're even afraid to face Jotham.
I ain't afraid.
Using me like I was just nothing.
Now, Molly, listen, if that's how you feel, I'll go away. I'll go away right now.
Well, you go ahead.
Well, all right. That boat is yours. You can do what you please with it. You can keep hauling till the season ends, and then you can sell it or sink it, or you won't be using it next year anyway.
What do you mean?
Don't you see what's happening, Molly? In another year, the railroads will have made this a big empty ditch.
Oh.
And folks will go flying by in trains and say, look at that old wooden thing laying in that ditch. I suppose it was once a boat.
The canal ain't gonna die, Dan. Nothing can lick the Erie. I might miss you after you go, but one thing is sure. I'm gonna watch this canal grow bigger and more wonderful every year.
You're wrong, Molly.
Well, we'll just see.
I ain't waiting to see. I'm going up and get my farm. And if you ever want to find me, I'll be waiting for you up at 5 Combine.
I ain't never gonna want you or your farm.
Goodbye, Molly. I hope you'll think kindly of me.
I hate you. I just hate you.
Goodbye.
Dan. Oh, Dan.
Hi, Gammy. Hi, Fortune.
Well, hello there, Sam.
Colder than the grave outside. Canal is freezing up already.
What brings you to Rome, Sam?
Oh, I got a letter from J.L. Fisher. Says he needs somebody to make a haul for the railroad.
You got your new boat in commission yet?
No, there ain't much point in putting her into commission now with the canal practically dying on its feet. I come up to see if Molly Larkin and let me use the Sarcy Sal for one haul. I was to meet her here.
Well, she's been living here at the hotel.
Oh?
Molly ain't used the Sal much lately.
Well, how is she?
Well, she ain't exactly herself these days, Sam.
What's wrong? Is she sick?
Not so as you can see it. It's just that she's changed.
It's my opinion she's suffering from a broken heart. Ever since she and Dan split up a few months ago, she's just been pining away.
How is Dan?
We don't see much of him. Once in a while, he comes in the town for supplies or something. He looks right prosperous.
I reckon he knowed what he was doing, quitting the canal before the railroad come through.
What are you figuring to do, Sam?
Me? Oh, just raise a little money if I can make this last haul before she freezes, and then head south.
What about that grand new boat you was a-building?
I ran out of money before she was finished. Still got her up on the waist. I guess she'll rot there. Let me have some blackstrap, Gammy wants to fill my pipe.
All right. But don't you strike that loco-foco in here.
This ain't a loco-foco, it's a Lucifer. They don't hardly stink at all. What about you, Fortune?
Well, I took the money I made and invested it in almanacs. They're next year's.
Where'd you get 'em?
A feller I run into at the American Hotel.
Oh.
He'd just come into town to sell 'em to the feed stores. And I told him the town was full of almanacs. But I didn't say what year. I bought 'em out for 4 cents apiece. I can sell 'em at the feed stores for 6, and I got over 500 of 'em. Here, have one as a present.
Oh, this is that comic almanac. It ain't as good as the Farmer's or the Bachelor's Register.
And it's full of little thunderbolts of fun and humor. Listen to this riddle. Round as an apple, busy as a bee, cutest little thing you ever did see. Now, what is it?
I give up.
A watch.
Well, I'll be.
It's got a lot of new ones like that.
I hate them almanacs. They always come around when the canal closes for the year.
There'll be plenty of excitement around this year. They're going to keep working on the Watertown and Rome Railroad right through the winter.
J.L. Fisher's hiring canalers right and left for railroad work.
That's a damn insult to any respectable canaler. That whole railroad is an affront to a man's dignity. Puffing and heaving and getting black soot over everything. I tell you, it's
Here's your blackstrap, Sam.
Yeah, Fisher's coming in here most every afternoon. Picks up a few canalers. He's got 500 already, I hear.
Well, here's one he ain't getting. After I make this freight haul, I'm going someplace else. Maybe down south. Well, hi there, boater.
Hello, Sam.
By gosh, you look as pretty as ever. Did you get my letter?
I did.
What do you say? Can I rent your boat for the haul? I'll give you half.
I'll do better than that, Sam. Turn the boat over to you.
Well, I don't...
I never really wanted her anyway, Sam. I was just keeping her running till you come back.
Well, Molly, I don't know. I give her to Dan, and if Dan give her to you, well, then she's yours.
But I don't want her, so she's really yours. Team's on board. I'll get my things off as soon as I can.
Molly.
What?
What's troubling you?
I'm just tired with being a boat captain, Sam. Don't want the burden of it. I'm just a cook, and it's the job I like.
It wouldn't be Dan, would it?
Don't want to hear about him.
Still mad?
I ain't never been mad at nobody, Sam. I'm just plumb tired out, that's all.
Well, I'm glad you ain't mad at him, because he's on his way in right now.
What?
Yeah, I just seen him out the window.
I gotta go, Sam. I'll see you later.
Molly, don't be a fool. Stay and talk to him.
I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to see him. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Molly,
Hello, Dan.
you ain't leaving, are you?
I was just going.
Could you stay a minute?
We got nothing to talk about.
Matter of fact, they come all the way down from the farm just to talk to you.
To talk to me?
Uh-huh. It's about your horses. I heard you were laying up the boat. I thought I might buy your team.
Oh,
I'll give you twice what I paid for them when I bought them for Mr. Weaver.
I ain't interested in discussing it.
Well, Dan, we were just talking about you. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Weaver.
Well. Did you ever think the three of us would be standing here in the lobby of the Hennessy again? It sure is a coincidental world. What brings you to town?
Came to see Molly here about the horses. Want to buy the team.
Ain't my horses. I just turned them over to Sam.
No, just a minute. I ain't really accepted him yet.
Well, I don't want him. You do as you please.
Well, now, as I see it, we better sit down and straighten this out.
I ain't interested in talking to Mr. Harrow here.
Well, this is just business, Molly. It's got to be straightened out.
Well, just business then.
Yeah. Now, what about these horses?
Well, that's for you to decide.
But I ain't got nothing in writing. I don't want to get involved in a lawsuit.
You got a paper for me to sign?
No, but I can get one in a minute. I'll go into the bar and get Fortune to draw one up. He's a kind of amateur lawyer.
Well, couldn't Couldn't I just write it down myself now?
Oh, no. It's got to be all legal with whereases and covenants and such. Right, Dan?
That's right.
Yeah. So you two talk it over while I get Fortune to write it. I won't be a minute.
Well?
Well,
Here we are, alone.
I don't aim to take much notice.
How have you been?
Oh, I've been all right.
Figure into winter here in town?
Till the canal opens up, I reckon.
Hope you have a pleasant winter.
Oh, I will have. Lots of fun around here.
Is there?
How's your little farm?
Even finer than I hoped.
That's good.
Next year, if you happen to be up the Black River, stop by and see it.
Might if I'm up that way.
400 acres when it's cleared.
Oh. Lots of woods on it, huh?
Mm-hmm. Maple, beech, cherry. Must be 1,000 cord.
Chickens, too, I suppose.
Yes, ma'am. Spanish black, sea bright, Shanghai. All healthy.
Be awful cold for them soon.
Oh, I got a good hen house. And the main dwelling, that's good, too. French colony.
Got, anybody working there?
Oh, got a big fat old woman, does the washing and cooking.
Oh.
She ain't much of a cook, though.
Uh-huh. Thought you was looking thin.
If I had somebody could cook like you.
Are you making suggestions?
Well, I know how you feel about the canal.
You're right. I do feel that way about the canal. And I ain't going to no farm.
Oh, it's grand land, Molly. There's 80 acres.
Dan!
There's 80
Molly!
Acres cleared.
Got the papers?
We ain't got no time for papers now.
Clear, Molly.
Salgers has just come in the back way, and he says that Jotham Klore heard you was in town, Dan. He's coming over
It's
here.
along the river, Molly. The
Dan-
best bottom land you ever seen.
Dan, did you hear me? Klore's coming over. He's got blood in his eye. He's still saying you run away from him that time when he got out of jail.
Yes, I heard you, Mr. Weaver.
Well, then...
You'd love that land, Molly.
Molly, get him out of here.
Maybe you better run off, Farmer, just like you did the last time.
Not till I finish telling you about the farm, I ain't.
He'll be here any second, Dan.
He won't be drunk this
I know.
time.
Give a good hoot. Listen, Molly.
Hello, Jotham. Hello, Mr. Weaver. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Jotham.
You.
You addressing me?
I looked at you, didn't I? Your name'd be Harrow, wouldn't it?
That's my name.
Did I hear it? I've been looking for you for some time.
I've been around.
Maybe after today you won't be around so much.
Man, get out. He's sober.
Jotham, don't start an argument.
That's just what I'm aiming to do.
Boys! Boys, come on out
Dad'll
here.
get out. He'll kill you.
I ain't interested in him, Molly. Don't you want to see the farm?
This ain't no time for fun.
But it's a fine farm, ain't it?
Dan, will you get out?
What seems to be the trouble, Sam?
There's going to be trouble.
Molly, you'd love the place. There ain't a foot of sour land on it. Every bit I tasted was sweet.
All right, Mr. Harrow, I'm giving you 5 seconds to get your coat off.
Now, wait a minute. You want to kill each other? Do it on the towpath.
No!
Let him settle it. Plenty of room here. Nice day for it, too.
You're gonna fight, Harrow?
I reckon. Molly, you remember what I told you. You're going to love that fat old housekeeper of ours.
Dan! Don't, Dan!
Come on, driver boy.
Oh, Gabby, I don't want him to get killed.
There, child. Sometimes these things gotta be settled this way.
I don't want to watch.
Oh, that boy of yours can take care of himself, Molly.
Tell me when it's over.
We ain't even started yet. Jotham's got his coat off. Now Daniel's got his coat off.
Oh.
He's handing it to Sam Weaver so it won't get dusty.
Oh!
One down. Come on, driver boy.
Here they go. My jeepers, that Jotham looks a wallop like a Poor Daniel.
Oh, Gabby! Gabby! Gabby, I don't want him to be killed. Is he dead?
I don't know. Fortune's coming. He's coming.
Sammy, get a bottle out quick. That'll throw Jotham halfway across the canal. Never seen anything like it in my life. He was swimming for the other side when I come in. The boys want a bottle to celebrate.
I'll get you the best I got.
Hurry it up. Here he comes.
Daniel! Oh, Daniel. You all right?
Never felt better. Now, getting back to the matter of the farm.
Oh.
You want that big mirror in the parlor or in the bedroom?
Dad, you sure you ain't hurt?
Of course not. No. Would you try it? Would you try it for 6 months, Molly? If you don't like it, we'll come back when the canal opens again.
Is that a promise?
A promise.
Well, it's again my principles, but... Oh, yes, Dad.
Hey, you two. You coming into the bar to have a drink?
Sorry, Fortune, we gotta be going. You want to come along with us?
Where to?
We're going to get a license to get married.
Can I be of service? I used to be a preacher. Marry her really cheap.
What do you say, Molly?
Well, we're going to need all our money for the farm.
All right, Fortune, you got a job.
Where you going for your honeymoon?
Well, I reckon we'll take a train trip.
You do, and I'll personally blow up the whole dang railroad. No, sir. I'm a-sailing you two back to the farm in the Sarcy Sow.
Is that all right with you, Dad?
I reckon so.
We might be sailing back again in 6 months when the canal opens again.
Ain't you heard? There's talk it won't open at all, account of the railroad.
Dad.
So help me, Molly, I didn't hear a word.
Come on, everybody. Down to the boat.
Here's a bottle of champagne. Been saving it since the opening of the canal in 25.
Thanks. Hey. We'll be seeing ya.
Bye, Gabby. So long, farmer.
Let's have a song, boy.
Oh, the gals are on the Police Gazette, and the crew is all in jail. And I'm the only son of a gun that's left to tell the tale. Oh, the ERIA was a-rising, and the gin was a-getting low. And I scarcely think we'll get a drink till we get to Buffalo. Till we get to Buffalo.
And with that nice bit of foreshadowing by Dorothy L'Amour, we come to the event itself, which is the presence of Mae West in our company tonight. Miss West has carved such a sizable niche for herself in the Hall of Fame with her unique characterizations that not only is her name known in every home up and down the country, but the phrases and expressions which she has originated have almost become a part of the American language. For us, she forsakes the picture hats and sweeping dresses of the gay 90s, which you find so becoming in her new picture, and turns back time to step into the Garden of Eden and into the character of the most fascinating woman of them all, Eve. Wendell, will you set the scene for us?
Well, of course, we find Adam and Eve in the famous Garden of Eden, and this light-hearted travesty about what might have taken place in those days when the world was young was written for us by Arch Oboler, one of radio's better-known writers. Under a spreading fig tree rests one Mr. Adam, sprawled out lazily in the hot sun. Eve, obviously, is bored beyond endurance as they play a game of cards with a deck of fig leaves.
Listen, tall, tan, and tired. It's time I told you a thing or two. Ever since creation, I've done nothing but playing double solitaire. It's disgusting. It's got me down.
Well, we've got a nice place here.
That's the trouble. It's too nice.
Well, I'm not complaining.
But I want something to happen. A little excitement, a little adventure. A girl's got to have a little fun once in a while. There's no future under a fig tree.
Oh. Now, come on, woman. Be like me. Why don't you relax and just take it easy?
Because I'm a lady of big ideas.
Yeah, what kind of ideas?
Oh. You've no idea. Listen, Adam, I've got to get a chance to expand my personality.
Well, go on, expand.
I will, out there.
Out there? You mean outside the gates of the Garden of Eden?
Now you're talking.
Oh, but who knows what's out there?
I'd find out.
Oh, no, we can't go. We've still got a lease on this place.
You mean... You mean to tell me a lease is the thing that's holding me back from developing my personality?
Well, a lease is a lease. Anyway, we've got a nice place here. Temperature perfect, sun always shining, nothing but a heavy dew once in a while.
What are you, the Chamber of Commerce?
Oh, go away and let me sleep, will you?
Listen, Adam. I tell you, you got to get me out of this place. You got to break the lease.
Yeah, but what for? This is Eden. Everything is peaceful and quiet and safe.
That's the trouble. It's too safe. I tell you, it's disgusting.
Well, what are you talking about?
Adam, you don't know a thing about women.
Oh, you apparently forget you were originally one of my own ribs.
Yeah, a rib once, and now I'm beefing.
Me, I know everything about women.
That's covering a lot of territory. Listen, long, lazy, and lukewarm. You think I want to stay in this place all my life?
I do, and I tell you, you're one of my ribs.
Yeah, but one of your floating ribs. A couple of months of peace and security and a woman's board all the way down to the bottom of a marriage certificate.
Well, then what do you want? Trouble?
Trouble. Listen, if trouble means something that makes you catch your breath, if trouble means something that makes your blood run through your veins like seltzer water, Adam, my man, give me trouble.
Oh, Eve, you don't want trouble.
Now, tell me the low-down truth. Ain't there any way you can break our lease?
Well, yes, there is. But I won't tell you.
No?
No, this is paradise. Free light, free heat, free meals. What else could a man want? Answer me that.
I got a couple of good ideas if you'll tell me how to break the lease.
No, I won't do it.
Oh, Adam.
What?
Come on over here.
What for, to hold hands?
Oh, that old game? Can't you think of something new? You know nothing about nothing.
Oh, yes, I do. I know more than you do, woman.
Oh, what, for instance?
I know all about the tree.
What tree, man? What tree?
That apple tree in the middle of the garden. The lease says that if we eat any of its fruit, we get thrown out of here.
Oh, now, is that a fact?
Sure, that's why there's a fence around it. I tell you, one bite of those apples and we get a dispossess.
How fascinating. Adam, you can hold my hand now.
No. No, I got a better idea.
Oh, yeah? I'm listening. I'm waiting. What are you going to do now?
I think I'll go fishing.
Oh. How disgusting.
Now, wait a minute. You can't talk to me that way. Do you realize I'm man number one?
Yeah, but I your number one man.
Well, I'll see you around supper time. I'll be back.
So that's the trouble. So it's a tree over there. Hello, tree. How would you like to do a little lease breaking for a woman with ideas, Not room enough to squeeze through those slats for a woman of my personality. Now, if I only knew someone skinny enough.
Salutations,
Oh,
Mrs. Eve.
if it isn't Mr. Snake. Hello, long, dark, and slinky.
Mrs. Eve, why are you standing by that tree?
Stop wiggling and I'll tell you. Listen, I know you don't approve, but I've got a little proposition to make.
I certainly refuse to listen. What is it?
Do you think with the proper provocation you could squeeze through that fence around the tree?
That's the forbidden tree.
Oh, don't be technical. Answer me this, my palpitating python. Would you like to have this whole paradise to yourself?
Certainly.
Okay, then pick me a handful of fruit. Adam and I'll eat it. And the Garden of Eden is all yours. What do you say?
Sounds all right, but it's forbidden fruit.
Listen, what are you, my friend in the grass or a snake in the grass?
But forbidden fruit.
Are you a snake or are you a mouse?
I'll do it.
Now you're talking. Here, right in between those pickets.
I'm stuck.
Oh, shake your hips. There, now you're through.
I shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, but you're doing all right. Now get me a big one. I feel like doing a big apple.
Here you are, Mrs. Eve.
I see. Nice going, swivel hips.
Wait a minute. It won't work. Adam will never eat that forbidden apple.
Oh, yes, he will, when I'm through with it.
Nonsense, he won't.
He will if I feed it to him like women are going to feed men for the rest of time.
What's that?
Applesauce.
Eve? Where are you, Eve?
Waiting, my love. Just waiting.
Oh, hello, Eve. What have you been doing?
Me? Oh, I've just been making a little history.
Huh?
The first woman to make a monkey out of a snake.
Say, how about supper? And don't tell me we got fig stew again.
Oh, no. Something new, so help me. Something new. Here, have a bite of this.
Whoa, what is it?
A new kind of sauce. It's good for you.
Are you sure?
Just to prove it's pure, 100% proof, I'll have a demi-tasse of it myself. All right, I'll...
Oh, well...
No, wait. Before you eat, answer me this. Are you going to take me out of this dismal dump and give me a chance to develop my personality?
Oh, Eve, are you going to start that over again?
No, I'm going to end it. Eat your sauce, big boy, and hold your hat if you got one.
Oh, say, this is darn good sauce. Where did you find it? Oh, my head. What happened to me?
We've been dispossessed.
Yeah, but why?
Forbidden apple sauce.
Oh, Eve, what have you done?
I've just made a little more history, that's all. I'm the first woman to have her own way, and a snake will take the rap for it.
But, Eve, we've lost the Garden of Eden. We're just... Eve, it's as if I see you for the first time. You're beautiful.
And you fascinate me.
Your eyes.
Oh, tell me more.
Your lips. Come closer. I want to hold you closer. I want to...
You want to what?
Eve, what was that?
That was the original kiss.
Thank you, Mae.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Loretta Young and Joseph Cotten in The Farmer's Daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The other day, I received a visit at the studio from Claire Booth Luce, a lovely and glamorous lady who, in addition to her many other capabilities, recently represented her native state in Congress. And her charming presence made me think of tonight's Lux Radio Theater play, in which another captivating lady makes her way to Washington. It's RKO's refreshing comedy, The Farmer's Daughter, starring Loretta Young in a role ideally tailored for her talents, and another box office favorite of this theater, Joseph Cotten. Together, they demonstrate what happens when romance gets mixed up with that great American heritage, the right to vote. Of course, there's another example of romance and voting, and that's the daily preference that women show for Lux Soap. They know that Lux Soap Care is a help to what you might call a romance complexion. And here in Hollywood, where screen stars know the value of a lovely skin, the vote is 9 out of 10 for Lux, a trend that I'm sure is nationwide. It's curtain time, and here's the first act of The Farmer's Daughter, starring Loretta Young as Katie Holstrom and Joseph Cotten as Glenn Morley. It's late afternoon on Election Day. As always, a very busy day for Mrs. Morley and her son Glenn, since for decades the Morley family has been the backbone of politics in Capital City. This year, Glenn has run for re-election to Congress, and it looks like another landslide. Now, in the Morley home, he's been visited by a group of newspaper friends.
My only only point is this, Glenn, that the public goes to the polls and votes exactly the way the machine tells them to vote.
You mean that's why I'm being reelected? Hey, Clancy, where are those sandwiches? Where's that coffee?
Them now, Mr. Morley. I'm coming.
Well, Clancy, how you've changed.
Oh, my name is Catherine Holstrom, Mr. Morley. I am the new maid.
Oh, I see. Well, set the tray down.
Clancy's coffee, Glenn. Oh, no. I made the coffee, miss. I don't think you have anything to worry about. Oh, then I'll have some, please. Now, what were you going to say, darling?
Only that the voters won't go on forever believing the kind of baloney that most politicians have been handing out, machine or no machine. Well, I don't mean this change in the voters' attitude as a prairie fire, but, well, for example, do you remember a fellow named Otto K.
Schmidlap.
Schmidlap, yes. He was from around Mineral County.
Red Wing County. May I serve you, please?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, Red Wing County, yes. He served 2 terms in Congress, or was it 3 terms?
It was 3, Mr. Morley. Coffee, sir?
If you're about to say that old Schmidlap was a case of a congressman going down the line for his party, right or wrong, you've got an argument.
Oh, but Schmidlap was strictly second-rate, Glenn.
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Schmidlap was not second-rate. He was first-rate, with a second-rate party.
Boing.
Oh, please excuse me. I didn't
Oh, well, that's quite all right, but what makes you such an authority on Schmidlap?
He was our neighbor on the farm. A good neighbor. A good man, like my father.
Well, it's getting late. I think I'll go back to the office and dream up a story. How Glenn Morley looked, felt, and acted upon his re-election to his 3rd term in Congress. Good luck, Glenn.
Don't forget to come back, boys. The real celebration's tonight.
Jenny, you're not leaving, too.
When next you see me, the time will be 7 o'clock, and I'll knock you dead in my new dress. Bye, darling.
Mr. Clancy, did I do all right with the coffee and the sandwiches?
For a new maid with no experience, yeah, I guess you did all right.
Good. The employment agency said that if I could work the day out for you, I could work any place.
I've been the butler here for 30 years, but it's up to Mrs. Morley if you stayed.
Oh.
Say, how come you wanted this job?
I need to earn some money. And as soon as I do, I go to the Swedish hospital to become a nurse.
Nurse?
Yeah. I had money, Mr. Clancy. But yesterday, someone I knew, a man, Adolf Berger, he said he would give me a ride in from Red Wing County. The bus fare is $2.53, so I said, yeah, you bet, I would ride in with him.
Uh-huh.
And last night on the highway, Mr. Berger's car had an accident. He had no money, and they asked me to loan him.
Fine thing.
Yeah, but that's not all. We were far from town, and I had to stay overnight at the motel. I don't know where he stayed, but this morning when I asked him about my money, he said no. I said, all right, I will get the police. He said, go ahead. And he would tell everybody, my family, the people at the hospital, that he and I at the hotel and...
Why are you telling this to me?
Well, because, Mr. Clancy, you are a good man. And I had to tell someone.
Wash the dishes, will you? How can I dry if you don't wash?
Yeah, Mr. Clancy.
That adult's got a good punch in the nose coming to him.
Oh, don't worry. I gave him a good punch on the nose myself, all right.
I bet you did at that.
Yeah.
Well, there's the car in the driveway. That means Mrs. Morley's home. You can meet her in a few minutes.
Then, Ma, we had a delegation here from the press.
Virginia Thatcher, too?
Naturally.
Did you propose to her?
Well, there's no rush about that. Virginia and I have what you might call an understanding. Anyway, where were you?
Election headquarters, of course.
Well, how's everything going in the 14th for that ward healer Morley?
Oh, Morley's no ward healer. I know the boy well. Wonderful to his mother, they tell me. Unless I miss my guess, he'll be re-elected by the usual majority.
Hooray for the party.
Party my foot. The voters did it themselves.
Should have come home sooner. We had coffee, real coffee.
Sent out for it, huh?
Oh, no, it's that new maid Clancy hired. Oh, here she is now. What did you say your name is?
Catherine Holstrom.
Oh, this is my mother, Mrs. Morley.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Morley?
Mr. Morley thinks you did quite well this afternoon, Catherine. Would you like to work for us?
Well, I do have to earn some money.
Anything wrong with our money?
Oh, no. No, I need it so I can start my nursing course. But I would not be permanent for more than about 2 months.
Well, these days, that's permanent. Now, what can you do?
Oh, well, at home I do everything. I do washing, ironing for Mama, Papa, my 3 brothers, myself. Clean all 7 rooms, and do dishes, of course.
Oh, of course.
And I help Mama preserve meat, canned eggs, dill pickles, smoke ham and bacons. And I wait on table, 40 hands at harvest time. Oh, and I make glug.
Glug?
Yeah, at Christmas time, with a hot poker and brandy. You want to know what I do outside?
Well, I don't know about my mother, but I'd be fascinated.
Well, I plow with horse and tractor. I shock wheat, milk cows, bed the horses, cut the wood for stove.
Catherine, you've got a job.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Morley. And now I help Mr. Clancy prepare for party tonight.
Glenn has headquarters on the phone, Mrs. Morley. The opposition has conceded.
And what did you expect, Mr. Johnson?
You're a lucky man to have Glenn Morley as your teammate in Washington.
Don't I know it, Nordic? I can't tell you how grateful I am to both of you.
Well, there's something we mustn't forget. You and Glenn have been elected, Mr. Johnson. But we'll all have to do some fence mending by the time the next election rolls around.
Some hors d'oeuvres, Mrs. Morley.
No, thank you, Captain.
You, sir?
I believe I will. Tell me, young lady, did you vote today?
I couldn't vote, sir. I am not registered in the city yet.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'd have considered our victory a complete success if a pretty girl like you had voted our ticket.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. But if I could have voted, I wouldn't have voted for you.
Well, now,
See what I mean, Mr. Johnson? Fence mending.
Good morning. Morning. Come in.
Mr. Clancy said you liked your breakfast in bed.
Yes, I do. This coffee, yours?
Yeah. And your morning paper.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, don't you like it? Your picture in the paper.
Oh, do you?
Well, it's better than that Mr. Johnson.
Say, what is this feud between you and Mr. Johnson?
Oh, I don't think he has a good heart for the people.
Oh, what way?
Well, why is he against the higher minimum wage?
How do you know that he is?
Because I heard him on the radio. He said it was up to everyone to look out for himself, and I believe that, too. But I think everyone has a right to a living wage.
Well, just what, in your opinion, constitutes a living wage?
Well, I believe the man who said a living wage depends on whether you're getting it or giving it. Would there be anything else, Mr. Morley?
No, that's quite enough, thank you. Mr. Johnson, why don't you learn to keep your big mouth shut? Ma? Oh, wasn't that Katie I just saw going out the door? She's not leaving us.
No, she's just going downtown to buy some uniforms.
Oh, you sure she knows the way?
I wrote the directions down.
Oh. Well, I think I'll be getting along.
What for?
Well, I'm supposed to have lunch with the governor.
At 10:30?
Well, I've got a lot of people to thank, you know.
Breakfast go all right?
Oh, superbly, Clancy.
Yeah, I sort of figured it would.
Hop in, Katie. I'll save you 10 cents bus fare.
Oh, the last time I saved bus fare, it cost me $75.
You must tell me the story of your life sometime.
I will, Mr. Morley. Sometime.
By the way, what kind of uniforms are you getting?
Oh, Mr. Clancy said something very plain.
Oh, well, Mr. Clancy has no imagination. I think I'd better help you pick them out.
Quite a large package, Katie. How many uniforms did you get?
I'm afraid there are 12, Mrs. Morley.
Exactly what I ordered.
12?
Let's see. 2 blue, 2 black, 2 gray, 2 maroon, and 4 simply charming informal numbers for housework in the pre-luncheon periods.
And who's going to pay for all these, Mr. Moneybags?
Your house, Ma. Just write them off as overhead.
I sure feel like a tramp in my old blue serge.
Mr. Morley, your mother, what did the doctor say?
Oh, nothing serious, just a head cold. She'll probably be all right tomorrow.
Oh, good. Then it will be all right for me to speak to her.
What about?
Well, I've been in this house for 6 weeks, Mr. Morley. I have saved enough money.
What are you talking about?
My nursing.
Oh, I thought you'd forgotten all about that.
Oh, no.
Well, aren't you happy here?
Yeah.
Is the work too much for you?
No, there's nothing wrong.
Want more time off?
No, I just want to be a nurse.
Oh. Well, if you want to be a nurse, there's a very sick woman down the hall who needs you.
Oh, someone besides your mother?
Well, you know perfectly well that a cold can lead to something very much worse. It can easily turn into... Well, if you're leaving us, You're leaving, I see.
I am sorry, Mr. Morley. I have been very happy here.
You certainly seem in an awful hurry.
You mean now or in general?
Oh.
Well, today is my day off.
Where are you going?
Skating. The pond in back of the house. The ice looks very good.
Well, I hope you have a good time.
Thank you, Mr. Morley. I always do.
Come in.
This just came a tele... Well, look at you, going ice skating, huh?
Yeah.
I just asked.
Well, if she's if I'm leaving for Washington after New Year's, what chance will I have? Well, give me the telegram.
Yes, sir.
Well, what do you know? I'm leaving for Europe tonight.
Your what?
This telegram. Come on, let's tell Ma.
Wait a minute, Glenn. Say that all over again.
Well, here, read the wire. I'm leaving for Europe tonight.
In that outfit? Skating all the way, are you? See, House Subcommittee on United Nations Economic Planning. What time are you leaving?
I'll see if I can get a plane to New York right after dinner.
Virginia's coming to dinner. Better phone her to come early.
Call her for me, Clancy. I've got to get some exercise.
Just be careful. Remember, you're no kid anymore.
You realize, of course, you're talking to the captain of the greatest hockey team Yale ever had?
Uh-huh.
Well?
Clancy, push a chair over to the window. This I want to watch.
If you've got a cold, you...
Hand me that quilt and stop worrying. Say, that's Katie out there, isn't it?
Well, so it is.
What's she running for?
She claims that running keeps her in shape for skating, and skating keeps her in condition for running. It's a vicious circle.
Aha! There's our captain. Well, there seems to be a discussion out there. Is Katie going to skate, or is Glenn going to run?
Glenn is going to run.
Poor boy. He won't last a lap.
You are not going to run anymore, Mr. Morley?
I think I'll skate now and limber up afterwards.
Oh.
Put on your skates. I'll give you a few pointers.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Morley, are you really going to Europe tonight?
Of course.
But if you're so worried about your mother...
Oh, she'll be all right. I was just trying to think of some way to make you stay.
Oh. Would it make you happier if I stayed until you got back?
Oh, would I? Yes, I would.
All right, I stay. I was just trying to think of a good reason to stay. Well, my skates are on.
Good. Now, take my hand.
No. No, first I show you how I skate, and then you tell me what's wrong. There. How's that?
Uh-oh.
Yeah?
I forgot you're Swedish. You win.
Oh, no, but really.
The pond is all yours.
Oh, you're not going to skate?
How big a fool can I make of myself?
Oh, please.
Well, okay, now, no fancy stuff.
No.
Just skate.
Yeah, just skate.
Of course, I used to be a pretty fair hockey player, but...
Hockey? Oh, you want to play hockey? My brothers and I...
No, look, just let's skate.
Yeah, we just skate.
Making a sucker out of him. Look at that girl skating.
Poor Glenn. He's trying so hard to show off. I hope he doesn't forget the ice gets awfully thin down by the boathouse.
Well, he went through the ice there last year. He couldn't be such a dumbhead as to... Oh, no.
Get the brandy, Clancy, and the hot water bottles. He did it again.
Here's another blanket, Glenn. Still feel cold?
Oh, no, not very. My shoulder's a little stiff, though.
You drink this, Mr. Morley. It's glug.
Huh? Oh, glug.
Yeah. Oh, no, not so fast, Mr. Morley. Drink it slowly.
Oh, so this is glug, huh? Well, Clancy, throw away the hot water bottles.
What about that shoulder? What you need is a good rub down.
Yeah, call the athletic club. Tell them to send a man right over.
Oh, there won't be time, Mr. Morley. I'll do it myself.
Great idea.
Now, you lie right down here at the foot of the bed.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, one pillow here, and this pillow under the chest. There. Now, we begin.
Ooh.
Oh, you must relax, Mr. Morley. You are much too tense. There. That's better.
Now, look.
Yeah.
Is there anything you can't do?
Oh, yeah. Too many things.
Oh, you have 3 of the most unusual talents I ever heard of.
Oh?
I'll bet you're the only girl in Capital City.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Can give a Swedish massage and bed horses and make glug.
I don't mind that you tease me, because I know how different I am from, Miss Thatcher, for instance.
Would you like to be like Miss Thatcher?
Oh, in many ways, yeah. But when I'm around her, I feel strange. I know I talk different from all of you, but around her, I talk worst.
Why don't you go to college, Katie?
And take care of Mrs. Morley at the same time.
You could go at night. They have all sorts of courses. Political science.
Yeah?
Economics.
The tickles. Hey. Oh, Virginia. Come in.
Whatever it is, it looks like fun. Tell me, Captain, is this restricted to the family, or do you take outpatients?
Well, I'd be glad to give you a massage anytime, Miss Thatcher.
Oh,
I'm sorry. You're finished, Mr. Morley.
Oh, thank you.
Your mother told me you fell through the ice.
Yeah, lucky thing Katie was there.
No doubt. She saved your life. I'm grateful to you, Captain.
Katie, where are you going?
To see your mother. I think I'll give my notice after all, Mr. Morley.
No, Katie, no.
In just a moment, we'll return with Act Two of The Farmer's Daughter. Meanwhile, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. What's the picture news tonight, Libby?
Well, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer is certainly starting the year with a bang, Mr. Keeley. Cass Timberlane, adapted from Sinclair Lewis's famous novel, is scoring a hit.
It has a remarkable fine cast and tells a love story of real depth and tenderness. And Spencer Tracy is the perfect choice for the title role.
It seems to me that Lana Turner gives the best performance of her career as the heroine.
There are other distinguished stars in the cast, too.
Yes, the attractive Zachary Scott as the other man and the lovely Margaret Lindsay as the other woman.
The glamour department is also well represented, as I think John Kennedy here will agree.
With Lana Turner as the leading lady of Cass Timberlane, how could it be otherwise?
I'm sure you took particular notice of that lovely Lux complexion of hers in the close-ups, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, Libby, Lana Turner is one of Hollywood's outstanding beauties. That peaches and cream complexion of hers is famous. And very sensibly, she gives it daily Lux toilet soap care.
Yes, Lana is an enthusiastic Lux fan, I know. As are 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. And incidentally, those stars are delighted with the new size of their favorite beauty soap. I mean that wonderful new large bath cake.
That bath-size Lux toilet soap is making quite a hit in Hollywood, Libby.
And with women everywhere who enjoy a beauty bath that's tops in luxury. They're thrilled with the generous, creamy lather that leaves skin feeling softer and smoother.
The new bath size is the same fragrant white Lux toilet soap, but in a handsome, larger cake just right for the bath.
The same flower-like perfume and the same creamy, rich lather that makes a Lux soap bath a real beauty bath.
You'll be delighted with the new bath-size Lux toilet soap. Ask for it tomorrow. You'll see it in the familiar sampler wrapper, but in a convenient larger size. Let the whole family enjoy this big bath-size Lux toilet soap. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We continue with Act Two of The Farmer's Daughter, starring Loretta Young as Katie Holstrom and Joseph Cotten as Glenn Morley. Glenn Morley went to Europe, and Katie changed her mind. She remains in the Morley household as a maid. For weeks, almost every evening, she's been going to night school. And now, in the Morley library...
Last night, we learned why those nations went off the gold standard, Mr. Clancy.
You did, huh?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it was a move toward the nationalization of the world banking system through the social control of credit policies.
Oh, that's so.
Yeah.
How's the diction getting along?
Oh, that worries me, Mr. Clancy. Tomorrow night I have to have a speech memorized, and I don't know what to do.
A speech, huh?
Yeah.
Well, come here. Maybe I got one that'll help you.
The letters and speeches of Senator Morley.
Oh, I'll never forget this one. A lot of speeches had already been made that day. Good speeches, too. Then the senator got up and, well, here, read it, Katie.
Today, I don't want to make a speech. I want to tell you a story about a doctor named Sorensen. Dr. Sorensen practiced in the poor section of town, where people didn't always have the money to pay. His office was a small room over a livery stable. The shingle over the stable was a simple little sign that read, Dr. Sorensen upstairs. Well, even doctors get sick. And after working years with these poor people, Dr. Sorensen died. And all those people who loved him and whom he loved wanted to put up a fine marble monument, but they just couldn't afford it. So they took the sign from the stable and put it on the doctor's grave. There it stood. And that was his monument. Dr. Sorensen upstairs. Today, a president has died, but his dream of a League of Nations shall never die. It will live in the hearts of good, common people. For over the president's grave, the people have placed their everlasting monument, which, like the doctor's, reads simply, Woodrow Wilson, upstairs.
I'll be glad to loan you that book, Katie. It's mine.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Clancy. He must have been a wonderful man, Senator Morley.
His son hasn't turned out too bad either. He's coming home tonight, Katie.
Tonight?
Cable just came.
Oh, tonight.
You'll be leaving us soon, huh?
Oh, I have stayed too long already, Mr. Clancy. If I'm ever going to be a nurse...
Yeah. Meanwhile, Mrs. Morley's having a party to welcome him home.
Oh.
Come on. Let's get to work on that silver.
Yeah, you bet. Good evening, Miss Thatcher.
Hello, Catherine. I know I'm early. Well, is he home yet?
No, miss.
Oh, aren't you wearing your hair differently, Catherine?
I'm glad you noticed.
I think I like it better plain.
Oh, Mrs. Morley's in her sitting room if you care to go up.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. We must see Mrs. Morley right away. It's very urgent.
Yes, Mr. Nordic, Mr. Eckers. We'll wait in the library.
Gentlemen, such long faces.
We have bad news, Mrs. Morley. Poor Wilbur Johnson. Tragedy. A great tragedy.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Morley.
No, Katie. What happened? When?
He dropped dead an hour ago.
Dropped dead? Oh, no!
Oh, here now. Don't do that.
Look, she's fainting.
Katie.
What on earth?
Virginia, we were just talking about Wilbur Johnson. Katie came in to tell me something, and when Mr. Nordic said he dropped dead, Katie fainted.
Hi.
Glenn.
I'll get some water. Welcome home, Glenn. Hey, Clancy.
What's going on here?
Come on in, Glenn. Katie, dear.
Hello, Ma. What's she doing on the floor?
She just fainted. I think she thought you were the one who dropped dead.
Dropped it? Oh, you mean Johnson. They told me at the airport.
Look, she's coming too.
Katie. Katie, are you all right?
Oh, Mr. Morley.
I'll take care of her, Mrs. Morley. Come on, Katie.
Yeah.
You better lie down.
Telephone the guest, Clancy. The party's off.
Well, all in all, quite a homecoming.
Give me a kiss. Now, you look fine, Glenn, and I'm fine, so sit down and start thinking. Who's going to take Johnson's place?
I guess you'd rather I waited outside.
Sorry, Virginia. This may take hours.
I'll go quietly if you'll give me a scoop on who's replacing Johnson.
I think you'll just go quietly.
I'll call you first thing in the morning, Virginia.
You better, darling. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Miss Thatcher.
Good night. Shameful, gentlemen, that we have to talk politics before Johnson's even buried. But this is going to mean a special election, so we'd better start naming names. Who are we going to run to take Johnson's place?
We've been at this for 2 hours, and if you still insist that Finley's the best man, all right, I withdraw my objection.
Thank you, Mr. Nordic.
Well, then that's that. As soon as the governor has announced this special election, we'll call a mass meeting and introduce Finley as our candidate. And now let's have dinner. Well, Katie, is that you?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, come here. I want to talk to you.
I thought you were very busy working.
I am. Been ice skating lately?
No.
I tried it once in Switzerland. Wasn't much fun.
I tried it too, but I kept looking around for you to fall through the ice.
I thought a lot about you while I was away.
We thought a lot about you too, Mr. Morley.
Katie,
Yeah?
I was watching you at dinner. Apparently, you don't approve our choice of Mr. Finley.
Well, I don't think he's much an improvement over Mr. Johnson.
Well, what do you know about Finley anyway?
Well, I know his record, and it's a very bad record.
So you're an authority on Mr. Finley, too.
Oh, well, for one thing, now, why did he stop free milk in the grade schools?
Oh, if you don't like him, don't vote for him.
Oh, don't worry, I won't. I was only asking you, why did he stop the free milk?
Don't ask me. Ask Finley. There'll be a big mass meeting soon. Ask him. He'll be there.
All right, I will.
Well, all right.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
Upset me? I'm not upset.
Good night, Mr. Morley.
Good night.
What are they yelling about, Mr. Clancy?
Haven't you ever been to a political rally before? They'll yell at anything. Listen. Fish for sale! See what I mean?
Oh, no.
Well, they'd better start quieting down. The boss is going to introduce your pal,
Ladies
Finley.
and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. It's now my privilege to introduce your next speaker. Your former alderman. Your former commissioner. Your next congressman from the 13th District, Anders J. Finley.
I don't know how much more of this I can stand.
But Mr. Morley, why does he have to have a part of all this?
He doesn't like it any more than we do, but things like this bring in the votes.
Ladies and gentlemen, there have been a lot of speeches made here tonight. I'm going to make mine very short. I appreciate the magnificent tributes paid me by our wonderful leaders, Alfred T. Eckers and Orlando Nordic. And all I've got to say is that my platform is my record, and I stand on my record. Thank you. And now, if there are any questions anyone would like to ask, I'll be very glad to answer them.
I have a question.
Katie.
The little lady down there has a question.
My question is, why are you running for Congress?
Oh, brother.
Now, wait a minute. Let the little lady talk. Why do you ask that question, miss?
Because I'd like to know how you, with your record, can ask these people to vote for you.
I'll match my record with any man.
No, this record that Mr. Finley will match with any man's is as follows. In 1930, Alderman Finley's brother-in-law, Oscar Nordstrom, started getting the snow cleaning contract and received it every year that Mr. Finley sat on the council. In 1932, Alderman Finley said the bread lines were costing the city too much money. And he even introduced a bill to force apple sellers to buy licenses. And if that isn't enough, in 1933, Mr. Anders J. Finley, in a speech at Lincoln Heights School, told the parents
This young woman at a political rally held tonight in behalf of Anders J. Finley. Introduced by Congressman Morley, Mr. Finley...
Should I turn the radio off?
No.
But we've heard the same thing on 2 other news broadcasts already.
Katie, to hear it again.
I've been checking on her identity, and this beautiful blonde is employed as a maid in Congressman Morley's home. She couldn't have been more of a bombshell if she'd been planted there by the opposition party. Or was she?
Well, were you?
Neither Mr. Nordic nor Mr. Eckers...
I've been thinking, Mr. Morley, ever since I got home.
I better turn this off.
I'll leave here tonight.
Leave here? Well, that's great. You know what they'll say about me then, don't you?
No, what?
They'll say I threw you out. They'll say I'm against freedom of speech.
Right.
I need an aspirin.
Ought to do as he says, Katie. Just keep your mouth shut until this election's in the bag.
You're all right, Mr. Clancy. I will.
Well, Katie, you know who that was you were just talking to on the telephone?
He said his name is Mr. Hughes.
That's right, Mr. Hughes.
Well, why do you look at me like that? If you didn't want me to talk to him, why did you call me to the phone?
What did he want?
He wants me to come to his office this afternoon. Who is he, Mr. Clancy?
Merely the head of the opposition party, that's all.
The opposition party.
But he's a good man. If he wants to see you, well, go ahead.
But what would he want to see me about?
It's hard to read the mind of an honest politician. I don't know.
Well,
that's the situation. I phoned Katie Holstrom, and she's here in the outer office now, waiting to see us.
Bring her in.
Now, I don't know anything about this girl, except what she did to Finley last night. But sometimes, if you're lucky, you can put over a freak.
Well, she's wholesome looking for the women.
Serving girl and it's the labor vote. She's corn-fed for the farmers.
Swedish for the foreign-born.
What have we got to lose?
Well, shall we give her the pitch?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Hughes.
Send in Miss Holstrom.
The answer to what we're looking for.
Come in, Miss Holstrom.
Thank
you. I'd like you to meet Mrs. Ford.
How do you do?
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Raines. Mr. Collins.
How do you do?
I won't waste your time, Miss Holstrom. We've been talking things over, and our party simply doesn't have a candidate strong enough to beat Anders J. Finley.
At that rally last night, you were pretty positive about what kind of a congressman you didn't want. We're hoping you'd be just as positive as to what kind you did want.
Oh, well, what I think doesn't matter so much. But I feel what is needed is a man to represent all of us. And not just the people who raised the money that helped him in his campaign. He should know what all the people want and vote for what they want.
Thank you, Miss Holstrom, for giving us our candidate. You run, of course.
What?
You run for office. Be our candidate.
Me? Oh, Harold, Jude, what have I done? What have I done? My taxi is here now, Mrs. Morley, so I want to say goodbye.
You're really going to go through with this?
I have to.
Don't let her do it, Ma. She won't listen to me.
How can I stop her if that's what she wants to do?
Why, it's ridiculous. Here's a girl.
Catherine Holstrom.
Catherine Holstrom, right. A bunch of opportunities. Give her some song and dance about being able to elect her to Congress.
Uh-huh.
Why, she doesn't know the first thing about politics.
Mhm.
I ask you, how can she be expected to sound off on such things as a minimum wage bill, the full employment bill, a permanent FEPC, atomic bomb control, 100 other things?
Can you?
Well, that's beside the point. I'm already a congressman.
Oh.
Go on, Glenn.
Well, what right is she to run anyhow? Ma, you've got to stop her.
We have no right to stop her. Katie, you start running for Congress.
I give up.
My dear, I don't think you're remotely qualified either. And I mean to use every device in my power to defeat you. But goodbye, Katie, dear. And good luck.
Thank you, Mrs. Morley.
Clancy, she's leaving.
Oh, Mr. Clancy's waiting at the cab. Goodbye.
Oh, it's a rotten shame to take a nice girl like that and toss her in a den of lions.
Your concern wouldn't be because you're in love with her, would it?
Of course I'm not. It's just that she's a very sweet girl and fair play and...
Well, it's none of my business, but she's worth a dozen Virginias.
Of course she is. Why, a girl like that, in love with her, me...
I don't know why I'm crying, Mr. Clancy.
Because you can't bear to say goodbye to me.
Yeah. I guess that must be it.
I'm going to let you in on something, Katie. It might bring you luck.
What?
For over 30 years, I've been voting the Morley ticket. This time, I'm going to vote for you.
Oh, Mr. Clancy.
But that's really not a change, because in my book, you're Morley people. Go ahead, driver.
Oh.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Farmer's Daughter. It's a special pleasure to introduce our guest tonight, the lovely young actress, Miss Nancy Coleman. Let me congratulate you, Nancy, on your role in one of the important films of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley. You can imagine how delighted I was to be given a featured part in RKO's Morning Becomes Electra. Not only because it's a great drama, but because of the stars. Rosalind Russell, Michael Redgrave, and Leo Gann. It was a privilege to work with them all.
I think everyone agrees Rosalind has the greatest role of her career in Morning Becomes Electra.
Yes. She herself told me she felt it's by far the most challenging role she's ever done. During the 18 months it took to complete the picture,
I got to know her very well, and what a grand person she is.
Yes, Rosalind is much admired in Hollywood.
Everyone at the studio adores her. She's so good-looking and always so perfectly groomed. Her dressing table's a miracle of neatness. You know, I noticed one shelf in her cupboard is especially reserved for a supply of... Well, guess what, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, knowing that Rosalind Russell has been a Lux girl for years, I'm sure she always has plenty of her favorite beauty soap on hand.
Yes. She never neglects her daily Lux soap complexion care. And that's a wise beauty rule for any girl to follow. I know I find it so.
I wish our audience could see that lovely Lux complexion of yours, Miss Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I've always been a Lux girl. And now Lux toilet soap keeps my skin the way I want it for camera close-ups.
Have you used the new bath size cake, Miss Coleman?
Oh, yes, and it's wonderful. Makes my Lux soap beauty bath more luxurious than ever.
Luxury is what it's been designed for. The new bath cake is the same fine white Lux toilet soap in a big, generous size that gives lots of the rich, creamy Lux soap lather fastidious women love. Thank you for coming tonight, Miss Nancy Coleman, and a wonderful New Year to you. And here's a New Year's suggestion to women everywhere. When you go shopping, be sure to buy the new bath-size Lux toilet soap in the familiar sampler wrapper. Enjoy its delightful clinging fragrance, the extra luxury it gives to your bath. The whole family will enjoy it, too. We return you now to William Keighley.
Time now for the third act of The Farmer's Daughter, starring Loretta Young as Katie Holstrom and Joseph Cotten as Glenn Morley. Several weeks ago, Katie Holstrom came to Capital City to become a nurse. Instead, she became a maid. And now, overnight, she's turned into a candidate for Congress. Her political backers have furnished her with a suite of rooms in the Capital City Hotel. And there, with her brothers, Katie rehearses a campaign speech.
Only in cooperation with the rest of the world can we achieve a lasting and happy peace. If elected, I shall work for the rights of all people, no matter what their color or religion, and support every measure that advances those rights. I thank you. Well, boys.
It's too loud, Catherine. Must you yell
But
like
the
that?
diction teacher says I must project my voice. How can I project my voice if I don't... You come in?
Hello, Katie.
Mr. Morley.
Well, I'm on my way to Washington. I just thought I'd drop by.
Oh, I've been practicing a speech.
Yes, I was listening in the car to...
Oh. These are my brothers. Congressman Morley. This is Peter.
Hello, Peter.
And Sven.
Nice to meet you, sir.
And Olaf.
How do you do? Oh.
Did you like my speech, Mr. Morley?
Well, I'm hardly in a position
No,
to...
go ahead. Tell us. We want to know what you think.
I did it exactly as the diction teacher told me.
Then the first thing to do is fire the diction teacher.
What did I tell you?
It isn't the speech, Katie. It's just the way he's making you say it. I think it's ridiculous.
That's what I've been telling you for 3 days, Catherine.
So you're going to Washington?
I came to say goodbye because at the house I didn't say goodbye the way I wanted to.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Morley.
Good luck, Katie. Every kind of good luck.
Congressman, wait. Tell Catherine what she is doing wrong in her speech.
Oh, now, Olaf, Mr. Morley has to catch a train.
Well,
But she needs your help.
Well, look, Katie, I saw you at the rally. You spoke simply and honestly about how you felt. And that's the way you've got to talk through the entire campaign. You can't win by yelling and waving your hands. You've got to talk like... Well, Clancy told me how well you read one of my father's speeches. Talk like that, Katie. Just be yourself. Now start the speech again.
And now?
Now.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I want to ask you for the most precious thing you own, your vote.
That's it. That's the way to do it.
This right to vote is something that you must cherish and guard with courage and dignity. When someone asks you for your vote, you must be jealous of that vote. You must ask yourself, who is it that I'm voting for? What does he stand for? And what does he believe in? Nothing wrong can happen to you, the people, if you will use your vote properly. And no man...
Go on, Katie. Say it.
And no man or group of men can hurt you if you will use your power of a free and honest election.
ready for Congress. She's from the people. She's for the people.
Vote for Finley. Experience, foresight, integrity.
Capital City Evening News. Forecast poll of special election. Brandis J. Finley, 84%. Katie Holstrom, 16%.
Come on in, Eckers. What's the matter?
Well, Nordic, did you see the evening news? 2 weeks ago, Finley was walking away with that public opinion poll. Well, look at this.
Finley, 52%. Katie Holstrom, 48%. What's happening to those people? Have they gone nuts? With our machine and all the money we've spent, Finley ought to be at least 80%.
Do you realize it's just 2 days before election?
What did Mrs. Morley say about Glenn?
He's due back from Washington first thing tomorrow.
Oh, come in, Miss Morley. Hello, Finley. We were just talking about Glenn.
You can count on Glenn for 4 speeches, and we'll put him on the radio tomorrow night.
Well, Finley?
He's got to get in there and slug. Not that I'm exactly worried, but that Holstrom girl has been getting away with murder.
Excuse me, Mr. Nordic.
Well?
There's a man here to see you. He says it's very confidential.
All right, send him in.
Go right in, Mr. Berger.
Well, how do you do?
Well, you wanted to see me?
If you're the boss...
He's the boss. Now, who are you?
My name is Adolf Berger. It's okay if I talk in front of everybody, Mr. Nordic?
Go ahead, talk.
Well, there's some talk going around that Katie's going to run away with the election.
Katie? You know her?
I'm the one that brought her to Capital City last November.
Oh? Friend of the family?
I know the Holstroms all right. I'm a traveling painter, see? I paint barns, houses, fences.
Get to the point.
Well, I'm here in the interest of good American citizenship. And I don't think that a girl of Katie's character should be allowed to run for Congress.
What's that?
I got some pretty personal information, see? About a night she spent in the motel when, due to circumstances...
Why you think Katie should not be allowed to run for Congress. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your point in telling us this?
Well, like I told you, good citizenship.
I suppose you expect some expression of our gratitude.
Oh, no, ma'am. Although things have been kind of rugged lately, if I could get a hold of a few $100...
What kind of a campaign do you think we're conducting? Get out of here, Berger, before I throw you out.
I can prove everything I said.
Get out of here.
Okay, if that's what you want. I just thought you wanted to win this election.
But he said he had proof. What goes on around here? Are we for me or are we for Katie?
I haven't quite made up my mind, Mr. Finley.
That may be funny to you, Mrs. Morley, but I've spent 20 years of my life in politics.
I can match that and add 20.
I'm sorry. I know if it weren't for your backing, I'd really be a dead duck. Well, if it's all right with you, I'll drop over to see Glenn first thing in the morning.
We'll all be over in the morning. Without Glenn's help now, we're sunk.
Now, wait a minute, please. Oh, Virginia, what were you saying?
That I think you're being very foolish, Glenn. Don't you realize that this story of Berger's would cinch the election for Mr. Finley?
You bet it would.
Oh, I don't know what you're all talking about. Nordic, didn't you just tell me you threw Berger out of the office?
Well, yes, I did. But
Mr. Finley, however, happened to run into Berger last night.
Why beat around the bush? I went after Berger, and I'm glad I did. Look at these signed statements. The mechanic who fixed his car, the woman who runs the motel. Sworn statements, Glenn.
Hey, you've been busy as little beavers, haven't you?
Now, just a minute, Glenn. This is a hot story, and I work for a newspaper.
It's loaded with enough dynamite to blast that cheap Noah
Shut up,
Finley.
We've got to be practical, Glenn. In politics, you use every break you can get.
Virginia, don't print that story about Katie.
Why, Glenn, I seem to remember you on the platform saying, quote, I'll fight for free speech and freedom of the press.
And I remember that the polls open tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. As things stand now, it's a 50-50 bet we're going to get our ears pinned back. Mrs. Morley, will you please ask your son, do we want to win this election or not?
I must assume that Berger's information is correct, Glenn. And I suppose we have to win an election.
I'm phoning this story to my office.
If that story's printed, I quit the party.
Well, I hate to think of a Morley leaving the party, Glenn. When your father died, it was a little tough for us for a while. We made it all right. Guess we can make it again.
And if you'll excuse me, I need some fresh air.
Call your paper, Miss Thatcher. They can print everything.
Extra, House Painter Space Katie and startling expose.
Candidate Katie refuses to talk, cancels speeches, and leaves town.
Finley's election assured as scandal hits Katie.
All I want from you, Mr. Hughes, is to find out where Katie is. I've got to see her.
Congratulations, Morley.
Where did she go?
This is a rotten way to win an election. Even if it's true, you shouldn't have done it.
What do you mean, even if it's true?
You know exactly what I mean. Anyway, She and her brothers have gone back to their farm.
That's all I wanted to know. Katie, say something, won't you? You can feed the chickens later. Katie, look, I saw your brothers. I tried to talk to them. They walked away from me, too. You don't think I believe what was in the newspaper? You don't think I'd stay with a party that would countenance a thing like that, do you? I've quit the party. That's what I've come to tell you. Well, that's all I wanted to say. No, it isn't all. I'm in love with you.
Glenn. Katie. Oh, darling. I love you. I love you so much.
Katie.
Oh, darling.
How would you like to come to Washington with me? You'll be the happiest girl who never got elected to Congress.
Of course, darling, of course. Glenn, Papa's old-fashioned. You'll have to ask him, too.
Sure. I'll ask him. Where's the kitty? Where's Papa?
It's important, Catherine. I'm trying to plow.
It's important, Papa. This is Glenn Morley.
Yeah, I know from your picture, Mr. Morley.
Mr. Holstrom, I want you to know I had nothing to do with what was in the paper about Katie.
Yeah, I know from your picture. It is sad this had to happen. Sad for Catherine and sad for the people that love her.
I know how they feel. I love her, too.
We want to be married, Papa.
And you come for my permission?
Yeah.
Did you come for my permission when you ran away from Capital City?
I told you before.
You told me lots of things. You asked me nothing. You want her to quit too, Mr. Morley?
I thought it would be the easiest thing for Katie.
Yeah, the easiest thing. So you want to get married. Well, go ahead. I don't care whether you get married or not.
Are you trying to make me feel ashamed, Papa?
Yeah, but ashamed only for quitting. If you want to be in Congress, then you must fight.
How can she fight the kind of lies they've been printing about her?
He's right, Papa.
I don't care what it says in the papers or anywhere else. Woman or man, if you don't want to fight for truth, then you shouldn't be in Congress.
Will you help me fight, Glenn?
Oh, you bet I will.
Oh, darling.
You know, Mr. Holstrom, I wish I had you for my campaign manager.
Good. I think you make fine son-in-law.
I hope so.
I know so. From your picture.
Hello? Glenn, where on earth are you? You're what? I suppose you think that comes as a big surprise to me. They're going to get married, Clancy.
It's okay. I approve.
What? No, but I wish you hadn't walked out quite so fast this morning. I have a very interesting guest here. Never mind who. Just stay where you are and wait till I call you back. Yes, very soon, I hope.
Interesting guest. You may not know it, Mrs. Morley, but Anders J. Finley is drunk. I better take him home.
You stay just where you are. A couple of more drinks, and maybe I can give Glenn a wedding present.
Excellent licking, Mrs. Morley, excellent.
Glad you like it.
And don't think I'm not flattered. Just you and I chatting socially in your home.
Well, it's the least I can do, Mr. Finley. You've been of great service to the party. But I'm worried.
But the election's in the bag now.
I'm worried about all that money you must have paid Adolph Berger. I think the party should reimburse you.
I wouldn't hear of it. What's $3,000, huh?
$3,000, then?
2,000 to Berger, 500 each to the mechanic and the motel lady.
You don't say. Surely you're not going to turn Berger loose with all that money.
Huh?
Well, he might get drunk and start talking how he invented the whole story.
Oh, not little Adolf. I've got him in protective custody until after election.
In a safe place, I hope.
In my lodge up at Kaluma Lake. I got a couple of my toughest boys guarding him.
Your boys?
Mm-hmm.
You have your own machine, Mr. Finley?
Oh, it's a national organization the boys and I belong to. We got to stay undercover for a while, but we've got a great plan mapped out to educate the people.
Oh, how nice.
100% Americanism.
Oh, yes. No foreigners. The right kind of religion.
Right. Oh, I guess I know where you stand, Mrs. Morley.
I think that's about all I wanted to hear, Mr. Finley.
Huh?
All right, Clancy, you can throw him out now, right on his 100% American ear.
Hello? Hello, Ma. We're at Kaluma Lake.
Did you get Adolf?
You bet we did. Quite a brawl while it lasted,
Well,
Ma.
tell me about it.
I wouldn't know. I tripped over a stump and knocked myself out.
That's my boy, all right.
Katie and her brothers got him. We'll be home in a couple of hours. Better have Nordic at the house. I may have a statement to make.
Midnight, Glenn. The polls open in 7 hours.
Get on it right away, Nordic. There's still time. I'll stick by the party only if we dump Finley and say so publicly.
Impossible.
Call the newspapers. They've put out extras for less reason than this. Issue a statement in support of Katie and get it on the radio, too.
But you can't tell
All
an
of
entire...
this must be done by 7 o'clock.
But...
You heard what the man said, Mr. Nordic. Now get going.
Yes, Mrs. Morley.
Extra, extra. Finley's party throws him out. Nordic edges all voters to back Katie Holstrom.
Danger confesses Finley pride. Both parties endorse Katie.
And speaking to you from his room in the hospital, here is Adolf Bergen.
I lied, and I'm sorry I lied. Everything I said about Katie is a lie. Mr. Finley gave me $2,000 to lie about Katie.
You have placed in me a great trust and a great confidence. I am very grateful. I promise I will do everything in my power to fulfill that trust.
Well, there it is, Katie. The capital of the United States.
Sometimes I wonder, Glenn. Maybe I should have stayed at home and been a nurse after all.
If you ask me, our party can use a good nurse, too. Come on, Katie. We don't want to be late for your first session.
Glenn, I just go in? What is customary?
Oh, I'm not quite sure of the protocol in a case like this. I'll just carry you across the threshold and see what happens.
Now, darling, we went skating. You fell through the ice, remember? And when we went after Mr. Berger, you knocked yourself out, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, I think it's safer if I just walk in.
So Katie goes to Congress, and our thanks go to tonight's delightful stars who've helped us start the new year so auspiciously. Loretta Young and Joseph Cotten, who returned to the footlights in response to your applause. Loretta, we're happy to have you back from London in time for tonight's performance.
Oh, thank you, Bill.
You and Sam Goldwyn must feel pretty proud, Loretta, to have had your picture, The Bishop's Wife, selected for London's command performance.
Indeed.
Not to mention receiving the congratulations of the King and Queen.
Oh, it was a thrill, all right. But except for that, our trip was pretty sobering.
How do you mean, sobering?
Well, Joe, you have to experience the shortage of food in England to realize how desperate their situation is.
I can readily understand your donating the food you bought for you and your husband.
Well, unfortunately, it was so little. But we were told it helped prolong the lives of 10 people for 6 months.
Well, it looks as if the best way we can wish our European friends a Happy New Year is to send them every bit of food we possibly can spare.
Well, that's our resolution for 1948, Joe.
And a very splendid one. Have you made any other New Year's resolutions, Loretta?
Well, a few, Bill. But there's one thing that doesn't need a resolution, and that's to continue using Lux soap faithfully for my complexion.
And I can see by the evidence in front of me, you'll really keep it.
Well, thank you.
What's following The Farmer's Daughter on this stage next Monday night, Bill?
Next week, from my home studio, 20th Century Fox, we bring our audience a punch-packed melodrama that equals in excitement anything I've ever seen. It's Kiss of Death, with its original outstanding stars, Victor Mature, Colleen Gray, and that unusual new personality, Richard Widmark.
Well, that ought to keep your listeners rooted in suspense, Bill.
We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, and best wishes for the new year. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Victor Mature, Colleen Gray, and Richard Widmark in Kiss of Death. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's a New Year's resolution we hope every housewife will make: to save and turn in every drop of used fat during 1948. The need is still great because world production of fats and oils is still far below requirements. So it's up to the kitchens of America to make up the deficit. It can be done easily if we all do our share. Many stores are now paying higher prices for used fats, so turn in a tin as soon as it's filled. Your dealer will pay you for every pound. Joseph Cotten appeared by arrangement with David O. Selznick, producer of Alfred Hitchcock's The Paradine Case. Heard in our cast tonight were Janet Scott as Mrs. Morley, Cliff Clark as Clancy, Bill Johnstone as Finley, Frances Robinson as Virginia, and Robert Griffin, Leo Cleary, Herbert Rawlinson, Norman Field, Lois Corbett, Herbert Butterfield, Ira Grossell, Clark Gordon, George Neese, June Whitley, Stanley Farrar, and Eddie Marr. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Kiss of Death with Victor Mature, Colleen Gray, and Richard Widmark.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families throughout America compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with the brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Kiss of Death with Victor Mature, Colleen Gray, and Richard Widmark. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theatre of the Air.
Tonight, and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. And now, here's America's most famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles.
You might say that the following half hour from Shivers, arranged for your delectation by Mr. Norman Corwin, is a radio documentary. Here is an authentic word-for-word confession of a murder committed by a middle-aged Englishman named Dougal some 41 years ago. Except for occasional dialogue indicated in the confession itself, we're bringing you over these microphones exactly what the killer told the British police, exactly as it came out of his own tortured mind and in his very own words. So that this special broadcast may move without interruption, our sponsors have kindly omitted their commercial message at the time, which usually comes in the middle break. So right now, before we get started, let's pause for a few seconds to do homage to a very patient and long-suffering gentleman, your dealer of blended, splendid, yes, your Pabst Blue Ribbon dealer deserves sympathy these days of the beer shortage. For after all, it's not much fun for him to have to tell you thirsty folks that he can't let you have all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. So please remember two things. First, remember he's doing his very best, as are we, to get you your share of Pabst Blue Ribbon. And second, remember that every single bottle you do get will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, as always, every taste is just the way you want it. Not too heavy, not too light, with that real beer flavor coming through. As always, it's blended splendid, Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, the Mercury brings you Orson Welles in his own production of Norman Corwin's The Moat Farm Murder.
And now, if the stenographer is ready, we will proceed with Mr. Dougal's confession from where he left off in our last session. Go ahead, Mr. Dougal.
Well, I did not find Miss Holland as generous as I expected. As I didn't have very much money, I suggested we should buy a farm. I think we looked at about a dozen farms altogether, but none of them suited me. So I came across the Moat House farm. It was just the place I wanted. When she complained of its loneliness, I said that was its charm, because we should be able to live there together away from any inquisitive strangers. Everything went all right up to the time that the farm was purchased, and I certainly did intend that the deed should be made out in my name, but to this Miss Holland would not consent. Nor would she pay the deposit in my name, and therefore all the visions I'd had of getting hold of the farm, turning it out, and selling it, melted away. Finding she was so tight-fisted, I began to think of various schemes to put her out of the way. But I thought I'd wait a little bit to see if she altered. I think she was naturally very mean. Strange to find a woman so mean, because otherwise she was not so bad. She'd often try when I was miserable or down in the dumps, cheer me up by playing or singing to me. And then she was rather snappy at times, and if I didn't quite agree with everything she said, she'd bounce out of the room, and then perhaps towards evening she'd get over her temper, and she'd come downstairs and plead for forgiveness.
Herbert,
What is it?
I'm sorry about losing my temper.
How? Are you now?
I'm afraid I was sharper than I need have been. Do you forgive me?
Why, yes, Cecile. Just so long as you realize that I was right in the matter.
Oh, I suppose you were, Herbert.
Well, then let's forget it.
It's only my state of nerves, really. It makes me give way to such temper.
I certainly thought she had more money than she did. And although we were such great friends, it was not without the greatest trouble that I got to know all about her financial position. I made up my mind at last to put her out of the way. I used to sit and think about it for hours because although I'd done a lot of things during my life, I couldn't quite make up my mind to go so far as to murder her. But when we actually moved into the farm, I definitely decided what I should do. I thought that a very good place to bury her would be the ditch. That was why the very first week we were at the farm, I gave orders for it to be filled in. Though she knew nothing about it, she came out of the house and stood at the side of the ditch whilst I and Pilgrim, the laborer, were discussing the best way to fill it up. The elder three stood by the side. I could feel they are now holding one of the boughs and arguing about the ditch being filled in until proper arrangements had been made for draining it another way. I therefore insisted on the work being commenced at once, so I did not want the filling in completed. I don't think I should have done it. Had I not wanted money very badly. I made one final appeal to Miss Holland to let me have some money, but she refused. She was so mean that she would not trust me with even the wages to pay the farmhands. And at last I was so pushed in a corner that I determined to finish the matter that week. Of course, I know all about firearms. When the wind was in a certain direction, I fired the revolver off several times in the coach house in order to see if one could hear it while they were in the back of the house. I was very glad to find that nobody heard any report. I placed the revolver fully loaded and some cartridges on a shelf in the coach house, ready for me when I wanted it. It was there 7 or 8 days before I finally used it.
Just a moment, Mr. Dougal. What about the testimony of the servant girl Blackwell that you made advances to her late one night?
You know, what that servant girl says about me going to her door is about right. Although I think she exaggerates a little. Well, Miss Holland and I had quite a row about it. She accused me of a lot of things. Of course, I declared that the servant's story was a lie from top to bottom, but she stuck up for the girl. She made herself so ill that she cried very nearly the whole of one day. On Friday morning, we made it up. We had breakfast together on Friday morning. I got around her by lunchtime. We made up our quarrel. She'd forgiven me, and that was why we thought of going for a drive. It was a beautiful night. So we let the horse walk slowly home. I think it was about 8:15 when we got back to the farm. When I'd taken the horse out, I thought she'd go in the house, but instead of that, she made some remark about it being a beautiful moonlight night. I pushed the trap into the coach house by this time, so I stepped up to the side of the trap, reached down the revolver, and as Miss Holland stood just near the door, looking at the moon, I shot her. She dropped just like a log. And then I pulled her into the coach house. If I live to be 1,000 years old, I shall never forget the feeling as I caught hold of both her hands and drew her along until I got her into the coach house. All kinds of things came into my mind, and my heart seemed almost to stand still as I put my hand inside her dress to feel if her heart was beating. Of course, I knew that she was dead. Yet I don't know what made me do it, but I knelt down on one knee and pulled her head and asked her to speak if she could. Cecile! Cecile! Speak to me, Cecily. Do you see me? Cecily! I didn't think this was much use, but why I did it, I can't tell even now. What I thought for a moment she might come to. Oh, there was no blood about. I wasn't quite certain where the bullet had struck her. Great beads of perspiration began to run down my back, for I had a most peculiar sensation. As if someone was following me. I thought the doors of the coach house had opened. And she was walking out after me. I could almost feel her touch me. And as true as there's a God in heaven, I was ready to drop. I must have stood there some seconds. Then I put my hand into my pocket and drew out the revolver and turned round and looked straight at the coach house. I could not quite get out of my mind. I get rid of the feeling that someone or something besides myself stood between me and the coach house. I still had an impression that someone had come towards me. So I leveled up the revolver and stood there with it in my hand. I don't think I could have uttered a word to have saved my life. My tongue was like a great ball of fire and quite hurt myself. I did, trying to get some saliva to moisten my mouth, my parched tongue. Then I remembered how silly it was. Of course, there was no one. I put the revolver back into my pocket and walked back into the house. And then I don't know why, but I thought it might be all a mistake. Perhaps after all, the bullet hadn't struck her. She'd only fainted. She might come to if I gave her some brandy. So I caught hold of the decanter and walked across with it in my hand to the coach house. But I couldn't make up my mind for a second or two to go inside. I called out, Cecily! 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 And then I thought what a fool I was. I went into the coach house, but it was dark. All dark. I pushed the door further open so some of the light from the moon had come in. And she was in exactly the same position as I'd left her, so I knelt down and I poured some of the brandy over her face, thinking maybe it might revive her. But really, I knew this was impossible because she was dead. I knew she was dead. I tried to sit her up, but she fell back, and I knew it was all over then. Of course, I'd arranged everything. I'd mapped out everything days before I was going to bury her. I knew just where. I sat down, began thinking over new schemes. Every few minutes, I kept touching her and feeling her pulse and speaking to her. And I made up my mind that he did this. Not to put her in the ditch, but to take her away and bury her somewhere else. So I took off her hat and her veil and the jacket she was wearing. I picked her up in my arms and walked down by the side of the little moat. Her head was leaning over my shoulder. As I carried her along, I wished there was a great big furnace there that I could put her in and watch her burn. I thought of cutting her up into pieces and putting her into the moat. Then I thought of the time it'd take me. I was afraid of being interrupted. Somehow I wanted to bury her out of sight, and yet I wanted to keep her by the side of me. So I went back to the field, and I picked her up again and carried her over to one of the haystacks. I found then that she was getting all cold and stiff, for there was a strong breeze blowing. It was rather a cold night. It was horrible to see her lying on the ground. Before I picked her up the last time, I wished she was alive again, because... Well, then I thought, after all, she hadn't done me any harm. So I knelt down, and you wouldn't believe this. I kissed her once or twice. All the good times we'd had, all the good times seemed to come back to me. And I remembered once or twice when I'd been sick, and she'd nursed me and tried to get me well. And I thought, after all, what a bit hard to do her in. Then I began to think what had happened to me if she was found. I thought I'd hide her in the haystack for a few days, but finally I made up my mind that I'd get rid of her once and for all. I went to get the fork and carried some straw and laid it down at the bottom of the ditch. And I began to think of the way she'd nagged me and the difficulty I'd had getting money from her. So I caught hold of her hand and pulled the ring off her finger. She was very fond of this ring. It had been given to her by, well, I guess the only man she ever really loved. I asked her to tell me the story one day. She did. She said that while her aunt kept a ladies' school at Liverpool, she used to help her in the management.
While doing so, I grew very fond of a brother of one of the pupils, a midshipman who'd returned home from a voyage. He had some relatives in the West Indies. He went out there shortly afterwards and took some kind of post. He used to write me letters, and just when everything looked bright, he was drowned through the upsetting of a yacht, and his body was not recovered for some days. When it was found, the ring that he wore on his finger was taken off, sent home to his parents, who gave it to me.
Well, I took that ring off her finger. And just as I did so, a stray moonbeam came through one of the cracks of the door and played all about her face. It made me quite shudder. Also, I put my hand down and caught hold of the gold cross that was round her neck and wrenched it off, snapping the chain on which it used to hang round her neck. I turned her over, put my hand in her pocket, and took out her purse. I don't think I knew what I was doing then. I picked her up in my arms, and just as you'd carry a baby, I carried her out of the coach house and laid her on the straw. One minute I wanted to kiss her, and the next minute I wanted to pitch a lot of mold over her. But at last I made up my mind that I'd bury her. Bury her and get her out of sight. I thought perhaps unless I covered her over, the fowls would scratch away the straw, so I got me some brambles and twigs and pieces of wood and stretched them over the body. I picked up the fork and put a thin layer of earth over the top of the brambles and straw, and then I went back into the house. Went to bed. I couldn't sleep. I got up and walked round the farm and down to the road, back again. I couldn't keep my eyes off the ditch. I'm sure I aged that night 20 years. I never closed my eyes the whole night long, and I could not keep still or rest for even a quarter of an hour. I tried to read. I tried to write. I tried to sleep. It was all in vain. Not one single moment's peace did I have, and I'm sure that if I went once to that ditch, I went plenty times. First thing I did when I got to the house was to open Miss Holland's desk and go through a lot of her papers in order to find out, if possible, how much money she had. She kept her accounts very neatly, but I was very disappointed when I found out she was not worth more than £6,000 or £7,000. I thought perhaps Miss Holland had some more cash concealed about the place somewhere, so I turned over her trunks and I turned over her boxes. But I could not find any cash. And I certainly did feel somewhat disappointed. I come out to a terrible part of my life because however clever one may be, however well one's plans have been carried out, there's always a suspicion lurking at the back of your head that you may have made one little blunder that will lead to the truth coming out. As sure as I'm alive on this earth, no one tried harder than I did to banish entirely from my mind all recollections of that terrible night. But I found it was physically impossible. It did not matter where I was or who was with me. The moment there was a lull in the conversation, the moment my attention was taken from anything away back to the farm went my thoughts. As sure as I stand here, I can swear that I've gone into that coach house hundreds of times, expecting to see her lying on her back as I dragged her in there. But nothing would make me believe this till I'd gone in and think for myself. I did this 2 or 3 times a day sometimes. And all the time I knew I'd buried her in the ditch and she was still there. I tried to reason with myself, time out of number. But it was no good. I had to go into that coach house and see for myself that she was not there. Sometimes when I've been walking along or sitting in a railway carriage, I've closed my eyes and tried to make myself believe that it was all a dream. That Miss Holland wasn't dead. And it was some foolish thought that I got into my mind. I've got up and said to myself, "You're not a murderer, old man. Whatever else you may be." Then I sat down again. And I felt much better and more satisfied. But unfortunately, this didn't last very long. A few minutes later, my mind traveled back to May 19th. Now I could see myself loading the revolver in the morning, putting it on the shelf, taking the pony out of the trap, standing on the step, and shooting her. Why, 3 years after she had been dead, I could close my eyes and still feel that I had her in my arms. Yes, I could still feel her head hanging over my shoulder. I could still see her face as I laid her in the ditch. One time I could sleep. Perhaps for a few hours I'd forget all about the Moat Farm. As time went on, I found it impossible to get a night's rest. Then I took to walking in my sleep. And I thought I should have gone mad. When I found I was a somnambulist. I remember one night I returned from London. After having a good look around, I went to bed. I think about 11 o'clock. I remember quite well taking off my clothes, getting into bed. Just before daybreak, I suddenly came to myself. And I found I was standing by the side of the ditch. And that a spade was in my hand. I was in my nightshirt. I got out of the bedroom, walked down the stairs, opened the door, crossed over the Moat Bridge, gone into the coach house, and then gone to the grave with a spade in my hand. I think I must have been standing there a long time because it was very cold. My nightshirt was wet with dew. I shook from head to foot. My teeth chattered. I was aching in every limb when I woke up. So I pitched the spade back into the coach house. I went back to bed. There I lay awake. Count me out. I was really afraid of myself. I thought that one of these mornings the laborers had come in and find me standing there. I thought of all kinds of methods to prevent myself from being found there. The only way that I could prevent myself walking out to the ditch in my sleep was locking the gate at the entrance of the Moat Bridge. I put a bit of chain around it. Before I went to bed, I used to see to it that it was padlocked. All this did not prevent my walking in my sleep, but it stopped me going out to the ditch. Because I used to go right up to the gate. As it was locked, I feel certain I used to turn round and go back to bed. I know I did this because one day the gate was painted white. And when I woke up in the morning, I found my hands covered in white paint, which showed that I'd gone down to the gate and tried to open it. I got very ill about this time.
Tell me, Mr. Dougal, when did you first begin to sense danger? Before or after the investigation was started?
When the superintendent called at the farm, I think that's when I began to see danger. I thought it best to leave the farm. Leave it once and forever. Well, I didn't know where I was going when I left it. Sometimes I didn't seem to care whether they found me or whether they didn't find me. I was so tired of it all. And yet the moment I thought of a hand being placed on my shoulder, I conjectured up all kinds of pictures. I've seen myself tried. I've heard myself sentenced. And I've felt myself standing on the scaffold with a rope round my neck. But at times as I sat in my cell, I often thought that after all, I was only living a life of misery. And it'd be better to end it.
Your obedient servant, Orson Welles, and you've just heard our Mercury production of The Moat Farm Murder, a radio documentary by the Mercury's good friend, Mr. Norman Corwin. I was Dougal the killer, and Mercedes McCambridge was heard as Miss Holland, his hapless victim. We'll be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week, but first, Jim Ameche.
Let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he's unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Welles.
Next Friday night, if you're minded to join us, we're bringing you one of the most heartwarming stories ever written in America. Ring Lardner, the author, is, past argument, one of the best of all the writers our country has ever produced, and it's with pride and humility that we same time think station his deathless portrait of an old couple very much in love with each other. Golden honeymoon. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, and for all of us on the Mercury, not excepting the old maestro Bernard Herrmann, who, like the poor, is always with us with his wonderful music, we remain, as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This year, when food shortages threaten starvation to millions, our farmers need all the help they can get to bring in the crops. So, all of you who can work for the remainder of the season should get in touch with your agent or local farm employment office immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
It's 8:30. Saturday Night Theatre.
Euch gewarnt. Jeder Widerstand ist rechtswidrig. Wir werden euch jetzt mal zeigen, was Vergeltungsmaßnahmen sind. Maintenant vous comprirez. Ihr seid verantwortlich. Ihr alle seid verantwortlich. Feldwebel. Jetzt!
The Rose Garden by Nick McCarthy, with Nigel Anthony as Tony Parker and Arnold Peters as Alan Bryant. The Rose Garden.
Well, they ran out of sausages, Tony.
I'll live.
What did you eat this morning?
You know what I ate this morning.
Yes, a glass of scotch.
Well, it's not every day you get a letter from your wife saying divorce is okay by her.
G&T for you, Jill. Scotch for you, Tony. No sausages, they've run out.
Yes, I know, thanks.
Cheers.
Well, cheers. Here's to a happy divorce, Tony. Drink up.
Cheers.
What are you planning to do, Tony, now?
I don't know. Work's thin. Can't seem to place the features I used to.
Yeah, looking for something juicy?
Not what you mean by that, George, no. I could use a good story, something strong. Jacko Peters on the Star told me he'd be interested. It's just finding the right one.
And if you don't?
Now, you know what my bank balance looks like, love, a disaster area.
You, serious about wanting a story?
Very, yes. Why?
I've got something might interest you, old lad.
Yeah?
I was down at the Escapers Club the other night.
Oh, no, hold on, George. Not another war story. We've had enough of them, surely to God.
How old are you?
Now, don't give me that old line, George.
I was in it, and you have a lot to be grateful for. You young men don't know what it's all about. Hear one story, you've heard them all.
Oh, Tony, love. That sounds a bit chilly from you.
That's true. The fact of life.
You want to hear it?
Could we stop you?
We were talking the way you do. Anyway, I'd been shot down on a raid. Whole fuselage shot off and me winding my gun turret to the back. Whining like mad to make a big enough gap to get me and that trusty chute through. Damned uncomfortable feeling, I can tell you. We were miles off course by this time. The rest had it. Anyway, down I float, sweet as a bird. Pitch up at a farmhouse, and off we go on a cross-country, down one of those escape lines you lads are so fond of writing about.
Speak for yourself, George.
I'll ignore that. Well, one of the villages I went through is in the south. Nice place. A small town, really. Anyway, and this is the point.
Oh, good.
A chap I knew still lives there. Was a member of the Marquis group in the area.
So?
He's English. He stayed on.
Is that so unusual? I mean,
It happens, yes.
And what's his name?
Ah, you're interested, see? We didn't exactly swap names in those days, old son. Security. The RAF Escapers Club might help you, if it interests you.
No, it's a so-what story, George. There's nothing there.
No?
I wouldn't buy it, no.
6 months ago, an English journalist was found in his burned-out car in the south of France. Remember?
Yes. Yes. He was working for an agency.
Well, he was found in the same village. The village where the Marquis was strong. The village I came through. The village in which this Englishman still lives. Well?
Well, what?
Suppose he was on to something. Something somebody else didn't want brought out in the open. It'd make a story, wouldn't it?
Well, perhaps.
And you speak the lingo, old boy, don't you? You could ferret about a bit. Anyway, the change would do you good, even if there was nothing in it.
Yeah. Maybe it would. Thanks, George. I'll think about it. Bert! Bert! Oh, you'll have to stop smoking those, Bert.
I've got to have my pleasure, Tony. Did you find what you wanted?
Yeah, this para here. I'd like a copy. Plus any follow-up in the next few days' editions. Can you fix that, mate?
Alfred Porter. A British journalist found in his car in the forest that's nearly a year ago, Tony.
Yeah, but can you do it by 11? I've got an appointment with God then. Okay?
Okay.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, no, there's no need to look so disapproving. I've got an appointment.
I know. I nearly took the morning off.
Oh, you're a charming woman. Did anyone tell you? Is he in?
Well, he's expecting you.
My coffee black with cream, okay?
Oh.
It's a chance, Jacko. It's what I'm good at. Digging up facts, putting them together, making sense. You know that.
But he's been dead 6 months, Tony. More. And the police reports say accident. Car caught, foot trapped. Well, doesn't look much.
Yes, but what was he looking for? Did you find that out?
Well, yes, I did.
Well?
You're right. He'd had a whisper about something during the war. I don't know what. It could have been a genuine accident, Tony.
Yes, but it just might not have been. Am I on?
You need the job, Tony?
Well, I want to go away from here, yes.
Personal reasons? The usual reasons?
You could say that, yes.
You never learn, do you? All right, you're on. You get the story down there, and I'll certainly print. It's always nickled me, that. Don't like the idea of someone suppressing information. And someone apparently might be. So, on your way.
He commissioned it?
Yes.
So, a fat fee?
Something. Expenses cut to the bone.
That's not why you won't let me come with you.
No.
Why not?
You want to know? You really want to know?
Yes.
How long have you been living here?
5 months.
Oh, you counted. Right, well, hear this. My wife's willing to get a divorce. I'm free now, or I'm going to be. No liabilities. I like the feeling. Do you get the idea? I mean, I'm sick of permanence. I'm sucked dry. Loyalty, allegiances, get in the way.
Including me?
If you like.
Do you think I'm going to sit around waiting for you to come back? Knitting?
I don't care. Sorry, but I don't care.
Oh, go to hell.
London to Nice, BE806. This is the final call for all passengers for flight BE806. Boarding now at gate 7.
Monsieur. The name's Parker. I have a reservation.
Ah, yes, Monsieur Parker. Room number 23. Don't have many guests at the moment, monsieur. It's the wrong season for us.
You'll be glad I've come, then.
Pardon? Oh, yes. I'll send someone for your things.
No, I'll manage. I wonder if you could help me, though.
Naturally.
There's an Englishman who lives around here, has lived here since the war.
English, monsieur?
Yes, English.
Oh, very sorry, monsieur.
You don't know him?
I don't know him, no, I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Good afternoon. Afternoon.
Yes, monsieur?
I was looking for Monsieur Bouchard.
Yes?
I had some business with him.
I see.
Well, can you tell me where I can find him?
It depends, monsieur.
Does it indeed?
On what your business might be.
Well, I'm a journalist from England.
Your name? Your paper?
Parker. Tony Parker. Freelance.
And how can Monsieur Bouchard help you?
Well, I'll tell him that, shall I?
As you wish. Please come into the office. It's a little noisy here, I'm afraid. Please sit down.
Monsieur Bouchard?
Please forgive me. So many people come, ask questions, want to look around, bore me with their stories, you know.
I see.
Only a small business here, local paper, once a week. Nothing much in the way of staff, as you can see. They're attracted for some reason to the bright lights of Nice, or even Paris. The young. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I don't know exactly. I have the beginnings of a story. A friend of mine, well, an acquaintance rather, was through here during the war. His plane was shot down. He told me he was helped by the Marquis.
Well, that's not so unusual, Mr. Parker. You want to contact the old Marquis group?
Well, not exactly. Could you help me if I did?
Unfortunately, I was in North Africa at the time. My father had the paper.
What could he remember?
He's been dead many years. Shot.
Oh, sorry.
I don't wish to tell you your job, monsieur, but surely these stories are a commonplace of war?
Perhaps they are, but it's not that story that interests me so much as the Englishman who is still here, the Englishman who was in the group.
An Englishman? I don't think so.
Yes, I checked. The Escapers Club records do show a man called Bryant as having operated in this area for some time. He was last heard of here.
And they said he was still here? In this village?
Well, not exactly. They'd lost touch, but they were sure he'd stayed on here after the war.
Monsieur, the war ended 30 years ago.
Yes, I know. So, the name Bryant means nothing to you?
I'm afraid not.
I see. Well, there is another angle. Alfred Porter.
I'm sorry?
Alfred Porter. He was an English journalist, died here. His car was burned out, remember?
Ah, yes, of course. But that was last year. I mean, surely an accident of that sort has no news value now. It wouldn't have to me.
No, perhaps not. I just thought he might have come to see you, told you what he was on to, asked for your help, like I did.
No, monsieur, no, he didn't. No. Well, we reported the accident, of course, but I didn't meet Porter. I have no idea why he was here.
Well, apparently he was interested in something that happened here during the war. Something to do with the Marquis, perhaps. I don't know exactly what. Funny he didn't ask your advice.
Yes, I agree it is strange, but he didn't. No, I'm sorry, monsieur. I'm not being much help to you, am I? No, I know nothing of this man, Brian, nor of the journalist.
Oh, well, I'll ask around. Rather a lot hangs on this one. Still, thanks for your time.
I'm sorry I couldn't tell you more. Perhaps if you'd care to eat with me one evening, we could talk again. I generally take dinner at the Café de Chat in the Place de la Paille. Your hotel is on the corner.
Yes, I think I know what you mean. How the hell do you know where I'm staying?
Oh, I'm a newspaper man too, monsieur, and this is a very small town.
Yes, it is. And yet you didn't meet Alf Porter.
Alas, no. But perhaps I can be of some help after all. The policeman in charge of the accident investigation, I seem to remember, was Monsieur Lebrun, Inspector Lebrun. Now, I'm sure he would talk to you.
Would he? Oh, well, that's something. Thanks. Bye for now, then.
I'll be in touch with you. Hello? This is Monsieur Bouchard. I wish to speak to Inspector Lebrun. Yes, it is urgent.
Good of you to spare me the time, Inspector.
My pleasure, monsieur. Alfred Porter. A thin file, as you see, monsieur. It was a miserable business, a most unpleasant way to die.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, interesting only for our medical people. Forensics. I've been drinking heavily. They knew that much from the contents of the stomach. I won't go into the medical details. They're not for anyone except the connoisseurs of violence. It was undoubtedly an accident. The car was found below the road, over the edge against a tree. The petrol tank in the front took the first impact. Boom. You understand?
Yeah, sure. You know why he was here?
I don't think I remember. He was here in his professional capacity.
Oh, yes. Yes, he was.
I can't help you, sorry. The findings of the investigation are clear enough. There's nothing else for me to tell you.
I see.
Monsieur, I understand you're also asking questions about certain other people.
The Marquis, yes.
It's not a very good idea. During the occupation, many things happened here. I don't tell you not to ask, of course. But it isn't so wise sometimes to turn over old stones, you know.
And Mr. Bryant?
Has a right to peace and quiet.
Oh, he exists then, does he?
It would be very much better if you accepted that some things are not going to be open to you and that you went home to London.
Are you going to make me?
You see, you misinterpret me so easily, and you speak French so well. We are having a friendly meeting. That's all, I hope.
Right. Thanks for your time. Good day.
Can I help you, Monsieur Parker?
You know my name, Father.
A stranger in our small community soon becomes notorious. Gossip, my son, gossip.
I see. I was looking for something.
Among the graves? What can you find to interest an Englishman amongst them?
A name, perhaps.
A friend, a relative?
Well, I did notice one thing. Something surprising in a way.
Yes?
On the far side of the churchyard, a number of headstones with the same date. June 1944. 60 of them.
Yes.
It seemed curious.
Have you seen our church, Mr. Parker? Are you a Catholic?
No, I'm a writer.
Is that a faith, or perhaps a threat? Hmm?
Neither.
You will see that it's very old in part. Did you find the person you were looking for outside?
Bryant. Alan Bryant.
Why did you think he was dead?
It was a possibility, that's all.
Why?
I've spent 2 days being told he doesn't exist. I thought perhaps he didn't.
I see. We are very quiet here, unused to bustling city ways. Those who would find those ways go to Paris or Nice and leave us in our backwater. We are all happy.
Yes.
And at peace. Yes.
Are you suggesting that I should go away? The policeman suggested it might be wiser.
Please look at the screen. It's a particularly interesting piece. Carved by one man, a local man. The only example of his work, except the pulpit here. Oh, unique. We're lucky to have them.
Look, if I ask you a question, will you answer it directly?
We will have to see, my son.
Is Mr. Bryant living here? Near here?
Why do you ask? Curiosity?
Perhaps.
Killed the cat.
Did it kill Alf Porter as well, Father?
Monsieur, let me explain something. If you ask for any man here, people would deny he existed.
Why? What are they hiding?
Nothing, perhaps, but the man you ask for might have. It is up to him to say he will see a stranger. You might be unwelcome. Perhaps you're a policeman or a taxman. Who can tell?
Will you tell me where Bryant is?
You will have to wait with patience, I'm afraid.
Thank you for your time, Father.
It's an interesting church, I believe. Mr. Parker, people here went through many things. Almost no one was spared. Some loss, some involvement.
You?
I was here, yes. You must understand that perhaps we have simple reasons for our secrets. I will pray for you.
Check.
Yes. Yes. Ah.
Mate.
Well, I congratulate you. You played well.
Your mind wasn't on the game, Alan, was it?
Not entirely. Is that unsporting of me?
Not at all, not at all. This young man is a tenacious one.
You know, Bush, I'm almost inclined to see him.
No. Would you like me to ask Lebrun to bring some official pressure? Any regularity with the papers, something of that sort?
It's so much trouble. Perhaps he will go away. Let it be.
Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle!
Monsieur, no talking in the library, please.
I thought I asked you for all the newspaper files for June 1944.
I gave them to you, monsieur.
Some of them. There are some days missing. See? For the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 21st. Nothing. Where are they?
I don't know.
Well, then you can check. Please. And while you do that, find me the papers for September last year. All of them.
Very well, monsieur. It's a mystery, monsieur. I'm sorry. We have none of those early papers anywhere, and those for last September have gone to be rebound. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's getting too dark to see the hoops, Ella. Shall we join your father?
Is he still talking to Bouchard? I don't like that man, Mamma.
I'm sorry you feel so strongly, darling.
I'm sorry, Mamma. I'm on edge. The weather, perhaps?
Your grandmother could always foretell a storm. No, it's true. Poor mother. She put a garden fork through her foot as a child in England. Whenever there was to be rain, it ached. Her penitential pain, she used to call it.
What's the matter with me, Mamma?
Matter? Oh, don't be a silly goose. Pour me a drink.
I'm bored. Bored stiff.
Yes, dear.
I am. I want to go away, Mamma.
Yes, dear.
I'm 22. I've lived here all my life. No one comes to see us, not really. Old men come, Bouchard, the priest. Other people are discouraged if they come. You don't want them? He doesn't either. Who am I supposed to make friends with, talk to, discuss things with? Who?
You've said it before, Ella. You've made up your mind to go before.
Nothing ever happens here.
I want to see him, Bouchard.
It's stupid, Alan.
No, I want to see him. I don't want it happening again. I want to see him. It's going to do no harm. We all learned discretion a long time ago in a hard school, didn't we?
You think you can persuade him?
Perhaps. It's worth a small effort on my part, isn't it?
Perhaps.
We see too little of you.
Now we are old men, not company for such ladies.
Oh.
Ella, drive carefully. Bouchard, thank you for the game. I'll beat you next time.
I'll work hard and make you work harder. And your mind will be on it, while mine will be thinking about the dinner Mary is making for us. My dear, many, many thanks for an exquisite meal.
Pleasure.
That veal, I am speechless. You're a lucky man, Alan, to live here surrounded by roses, 2 fine women, and such food.
Good night, Bouchard.
Good night.
You'll excuse me if I seem impertinent, Ella, but you seemed a little distrait this evening.
Perhaps.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to... I'm an old friend, and I thought...
Of my father's. I don't have friends. We're too cut off, remote. Do you know why that should be?
I'm not his confessor, my dear. How old are you?
You know very well how old I am.
And you find it hard to live with him. He is hard to be close to. He always has been.
He talks. Sometimes. To me. But he and Mamma, they are remote, shut off. No matter.
You may leave me here. I'll walk now.
Oh, if you're sure.
My leg will stand that much exercise, I think. You don't like me, do you?
Whenever you have been, my father retreats, pulls down the shutters.
Your father has seen a great deal, experienced a great deal, been responsible for many things. He feels responsible for many more.
Nothing in the open.
By choice.
His? Yours? Whose? It's impossible to live. I feel so cramped, stifled by it. I walked to the end of the drive this morning for the post. Nothing moved. The air was heavy, threatening almost. There wasn't a bird nor a blade of grass moving. The flat silver leaves of the olives like armour. The trees crushed, twisted by age. Oh, I'm so bored with it. Isn't it silly? I want to break out of it.
Then do so. You are of age. Go to Paris, Cannes, where the young all seem to go.
London. I've been nowhere, know nothing about anything.
No. Well, good night.
Monsieur Bouchard?
Joseph?
Father? You still find it hard?
Yes, I do.
How is he?
He's restless, concerned about Ella. She is straining at the leash, wants to spread her wings.
Well?
I don't know.
It's an intolerable burden.
Not so much for me. For Alan, it becomes harder. Yes, he's eaten up by it. He wants to see the young man, the journalist.
Impossible.
I'm not sure.
Impossible.
Alan's very wrought up, strung like so much piano wire. He needs to unloose some of it.
And the girl?
Will know nothing, naturally.
She's a beautiful girl.
You remember these things, then?
I may be a priest, Pierre, but I am also a man. Of course I see these things.
It's a miracle, that's certain.
What is?
Joseph the priest. A miracle. Aren't you sometimes jealous, envious?
Sometimes, of course. You think I sometimes don't regret? It's done, over. A vow taken. We all pay our price, my son.
So you've seen the young man, and you don't want them to meet?
No.
I think, in a way, Alan is... You see, Ella is his only concern. She meets no one. Up there in the house, the atmosphere is destructive. They feed on each other. He wants her to go. Or perhaps that young man...
Ah, I see.
Yes. Bait. So?
It's ironic, that's all.
Yes. Isn't it? He is loyal. Why should he have stayed?
Ah, my son, that's a question to ask a priest. Loyalty is a ticklish virtue.
For you? Now?
I am loyal to my cloth, to my beliefs, as you are.
Ah, yes.
I'm sorry only that you do not believe what I believe.
Oh, you would do well to be glad, Father, or you'd find yourself hearing a confession absolving a sin that you'd find hard to absolve.
Yes.
I knew you before, Joseph, didn't I? A young ram, a drinker. I know women in this place who come to confession for other reasons than those imposed upon them by their faith in God.
The sins of a young man? You told that against me?
Oh.
I am a man. I was once a young man. Things change.
Right, then I will arrange for Alan and this writer to meet.
I will talk with Alan later.
Say a prayer for me, Father.
Ah, you see. You hedge your belief between God and Marx. Isn't it always the same?
Perhaps you should say a prayer for Alan. Good night.
If he talks, he must only talk so much. I don't want him with that man. In confession, I can shut his mouth, but to shout from the rooftops to some scribbler, no.
Parker's suspicious about the journalist who died before. Lebrard told me they went through the file.
Then he shall not speak to Alan. Let it rest there. It's for the best. God be with you.
Daddy? Daddy? It's so hot, even the frogs are quiet.
You took him home?
He walked from the square to Father Joseph's house. He wants to walk, he said.
I see. It'll rain very soon.
Thank God.
It'll be good for the roses. That's something. You want to go away, Ella?
I think I do.
To what? The bright lights?
I don't know. London, perhaps. Mamma was talking to me this afternoon about Sternwood. Home.
Home? Home for her is here. Her father brought her here. Her first husband was French. Well, she's been here almost the whole of her life. How did you get on with Bouchard?
Oh, you know what I think about him.
Oh, he takes an interest in you, Ella, your godfather. Oh, that's an irony, isn't it? A Marxist fellow traveller, bets in both camps. Did he tell you there is a young man in town looking for me? A young man from London?
No.
He doesn't want me to see him.
Why not?
Do you really want to leave here, Ella?
Yes. Yes, I think I...
You need, what, a push?
I think so, yes. I'm not very... You know.
Yes, I know. No, I want you to do something for me tomorrow, Now, good night, Ella.
Night, darling.
Sleep well. Don't worry. The rain will come soon.
Mark, leave the bottle. I'm tired.
Certainly, monsieur.
Excuse me.
Huh?
Mr. Parker.
That might be, yes.
I have to meet you.
You met me, so?
Wouldn't you buy me a small drink?
Well, I'm not in the mood, thanks all the same.
Oh, no. I don't think you understand. I have something to tell you.
Yes.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Would you like some brandy?
Thank you.
Another glass, please.
Monsieur.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It's just that everyone in this place knows my name. I've been here almost no time at all, and everyone from the newspaper man to the priest knows my name.
My name is Ella, Mr. Parker.
Tony.
Why are you here, Tony? It's not the time for tourists.
Oh, don't tell me you don't know that. Everyone else seems to.
Oh, I'm not about so very much, you see.
Have you had dinner?
No.
Then would you like to? The food here isn't bad.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right?
Thank you. Delicious.
Ah, good. Now, sing for your supper. Tell me who, what, and why.
I don't understand.
You said you had something to tell me. What is it? Are you going to warn me off, too? You know what I'm doing here. Everybody else does. Who sent you?
I only know that you're a writer.
And that I'm digging into the past, the war, to be accurate, and incidentally into the death of a colleague of mine, a journalist called Alf Porter. He died here about 9 months ago.
That was an accident, wasn't it?
Perhaps. Oh, and I'm looking for another man, an Englishman. He has a story that's connected, I think.
His name?
Well, it hardly matters. No one knows him, or they pretend not to know him. There's a sort of conspiracy of silence, a sort of protection that I don't understand.
What is his name?
Bryant, Alan Bryant.
He's my father.
Everyone has tried so hard to keep him hidden.
He wanted me to see you, to find out certain things.
What?
Well, if you were a serious young man or a sensation monger, the other man was... Oh, no matter.
Oh, you met him?
No, never. My father did once. He forced himself into our house. Oh, it wasn't pleasant, you see.
And he died?
Yes, an accident.
I've seen the reports. Inspector Lebrun showed me the reports. It was not very nice reading.
Oh, I'm very tired, Tony. I'll have to go home.
Oh, of course. To report.
Oh, please. It hasn't been like... Well, I've enjoyed my evening.
Will I see you again?
You'll have to find your way, Tony. I'll give you directions, if you dare.
Dare?
To meet my father. He's a sad man. Sad.
Good of you to tell us, Lebrun.
We have our uses, Father.
I think we have to agree, eh, Bouchard?
Now, can we get to the business? He saw the girl.
Harmless.
Beautiful.
I accept your point.
Why? Did Alan send her? Why?
You see him more often than most of us, Bouchard. You're in the best position to answer that.
And you, Father? You hear him confess?
No. No longer. Marie, yes, but Alan has lapsed badly.
The wife, is she under some strain, some problem? Does she mention him?
The confessional, my son.
To hell with the confessional. And there's more at stake here than a single man's soul. Come along.
I'm sorry.
All right. So we are left to wonder just what he's going to say to that writer.
Yes.
He did a very great deal for us all here. We must be careful.
As he must, Inspector, my son. Remember that. Will you talk to him, Bouchard? At the right time.
Hello? Hello? Anyone around?
Hello.
Oh. Hello. Didn't see you there. Sunbathing?
Reading. You found us then?
Well, I'm here. Yes.
Would you like to come and sit in the sun? I could give you a drink.
Oh, no, that's more like it.
Fresh orange juice.
Oh.
Oh, it's too hot for anything else, honestly.
I believe you. Thanks. Oh, it's a fantastic drive here. Glorious.
Is it? I hardly notice anything, I'm afraid.
Ah, the mountains and the fields and fields of roses. It really is very beautiful. And artichokes.
Artichokes?
Yeah, I've never seen such preposterous things. Growing wild. Well, almost wild.
I suppose one grows used to them too.
Oh, what a shame. I wonder if you... Sorry, go on, please.
No, I was wondering if you'd like to see the roses, our roses. My father's roses.
Oh, you cultivate them?
He does, yes. For the market in Nice and a few for the perfumery. Not many. And sometimes tourists come and buy. We don't encourage them.
No, I'm sure.
Shall we go?
Ah, you're very lucky.
Why?
To live here.
You don't. Or perhaps you'd change your mind.
It's peaceful. Beautiful. Look down the valley across all those flowers down to the sea. Now, what more could anyone want?
You don't live here, do you? Doves. They're very pretty.
Yes.
And that room is where the work is done. Batching up the flowers, cutting them, freezing them sometimes. The trouble with the work is that nature doesn't wait, you see. So you're forced to work when the roses are ready.
Do you work too?
There used to be more than just the family here.
Oh, I see.
It was a long time ago now, before the war.
Your parents have been here since before the war?
My mother has. She was married to a local man before. He was killed. And then, after the war, the workers didn't want to come back. There was work in the hotel or down on the coast. We paid more. So we all work now, when we have to.
Why did your father come back?
I don't understand.
Well, here, after the war.
He didn't come back. He never left.
All the time?
We don't talk much about it. He doesn't like to talk about that time.
Why?
I don't know why.
Have you asked him?
No. It's best not to.
Why?
You do stop asking questions sometimes, I suppose.
Well, I'm intrigued. Does he find questions disturbing?
Perhaps you should ask him.
Will I have the opportunity?
At dinner, yes.
Dinner? Ah, I'm invited.
Yes, of course. We made up a room for you.
I beg your pardon?
We made up a room for you.
I have a perfectly good hotel in town.
No, you don't understand. You're not to stay there.
I've got a room.
It was cancelled this morning.
By who?
My father.
Cigar, Mr. Parker?
Thank you.
We'll smoke outside, I think. It's a pleasant evening. Do you play chess?
No, I'm sorry.
Ah, you would have made a change to play against someone new.
You were going to teach me. Ella.
Indeed, I was, Ella. I will, sometime.
Ella, come along.
I want to talk.
Oh, later, my dear girl. We'll take our cigars first, Ah, a pleasant evening, Mr. Parker. We do well enough here, on our own.
You prefer that, Mr. Bryant, to be on your own?
Ah, young man, I may prefer a lot of things. For you, perhaps, they would appear a bore. Oh, help yourself to a drink. It's local made.
Oh, thank you.
A little fiery, I find, but a good drink for all that.
I've a question to ask you.
Why do I hide away?
Oh, no, not that.
Ah, you surprise me.
Why other people protect you?
Ah, yes.
And why a man vanished in a car? A journalist like me. Looking for a story?
You can see the sea from here, did you know? You'll see it in the morning. Ella takes breakfast here each morning. You could join her. What are you really looking for here? You see a story, a background, what?
I want to know the truth.
You must forgive me, Tony. May I call you Tony? You are a very young man, and you are English. You can have no idea of what it was like here. You come here, wide-eyed and apparently innocent, to turn over stones?
To find you. To find out about Alfred Porter.
To turn over stones. And what will you find under those stones, Tony? Do you have any idea?
I will find out, perhaps, why you stayed, why people protect you. The priest, Bouchard, Leblanc. I might even find out why there are gaps in the records of a newspaper in the library for a certain period.
Are there? What does it suggest to you, Tony? You think we are connected, the gap in the newspaper and me?
Well, are you?
There are stones best left unturned.
But then why allow me to come here, make me stay? You cancelled my room in the hotel.
Well, I assumed you'd prefer to stay here, with English people. Ella thought you might like to stay.
I see.
You wanted to leave England?
Oh, I suppose. In a way, yes.
May I ask why?
No, reasons. Purely personal reasons. I've just divorced my wife, or rather, she sensibly for once in her life divorced me. And I needed the money.
Money?
For the story.
Ah.
For the feature I'm commissioned to do about this place, the other journalist. Whatever happened here.
If anything did. You like the brandy?
Yes.
Always there is the woman. Funny.
Not at the time. No, we married young. It hadn't worked. It seemed best to go separate ways. And then up popped another. getting her claws in. You understand the situation, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. So you come here to chase moonbeams?
I don't follow.
A man tells you I'm here. A man, incidentally, I've never heard of. He tells you I am here. You would like to escape. Is that too strong a word?
No. You're as good an excuse as any. But now, I'm intrigued. Why hide? What happened between the 16th and the 21st of June, 1944?
You have been busy.
And why cancel my room without asking?
Shall we say, because you intrigued us, and because you are dabbling in the past, in stories and imaginings.
As the other journalist was doing?
Perhaps. These stories are not your concern.
I'd rather judge that for myself.
Yes. By the way, Ella...
Yes?
She is very young. She's also very restless, attractive. I'm aware of that. She's not very well versed in the world. I think perhaps you understand my drift.
I have a general idea.
I don't want her to be damaged. She needs to leave here. It's a little, how can I put it, claustrophobic for a young girl. The roses, my music, winemaking, the place always the same, her mother. I won't inflict these things on you. I'm sorry. What would you like to do tomorrow?
Oh, I've no idea. Drive back to the hotel. Think.
Drive back? Oh, I'm afraid our car is out of action at the moment.
No, I'll take mine.
The people at the hotel sent your things up, didn't you know?
You've got a bloody nerve.
Well, they sent someone from the hire firm, took the car back. Well, it seemed a waste of money if you weren't going to use the vehicle.
Look, what are you doing?
Suggesting you stay for a time.
Do I have any choice?
No, you don't. I'd like to see what you're made of, perhaps. It'd be foolish to walk back down. People here, as you have observed, protect me. So, make the most of your opportunity. Enjoy the peace and quiet, the fresh air. More brandy?
Didn't you sleep well, Tony?
What?
You're very bad-tempered.
I'm not bad-tempered.
Well, don't you like it here? Yesterday you were saying how much you envied us. Peace, quiet, lovely flowers, beautiful views. You can see the sea from here. Did you notice?
Why in heaven's name keep me here?
Because I told him I was bored.
And he does everything you want?
Not exactly.
Well, if you're bored, leave.
Oh, I'd be a fish out of water.
You'd manage.
I have these times when I'm bored, depressed. Mamma tells me they will always pass, so...
You live here doing nothing, protected like some princess. Protected by lies they tell in the town, the lies here.
Lies? Evasions, perhaps.
No one asks him for his reasons, for the truth about what happened here in the past.
If you want to know, ask him.
Yes, I will.
Long stems, you see, specially pruned, of course. A matter of experience and care.
Yes, I see.
The market isn't interested in short stem varieties, nor in exotic colours. Classic blooms are the vogue just now, I'm delighted to say.
I see. You, arranged that she should come to the hotel to see me.
Ella? Why not?
Bait?
You wanted to come. You're here. You can see we're just an ordinary family living quietly in the sun. A remittance man, I think Mr. Morm would have said.
Do you think about the effect it has on Ella, this life?
It'd surprise you, I suppose, to know that I share your apparent concern. I can't make her go. She has to make up her own mind, you see.
I think I do. You stayed here. Why?
I married, so I stayed.
That priest, what's his name?
Father Joseph. What about him?
Well, he said something about turning stones and not knowing what one would find. Suggested even that what one did find might not be acceptable.
As I did.
Everyone, it seems, tells lies, falsifies records, evades questions.
Perhaps, Tony, The secret, if there is one, is not for anyone to share.
Yet you arranged for me to stay.
I'm intrigued by you, perhaps.
And you're not going to tell me anything more?
I was shot down in the middle of the war. I was a gunner. I was useful to them, the Marquis. They wanted a gunnery instructor. I stayed.
You could have got out?
I had no reason to get out. I had no people to go back to in England. I was doing a job here.
Dangerous?
Very, I suppose.
How were you recruited?
Here, in this house. I was hidden in the Dovecote for 6 weeks. A man came to the Dovecote one night, an Englishman apparently, John something, I never knew. Don't suppose he told me. He checked that I was a gunner. He knew a lot about me by then. Necessary in case I was a German plant. Then he offered me the alternative of going via the Pyrenees on the Coward's Run, as he called it.
Coward's Run? Oh, my God.
Or staying. Handing over my identity tags, getting rid of the uniform. The Marquis needed instructors. They had no idea of safety rules, no idea of what to do with the weapons that were being dropped in. So, I joined. He took the identity discs, buried them, I think.
I see.
You know, the pity of it is that one grows used even to the smell of roses. You've been talking to Alan?
He's been talking to me, yes.
He has a fair regard for you, then. And rarely talks to anyone these days.
By choice?
Yes.
That's sad.
I think that depends very much on what you have to talk about. Don't you?
Does it? I don't know.
Once before the war, my first husband and I went to Crete. Oh, please, do sit down if you want to.
Thanks.
Good. Anyway, we went to Crete and we stayed in a small village. We had the money to stay as we wished, and we wished for some peace and quiet. One morning I woke up to hear a great screaming and shouting outside. A woman sat on the step of her house with a black shawl draped over her head. She was weeping. And all around her, women were wailing. In the dust, the chickens ran in circles, and children were standing astonished. It was an extraordinary scene. And then we learned that her husband had been killed in the mountains, hunting.
I see.
Oh, wait. You're in too much of a hurry to assume an end.
I'm sorry.
Well, that night we went into a bar, and there were some Athenians there, and they were dancing and singing. And at all the tables, the men of the village sat drinking water. They were mourning their friend. My husband, my first husband, Jean-Luc, asked our man from the village why they didn't stop the Athenians and tell them that the village was mourning. The man was astonished, and he said, if you'd had a bad day in the fields and the barley wouldn't grow well, and you came home and found your wife had new baked bread on the table and that she'd had a good day, would you tell her of your unhappiness and make her unhappy too? Now, do you see?
Must have been difficult here during the war.
Well, if one kept quiet, didn't draw attention. My husband was a member of the local council, quite an important man here, a magistrate and so on, so I was untroubled.
And your present husband?
People regard Alan as a sort of mascot, I think. A hero, in a way. It's remarkable, isn't it, that a man such as Alan should have been what he was. It was immeasurably brave to stay as he did. You realize that?
Is that why he's protected and hidden? There were other people, surely, as concerned, who lived normal lives openly.
There are other reasons.
Yes. Ella?
Knows nothing.
I see.
Ella is very precious to us, Mr. Parker. To her father, to me. I had a son, you see, by Jean-Luc. He died in the war.
Isn't it unhealthy, though, for you to live in the past?
We have our work. The roses.
What about your daughter?
lives with us here now, not in our past.
Visitors?
I don't expect so.
I heard a car door slamming.
Oh, something from the town, perhaps some new plant.
At this time?
Perhaps. When I married, I remember how peaceful it was here. Jean-Luc was very different from Alan, of course. I'm not making comparisons. He was just different. I could laugh with him. Enjoy being live, I suppose. He was so warm. Kindness itself. We'd time for ourselves.
And now?
We'd a dozen swallows' nests on the south wall. At least a dozen.
Yeah?
I used to watch them. Flying, playing, teaching their young to fly. Flying away in the cool, but always returning. Always returning.
You're afraid for Ella to go away. Why?
There are 2 swallows' nests on the south wall. Empty.
And then Alan came.
Yes. All that is dead and buried.
Ella may leave you now.
With you? You persuade her?
Perhaps.
Oh, don't count on anything, Mr. Parker.
Now listen, Father. Listen to me. You're concerned only for the group. You don't give a damn for me. It's so easy for you.
Easy?
Yes. You sink into anonymity behind the cloth. Every Sunday you raise the host, absolve us of our sins, and are absolved.
Not true. You don't come anymore. You refuse to come to Mass. I think I know your reasons.
I don't think so, Joseph.
I have some experience in these matters, my son.
Now, perhaps. But we're not here to talk of church, priestliness, the trappings of faith, are we? I knew you before. Know you for an ordinary man.
Isn't a priest ordinary?
Oh, you're playing with words. You want me to shut up, to continue as though I was still a member of the group, still bound to silence. Were you silent?
You're being foolish, self-indulgent, Alan. I'm sorry for you.
Don't be. I chose to see the journalist. I wanted to see him.
Against Bouchard's advice, against mine.
I'm a free agent.
There is the matter of responsibility.
To you?
What do you feel for me, Alan?
I'm not thinking about you now.
I'm sorry for you, truly. You're tired.
Yes, I am.
We agreed, the 3 of us agreed, yet you bring him here, talk to him, tell him stories.
I have told him nothing that concerns you.
It all concerns me. Us, my son.
It was such a time ago now.
He's persistent. He'll dig up the whole story if you give an inch. You remember the interrogations, those questionings?
No. You remember them, Joseph.
Yes. He'll talk to Mary. He's already talked to Ella. They'll tell him.
How can they? Mary knows only as much as anyone who was here. Ella knows nothing.
And you're the weak link. In the old days, what would we have done with you? In the forest. You know very well.
Don't threaten me. You forget what you are now, Joseph.
You're under strain. I know that. We're all strained.
And I am guilty. That's what I find intolerable.
We are all guilty of something, Alan. I will pray for you.
You play well, Tony.
For a beginner.
You've played before, I don't believe you.
Oh, where I come from, croquet lawns aren't 10 a penny, Ella.
Where are you from?
Well, originally, Birmingham. And then London. Well, London, I suppose, now.
Suppose?
Well, things change. I move about. Yeah, it is, I suppose, the only advantage of my work. I'm in and out of London.
You have a house there?
Oh, you're joking. I have a flat. Small, self-contained, on the heath. It's pleasant enough.
Yes, it must be.
I tell you what. You shall see it when you come to London.
Oh.
Yeah, come to dinner. I enjoy cooking.
Do you mean that?
Of course I mean that.
Why, I thought... I mean, I assumed you'd have a wife or something.
Your turn, I think. I had a wife, Ella. We parted. Unamicably, I may say. She was a bitch.
Sorry.
Well, it doesn't matter. So, the flat is not full of wife or mistress or anything, except books and unanswered letters. Bills, mostly. Oh, that's nice. I haven't seen you laugh since I've known you.
You're disturbing. You know that.
Am
I don't know very much. I'm not your sophisticated London anything. So I'm not very good at getting to know people and men. I'm shy, I suppose. Frightened.
Of what, for heaven's sake?
Doing anything.
You should leave.
Oh, but you see, Tony, my father...
Well, what future do you see? What will happen here?
I don't know.
And what is he hiding from? Do you know that? Do you care?
Yes, I care very much. If it was out in the open, spoken about, things might change somehow.
So, bring it into the open.
Oh, it's easy for you. You come here out of the blue, you see something you feel is wrong, it's easy.
But you have to try. It's like playing a new game. You have to go at it. Bull in the china shop.
You don't get hurt in a game. You don't hurt other people.
You mean your father and mother? Who else?
I don't know. That's the trouble. I think maybe Monsieur Bouchard knows.
Was he here during the war?
Yes.
He told me he was in North Africa.
Oh, he was here. I'm certain he was here.
Well, does it matter if he's hurt?
It matters if anyone is hurt, surely, Tony.
You've lived too long in your castle, Ella. Time you woke up.
Is it? Oh, I'm suffocated, you see, Tony.
It'll pass.
It always does, yes. When the heat breaks, when the rains come properly, yes. But this stifling, heavy... Did you know they had rainmakers in some countries? I read it somewhere. Professional rainmakers dancing to bring the rain. Perhaps we should do that.
What, feather headdresses and bones in our noses?
If necessary.
Someone arrived at the house last night late.
No, we never have late visitors.
I heard a car. Your mother said it might have been someone delivering something. Plants. I watched outside. He left about 2. Father Joseph. Why?
I'm not sure.
Would he go back to England, your father?
Why should he?
If you were to leave, would he then?
If, Tony. Ifs are big barriers, aren't they?
Will you come, Ella?
With you?
Why not? It's a chance. You could see what it's like outside. Yes, you could look.
Perhaps. Perhaps I don't want to. Perhaps I'm scared. Is it so very much to go and see? Or is it ugly, cruel, noisy?
Yes, it is. But more. If you're with... Oh, you have to make up your own mind.
Funny, isn't it? How we pin so much hope on people we don't know. Like having faith in God. I'm not sure I can take that step into the dark now.
Please. Think about it.
You don't begin to understand, do you? I'm not ambitious. I like the quiet. Perhaps you'll despise me for that. Sometimes I have the desire to look no further than the olive trees at the end of our garden.
Why don't you try?
Come in. Ah, Ella.
You working?
Oh, nothing that can't wait. Accounts, bills. What is it? That young man?
No. In a way, yes. Why did you make him stay? Really?
You like him?
Yes, I do. Don't you?
I hadn't thought about likes or dislikes with regard to him.
At least he talks to me. No one talks here. Really talks.
Perhaps it's more comfortable that way.
You all just sit and wait for things to happen. If you didn't have your music, this house would be like a grave.
Do you know... Well, of course you know. Monsieur Lagrange. Now, he and his sister have lived in that small farmhouse for 30 years. Alone, together, and since their mother died. Not a word have they passed since that time. I love this place, Ella. When I first came here, long ago, I knew this place would be important to me. After it was all over, I needed the quiet. I wasn't well. There'd been considerable strain. Do you understand me?
I think I do, yes. Why won't you talk about it, Daddy? Let it out.
Jean-Luc, your mother's first husband, he was dead. It was the most obvious thing in the world to look after Mary. I had a debt I owed.
You married my mother for a debt.
Here, nothing needs to be rushed. Time solves all problems. Time and silence and a few lies. Perhaps.
Oh, you can't tell me that old Lagrange and his sister haven't spoken because they love each other.
Perhaps they only hurt each other if they speak. 30 years, with never a good morning, good day, sleep well. Nothing. Once the barrier is erected, now, who will pull it down?
But you and Mama...
Ella. There are some things to be wary of. Mary and I live here, have lived here with many things. Memories. Bitterness, too. We're not young. We're used to each other. Is that bad? Perhaps our responsibility, one to another, is silence.
And the lies?
Listen. A glass of good wine is excellent. A second glass is to savour, and a third to taste. It is the fourth glass that destroys the illusions, and the savour, and the taste. And the bottle is so empty that there is no going back. Maybe that's what happened to me and your mother.
I have a dream, Daddy. A recurring dream, did you know? And I find you here, in your study, and you're weeping. In this room, alone.
Now, Ella...
Lulu, listen. And you're crying about all this. The roses, Mama, and I feel it is all a mistake. My dream always makes me want to leave.
I understand that, Ella.
Tony thinks I should go away too.
Does he know you so well? What did he say?
Nothing. Nothing at all. He listened to me, that's all. Father!
Ella, what a pleasure to see you.
I'd like to talk to you, Father. About two things.
I see. You wish to come into the church or stay here in the sunshine?
Oh, here, please.
Very well.
If a girl wanted to go away from her parents and not come back for a long time, perhaps never, would that be a terrible sin, Father?
Why should any girl do such a thing, Ella?
If she had been asked, Father, perhaps she might. If she was driven, she might.
Driven? How?
If she knew that her father was unhappy, lonely, and that her mother and he were strangers.
I see, my daughter. I do see. And where would this girl be going?
She doesn't know. Not exactly.
A step into the dark?
Yes.
What was the other question, my daughter?
That is a question I asked for someone else.
The writer? The journalist?
Yes.
What is the question?
He wants to know why there are 60 gravestones with the same date on them over there.
Does he?
Well?
He shouldn't have sent you. Tell him he must ask your father. And warn him he will have no answer.
Oh.
I'm sorry. As for your first question, it is natural that a child should leave her parents. It is less natural if she doesn't have an idea where she might be going, but then times have changed. And if that young man is a friend to you, Ella, tell him seriously. that he must stop turning stones, for there might be a viper under one of them. He should go too. Take care, daughter.
Now we can irrigate all the roses when they need it. Water can be a problem, you see, Tony.
Yeah, I'm sure. I spoke to your daughter last night.
So a pump, a length of pipe, and a very deep well. Problem solved. Did you come to any conclusions?
That she should leave, perhaps. That she should take the jump.
With you?
For herself.
Where did you hear about me? Did you say?
I told you, in a bar in Hampstead. A man was shooting a line about being shot down, the usual stories.
You despise them, the storytellers?
They usually remember a shimmering romantic haze. I wonder how much is truth, that's all.
Yes. Which pub in Hampstead? The Hollybush, the Flask? Part of a youth gone somewhere. Shot down, in a way. I remember Suffolk. I was stationed there. There was a pub in the village. I don't remember the name of the pub or the village. The girl behind the bar collected badges. Wings and cap badges. Oh, there was a beam full of them, and photos all over. They all wrote, "To Grace with love." Her name, I suppose. Most of them didn't come back. Can't even remember their names now. You know, a man could be in your squadron and you'd know his face, and then they're gone so fast you only knew Tom or Dick or Harry. No more.
Do you want to know what interested me?
Not at all, no. You must accept, young man, that some men are not intrigued one jot in themselves, or what is intriguing or of interest in them to others. It may be rare in your circles, but it happens to be true. I'm sorry.
You despise us, journalists.
I don't care about you. You're the parasites sitting fat on the bodies of our experiences, nothing more.
Is that why one died?
He died as a result of an accident.
No, he died because he was ferreting about here.
And if it were true, aren't you afraid? Just a little bit afraid of what might happen to you?
No, not really.
Then we are very much more similar than you realize, Tony. I want Ella to go away from here. I will tell you a story, but I cannot promise that you will want to use it, or that you will even be allowed to tell it. I suppose it was 6 months after I joined the group that a girl was sent to me. Elizabeth. She was in Gestapo headquarters, a secretary. We were causing trouble in our sector, and they'd sent some SS troops, hard men. She was our contact.
What had you been doing?
Oh, the usual. Blowing bridges, trucks, roads. Nothing extraordinary.
And Jean-Luc, was he connected?
In a way. Not overtly. A respectable citizen, well liked. He even gave a dinner for the German officers on occasion.
I see.
The girl, Elizabeth, was very gay. She had blonde hair and dark brown eyes, and she was full of laughter. One day she was betrayed, and they raped her to death. Oh, yes. They threw her out of their headquarters into the gutter naked. She lay until night came because none of the people who knew her dared reclaim her body.
My God.
I didn't dare go. I walked past her in the night, saw her, couldn't touch her. Her white body broken, the hair lying, still alive in a way, in the gutter. And no one picked her up until late that night in the dark when the moon was gone. Then we learned that the officer in charge, a general he was to go through the forest to a village in the north.
Who told you?
Jean-Luc. Who else? A respectable man, well liked. He taught us. We planned our ambush for the general carefully. I insisted that we did it. Pierre, our leader, was against it. We overruled him. 3 men on each side of the road in a drainage ditch, each with 2 grenades. 3-second fuses. Have you ever tried to shorten a fuse? If your hand sweats, it blows your fingers off. 3 men on each side, 12 grenades. Men at the top and bottom of the incline with machine guns, and a large party afterwards to clear up the mess. The general was sitting in an open car, Mercedes, with a couple of staff men. Oh, I don't know, it was very easy. I'll never forget that man sitting in the Mercedes looking at the grenade lying at his feet and trying at the same time to dislodge the grenade that was on the folded tonneau cover of the car. There was very little left of those men. But we'd been trapped, you see. The men in the car were decoys, prisoners, shackled into the cars, forced to ride. In the heavy trucks at the rear of the convoy, a crack unit. Oh, they came at us like hot knives through butter. 4 of us escaped. 1 is blind, and the others... The girl, Elizabeth, she didn't talk. She didn't betray us. I wish to God in a way that she had.
Who then?
Oh, there's more. You're hungry for stories. I will give you more than even you will stomach. We never believed them when they warned us what reprisals they would take. They brought out the children from the school, and they stood them against the wall, and the children were singing. Ask the priest, Father Joseph. He wasn't a priest then. We watched it. We watched them shoot down those children, and they had already killed Elizabeth.
Your girl?
You would, I suppose, say that, yes.
And the 60 graves in the church. The children.
What do you think?
Well, no memorial, nothing.
For what? Who? People like you to come and gape at, gawp at, rake over?
And if we don't, it's forgotten. Is that a good thing? They hide you. Why?
Because I organized the ambush. I planned it. I did it without thought of the consequences, and I led them into that trap, and the men were killed, and after them the children too. Because I didn't think. They think I am a hero.
Was it your fault?
Elizabeth died in that gutter naked. I thought only of her. She was the bait, and I took the bait, as they knew that I would.
And the betrayer?
Oh, him. We set out, those of us who survived, and we killed our man. Spit in the wind. But those children, those men, because I loved that girl. I live with that in my skull each day of my life. You want Ella to go with you when you leave?
I think so, yes.
I will be in the garden. Find her, would you?
It's so long since it all happened. No one cares about it, not now.
Some do. They must do. They were brave men.
Playing games. Were you brave?
I felt exhilarated, yes. We're landed with what we have in this world. I miss those men and those women who died. Yet you, people like you, can waste their deaths. It doesn't matter for you, but each day I watch it. Every waking moment of my life is spent watching what happened in my head. It's no exaggeration. People may forget. I don't. It's locked away, private, because even you can't begin to understand what it truly means. I live here, tucked away, quietly out of the eye of the world, because the people here choose to let me. I'd be afraid to leave.
Oh, Dad.
Oh, yes. I have been damaged. Yes, I admit I am damaged. Here in my rose garden I work. The flowers don't stop being beautiful. Your friends will die. That young man's friends will die, Ella, with white headstones, and they will lie in rows. It helps to remember. 6 rows in, 4 up. Charles, mother, father. My friends have no stones. I am alive and working, and I hide. I sometimes ache to forget what I have seen and what is constantly in my skull. I'm afraid of the anger, the despair and the hatred. Well, I'm not unique. I'm not. It's in all men. I remember because it is burned there. We took our betrayer and we eviscerated him. So much offal. You dismiss it as meaningless. It is other people's sufferings you dismiss. Those 60 children. Elizabeth, who died silent. The betrayer himself, who was so silent and so frightened. I don't refuse to tell the story because of what will happen to other people, not entirely. Not so much as because of my fear of what will happen to me. My anger I am afraid of, my hatred. I drink a good deal, I listen to music. I'm alone as much as I'm able to be. I retain my own control, but the balance is a delicate one. I know. Oh, it's all very close to the surface, Ella, and I don't expect you to understand a quarter of it. We're all afraid. You of loneliness, youth, and I am afraid of what is in my head, inescapably.
Who was the betrayer?
Oh, you don't let go, do you? The man we killed was Jean-Luc, her first husband.
Does my mother know?
She knows that, yes. But you see, there's something more. He was the wrong man. He had been betrayed himself.
Oh, my God. So who?
That I will tell to no one. Ever. Now I think you had better go. It is done.
You're a lucky man, Alan. He's gone. Safely. Bouchard told me.
Do you know why I stayed with the group?
No?
Because I was afraid. I was afraid of being a coward. So I stayed. Nothing touches you anymore, does it? Does that help? You hear a confession, acts of contrition, admissions, sins, guilt. Do they touch you? Or is it all now a blank, cold void?
The Jews say there are 7 men who carry with them the sins of all the world, the super scapegoats. We can't all feel guilty, my son.
I wish then I had the strength of one of them. For I constantly have in front of me the memory of foul things. I feel empty, drained of all compassions. I feel anger, a great bile rising in me. I felt it today. I feel it. That boy came so lightly and asked for a story, as if he had the right.
You didn't tell him?
I told him something, enough.
We told you not to. We agreed, all of us agreed. You all promised.
He has gone. Ella, too, has gone. I am left, Father, with this great black thing on my back. Mary and I, we make confessions, the one for the other. I'm incapable of other than that. Not a spark of the real fire left in me. There was so much we hoped for. It's all time wasted.
You mustn't think that.
Truth. You know perfectly well. You hide from what you did behind your cloth, your faith. Well, what can I hide behind? I've done enough. Can't even care very much now. I lie in our bed each night and I sweat like a pig. I trespass each night I lie with Mary. I always have. Well, you know that. The day Jean-Luc was killed, she shut her eyes. She offers me what? A body once or twice, a bed, food, work, what else?
Does she know the truth?
It isn't important. We've marked out our boundaries. Our territories are safe, one from the other.
Yet you stay.
It's too late now. I've never meant to hurt her. But now Ella has gone. The wall is pulled down. I'm afraid.
You haven't been to confession for a long time, Alan.
I haven't been able to.
It might help. Believe me, we've all killed men, Alan, one way or another.
That journalist, The first one who came?
Not I.
Oh, I didn't suggest you, Joseph.
We were all afraid of him, of what you might say. It's a heavy burden to carry. You must know the burden that I carry, too. I hear those little daily sins confessed at the grill. I sometimes ache to run through the village shouting what I carry, what I know.
Of others or yourself?
Both. And you?
I suppose I do, yes. So, who had him killed?
Bouchard, perhaps. I think Bouchard. He doesn't need to confess to me. He doesn't need to confess to anyone. He doesn't believe. So, Bouchard had him killed.
When you talked, when the SS had finished with you in that place, when you talked, what did you feel?
Betrayal isn't so very hard to achieve, Alan. It's in all of us. Christ teaches...
Oh, I'm not concerned with Christ, Joseph. I'm concerned with you, that dead journalist, Bouchard. You betrayed us. Yes, I know that. You told me and expected me to what? To react in the old ways?
I hoped, yes, that you would find a way to... I don't know.
Punish you? Oh. Well.
That man, you know why he was killed? Not the fear of you talking. Why should anyone but I care about that? It was because he didn't care who was hurt by his delving. Because the people here are private and want to keep their privacy. They don't offer remembrance to those children, not their mothers nor their fathers. Their grief is private. You do, each year. That man was killed because he would bring pain to everyone here, but above all to you. You had no need to stay, but you stayed. You had no need to fight with us, but you fought. You had no need to remain here after it was over, except that you'd been, what can I say, broken. We love you, you see, and so you are protected.
I wouldn't have given him the name of the real traitor, Joseph. You and I live with that knowledge, don't we?
Yes, we do. I was once a man, Alan. I had appetites like any other man. I do still. Judas hanged himself, and that perhaps was easy. I have what I did in my mind every day of my life.
As I do.
But I betrayed them, not you. And I believe in a God who will not absolve that sin. You see? Good night, Alan.
Come on, Ella.
Oh, I'm not sure, Tony.
Get it over with.
All right, Tony, if you're sure.
Tony!
Oh.
Tony! Bloody good to see you, old son. Been away?
Well...
celebrating, I can see. Hello, me dear. You'll never introduce as George, the name. What do you drink? Here, Tony, did you follow up that story?
In a way.
Juicy stuff, was it?
You might think so.
I only want 10%, old son, eh?
Well, you'll wait a long time. There's nothing I want to use. Not now.
Ihr seid verantwortlich! Ihr alle seid verantwortlich! Fettwebel! Jetzt!
In The Rose Garden by Nick McCarthy, Tony Parker was played by Nigel Anthony and Alan Bryant by Arnold Peters. Ella, Emily Richard, Father Joseph, Geoffrey Matthews, Monsieur Bouchard, William Edel, Inspector Lebrun, Brian Haynes, Mary Bryant, Eileen Barry, George, the man in the pub, Jack Holloway, Jill, Heather Barrett, and the hotel porter, Alan Devereux. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The French schoolchildren were played by the members of Form 3M of North Bromsgrove High School in Worcestershire. The play was produced and directed in our Birmingham studios by Roger Pine.
Animal Farm by George Orwell, an allegorical political satire set on the manor farm representing Russia during and after the Communist Revolution. The principal characters are Old Major, i.e. Karl Marx, an ancient and venerated Boer; Snowball, i.e. Trotsky, a young, porcine intellectual; Napoleon, i.e. Stalin, an unscrupulous, aggressively fierce young pig; Boxer, i.e. the Russian worker, a huge, hard-working male horse; Molly, the Russian bourgeois capitalist, a frivolous mare; Moses, i.e. organized religion, a tame raven; Squealer, i.e. Russia's propaganda machine, a young pig and fluent orator; and various dogs, i.e. Stalin's secret police, and men, capitalist enemies, and sheep, hens, and other animals, those who follow. And finally, Farmer Jones, i.e. Tsar Nicholas; Frederick, i.e. Germany; and Pilkington, i.e. England. George Orwell, a dedicated British socialist, wrote this classic 1945 fable in embittered protest against what he saw as the perversion of socialism by post-revolutionary communism in the USSR. Rather than highlighting factual incidents from the grim cauldron of horrors that had boiled to a climax under the Stalinist regime, Orwell chose to focus an allegorical mirror on the brutal dynamics that blazed beneath the action. And within this mirror, the pigs and sheep and horses of Animal Farm move as vivid and grisly reflections of the historical figures and factions they represent. But Orwell's book mirrors more than the evils of Soviet communism. Read closely, it is also an impassioned indictment of capitalism. And read more closely still, Animal Farm reflects the haunted and ironic image of the dark gulf which the author sees opening, perhaps inevitably, between the two eternal poles of idealism and expediency, between all noble ends and their self-betraying necessary means. This little fairy story, as Orwell calls it, is in the end an angry, eloquent, and almost despairing protest against the tragic potential for tyranny in all social institutions, including even language itself, over those very ideals and hopes for human transcendence that they are supposed to nurture and to serve. One day, on the manor farm, the Old Major, a venerable 11-year-old Boer known as Old Major, gathered the animals together. "Now, comrades," he said, "what is the nature of this life of ours? Let us face it. Our lives are miserable, laborious, and short." He went on to detail Farmer Jones' cruel exploitation as he butchered the animals and plundered the products of their labor. "Is it not crystal clear, then, comrades," concluded Old Major, "that all the evils of this life spring from the tyranny of human beings? Only get rid of man, and the produce of our labor would be our own. All men are enemies, all animals are friends." At this passionate invocation of a world ruled by those whose lives and labor made it fruitful, the animals themselves, everyone broke into a rousing anthem until the disturbance was silenced for the time being by a round of shot fired above them by Farmer Jones. 3 days later, Old Major died, and the other pigs, generally recognized as the cleverest of the animals on the farm, began to expound his teachings on animalism. Napoleon and Snowball, preeminent among the younger pigs, led the discussions, which centered on open rebellion. At first, the other animals objected. Some were swayed by thoughts of food or loyalty. Others, like Molly, the cart horse, who loved the ribbons that Farmer Jones tied in her hair, actually enjoyed the frills that man provided. The pigs were angered by the apathy that greeted their call to battle. They were equally exasperated by the raven Moses, who squawked of forbearance and of a better life in heaven after death. Napoleon had to argue very hard to persuade the animals there was no such place. Finally, however, he convinced the group to accept animalism. Meanwhile, Farmer Jones, fallen on evil days, began to neglect the animals. One day he failed to feed them altogether, and they broke into the stalls to get at the food. When Jones and his farmhands burst into the barn, whips ready, the enraged animals attacked the men and drove them completely off the farm. The animals were left victorious and alone. In their initial elation, the animals burned all the farm implements, along with any other items that smacked of man, including Molly's ribbons. Then they warily entered the farmhouse, where, to their utter disgust, they found Molly trying on a fine ribbon. Seeing how weak and capricious even an animal could be, they agreed that, in their new order, no animal would inhabit the house, put on clothes, or in any other way imitate humans. As the first order of business, Snowball removed the Manor Farm sign from the front gate and replaced it with a sign reading Animal Farm. Then, in great white letters on the barn wall, the pigs painted the 7 commandments of animalism. 1. Whatever goes on 2 legs is an enemy. 2. Whatever goes on 4 legs or has wings is a friend. 3. No animal shall wear clothes. 4. No animal shall sleep in a bed. 5. No animal shall drink alcohol. 6. No animal shall kill another animal. 7. All animals are equal. Just then, the unmilked cows set up a loud lowing of complaint. The pigs, whose forehooves made good milkers, soon filled many buckets from the cows' swollen udders, but they left the apportionment of the milk until later, after more important work in the fields. When the animals came back in the evening, it was noticed that the milk had disappeared. Later, when the pigs also appropriated the wind-fallen apples, they explained that day and night we are watching over your welfare. It is for your sake that we drink that milk and eat those apples. Napoleon and Snowball now organized committees to put the others to work, though as managers they themselves participated in none of the actual labor. But the animals were given all the hay they could eat, and gradually they accepted the pigs' dominance. Meanwhile, Farmer Jones had spread the news of the uprising to his neighbors, Pilkington and Frederick. Frightened by the thought that their own animals might revolt, they agreed to form a contingent of men to launch a counterattack on Jones' farm. A fierce battle ensued. The animals, led by Snowball, once again drove the humans from the farm. Snowball was wounded in the engagement, and several animals were killed, but the survivors were elated by their successful defense. Afterward, Molly, discouraged by the dearth of ribbons in her life, left the farm, never to return. Now Snowball and Napoleon began to compete for leadership. Their struggle culminated at a meeting where the animals were to vote on Snowball's plan for a windmill he had designed to supply electricity to the farm, thus easing the animals' burden. Napoleon appeared at the meeting with a contingent of sheep, which he had trained to interrupt Snowball's speech, repeatedly bleating out the Animal Farm slogan, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, until no animal could remember what was being said. Then, just before the vote was called, Napoleon summoned a pack of ferocious dogs who chased Snowball from the farm. After this display, the animals dared not question Napoleon's will, nor did they fail to note that the dogs he always kept around wagged their tails to him as other dogs did to Mr. Jones. even after Napoleon's brainwashing sessions, when some of the animals came forward fervently confessing their allegiances to Snowball, they were immediately torn apart by Napoleon's dogs, who then set them to building the windmill which he had once opposed. But it was the workhorse Boxer, in his simple-minded faithfulness, who truly inspired the animals. When Boxer promised that "I will work harder," and agreed that Napoleon is always right, any objections to the project were silenced. The building of the windmill began. The pigs, as usual, did no actual work. While they supervised, Boxer wore himself out, hauling huge stones from the quarry. Napoleon then determined that certain materials would be needed to finish the mill, and decreed that he must bend the 2 legs bad rule, the first commandment of animalism, and deal with a man who could make their purchases. The animals were also placed on rations, in order that their surplus food could be sold to purchase the needed materials. When the hens were told that they had to give up their eggs, they put up a brief and futile resistance in which 9 hens were killed. The shocked animals consulted the list of commandments. They concluded that they must have remembered the 6th incorrectly, for it now read, "No animal shall kill another animal without cause." Soon, Comrade Napoleon had persuaded Pilkington and Frederick to buy wood from Animal Farm. Napoleon had forced Frederick to raise his price by 12 pounds, but Frederick, in turn, swindled Napoleon by paying for the wood with false notes. Enraged and humiliated, Napoleon now prepared for a follow-up attack from Frederick. It came the next morning. Frederick's men managed to destroy the newly finished windmill, but once again were finally driven off by the angry animals. The pigs watched the battle from the safety of the farmhouse, and later got uproariously drunk on Farmer Jones' whiskey. Before long, Napoleon had moved into Farmer Jones' house, sleeping in his bed and soon drinking all his liquor. And when the animals again went to look at the 7 commandments, they found written, "No animal shall sleep in a bed without sheets, and no animal shall drink alcohol to excess." Through the never-ending exhortations of Squealer, the animals began to reconstruct the windmill and to accept even smaller rations. Squealer even convinced them almost that they had never been happier or better fed, and their readjustment hardships were forgotten under endless processions and marches, celebrating their victory over Frederick and honoring their benefactor and greatest hero of all, Napoleon. As the windmill neared completion, old Boxer was approaching his retirement. One day, as he hauled a great load of stone, the faithful old workhorse collapsed, and Napoleon arranged for a cart to take him to the hospital. But when the already uneasy animals gathered to wave goodbye to their friend, they were told what was written on the hospital van's side: "Alfred Simmons, horse slaughterer and glue boiler." As they called out to warn Boxer, he tried to escape, but he was too feeble to kick his way out. The next day, Squealer assured everyone that he himself had been there at the hospital when Boxer died. The doctor, he said, had just bought the cart from the horse slaughterer. Relieved and chastened, the animals returned to their duties. Finally, the windmill was rebuilt, but rather than supplying power to the farm, it was used to grind corn, which was then sold for a profit. The suffering animals worked by now out of habit, still under the dim illusion that it was they who ran the farm. None of the old dreams had been abandoned. Then one day their illusions were shattered. Napoleon and his charges appeared in the yard, dressed in Joan's clothes, and striding on 2 legs instead of 4. In his hoof, Napoleon clasped a whip, while the sheep bleated, "4 legs good, 2 legs better." Indeed, the last commandment of animalism had been altered to read, "All animals are equal, But some animals are more equal than others. Later that day, Joan's neighbors arrived in their carts to be entertained. The animals gathered around while Pilkington toasted Napoleon for his successful management tactics, tidy profits, and his discipline of the animals. "If you have your lower animals to contend with," pronounced the human farmer, emptying his mug, "we have our lower classes." In pride, Napoleon announced that the name of Animal Farm would revert to Manor Farm, and in the end, the animals could not distinguish which of the guests were men and which were pigs.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For deep down laughs and listening enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for deep down coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. It's afternoon as we look in at the Burns house, and George and Gracie have just returned from giving a benefit performance at the Home for Down and Out Actors.
Oh, George, you've been awfully quiet ever since we got home.
Well, that visit to the old actors' home kind of worried me. Seeing all those fellows who used to be such successful actors, and there they are, down and out. Could happen to me, you know.
Oh, George, it could never happen to a person with your talent. I may wind up in the old actors' home, but never you.
Oh, don't be silly. You've got the talent in this family, not me.
Oh, that's ridiculous. You're far more talented than I am.
I am not. You're the talented one.
Oh, no, dear. You've got 10 times the talent I have.
Well...
Oh, yeah, you take that back.
Well, talent doesn't matter. An actor's life is never secure. Unless he's got a little business on the side. That's what I had in mind for us.
There, that's a wonderful idea. Lots of movie stars have businesses. Now, Bonita Granville has a beauty shop.
That's right.
And Fred McMurray has an apartment house. And Errol Flynn has a law office. And Bing Crosby...
Errol Flynn has a law office?
Well, he must have. I've heard several lawyers say that Errol paid their rent.
I see. Well, what sort of a business could we start, Gracie?
Oh, how about a bank?
A bank?
Oh, they're very nice. Money all over the place. Every day at 3 o'clock, I could run the vacuum around, take the bag, and then go shopping.
Gracie, a bank just doesn't spend the depositors' money. Take our account, for instance. You know how much our balance is, and so does the bank.
Well, we don't exactly agree to the penny. Now, according to my figures, we have $27,000 in our checking account.
And how much does the bank say we've got?
$2.14.
When you straighten it out.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, we'll have to draw out some of our savings before we invest in any business.
George, I know just the business for us to go into.
What?
A hat shop. Just think, I could have a new hat free every day.
Free?
Uh-huh.
Gracie, hats don't grow on bushes.
Apparently, you haven't seen the new spring models.
Forget the hat shop.
How about a dress shop?
Same objection. You know what might be a good thought?
What?
A baby shop.
Oh, wonderful. Babies are always in demand.
Gracie, we'd sell baby clothes, not babies. In a men's shop, you don't sell men. You sell men's clothes.
Well, they'd be a lot smarter if they sold men. More money in it. Now, if you could buy men for what they're worth, and sell them for what they think they're worth.
Forget it. Now, let's concentrate on what business we're going to invest in. Cigar store would be nice. Or a place where you can buy pickles. I like pickles.
Well, hi, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, Gracie, where were you this afternoon? I came by.
Oh, I made a trip out to the old actor's home, Bill.
Why, you going to exchange, George?
Look, Jack Kirkwood. Gracie and I went to the old actor's home to play a benefit.
Yes, and it made us stop and think how uncertain the future is.
That's right. Fella can't be in show business forever.
No, but you darn near made it, George.
2 lines and 2 screens.
Oh, Bill, be serious. George and I are trying to decide on a little business to buy. And it'd pay you to get interested in some business, too, and stop chasing girls for a while.
Oh, I suppose you think chasing girls is my only interest.
Isn't it?
Well, no. It's much more interesting after I catch 'em.
Run along, funny man. We're busy.
Okay. I know you and Gracie will make a success of whatever business you go into. All it takes is money and brains.
Well, thanks, Bill.
And maybe you can contribute something, too, George.
Goodbye, comedian.
Goodbye, tycoon. Goodbye.
Well, we still haven't decided what business we're going into.
How about a hardware store? Or a pickle store where they sell pickles?
Oh, George. There's one of those in every corner. Let's get into something where there's not so much competition.
For example?
Let's open a post office.
A post office? Gracie,
I know what you're going to say. The hours are too long.
Yeah, that's it.
But it's not an overcrowded field. Not many people are running post offices. Even Henry Kaiser hasn't gone into that business yet.
Well, it won't be long.
Well,
Look.
we'll run the other post offices ragged. If they sell a stamp for 3 cents, we'll sell it for 2. And we'll put chocolate glue on the back.
Chocolate glue.
Yeah, oh, that gives me a wonderful idea for a slogan. You can't beat our money orders, but you can lick our stamps. Good?
Somebody will steal that from you. Gracie, I've got a TL for you. The government doesn't like for anyone to make money with the postal department.
Oh, well, this happens to be a free country. You ought to sit down sometime and read the Constitution.
If we fool with the mail, I'll have plenty of time. Now forget it. We'll get ourselves a little store like a drugstore.
Good afternoon, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Oh, hello, all. Say, maybe you can help us make a decision, Meredith.
I'd only be too happy to assist in any way I can, George.
Swell. Now, here's what
Nothing gives me greater pleasure than helping someone.
Good. Now,
You must never hesitate to call on me because I love to help.
Fine. You see,
No matter what time of the day or night it is. Just call me.
I will, Meredith. Now, here's what
I'm like a doctor. A doctor of trouble. Think of me as a DT.
I'm beginning to. Now, we'd like
I love to help people.
Meredith, keep quiet until I tell you how you can help.
Oh, okay, George.
Now, we've decided...
That's a beautiful philosophy you have.
Well, thank you, Gracie.
I give up.
You know, it's hard for George to express himself, so I'll tell you what we want your advice about. We think actors' lives are more or less uncertain, so we want to invest in something for future security.
Yeah, we're trying to decide what sort of a business to go into.
Well, if I were you, George, I'd buy a farm.
A farm?
Yes, sir. A farm has lots of advantages, George, especially if you're ever going to have children. I was raised on a farm, and look how I grew up.
Okay, now let's hear some of the advantages.
Well, all right. Take happiness. Every evening, I'd go to the pasture and milk the cow.
And that made you happy?
You bet. There wasn't a happier kid than me anywhere as I trudged back to the house with a song on my lips and my hair full of milk.
Your hair full of milk?
Yes, you see, it was a tall cow, and I used a low stool.
1 Well, if we buy a farm and have a cow, we'll hire you as the extra hand.
Oh, George, we wouldn't need an extra hand. You have 2 hands, and I have 2 hands, and the cow only has 4 Forsyths.
Well, you're fired, Meredith. Forget it. So you really think I ought to buy a farm, huh, Meredith?
Well, I sure do, George. I only wish you were back in my home state of Iowa where we really have farms. My uncle has a place just outside of Mesa City. Raises wonderful corn.
I'd like to visit his farm.
You'd enjoy it. My uncle has ears as big as shoe boxes.
Really?
Yep, the funniest looking fellow you ever saw.
Well, that's fine. You know, Gracie, the idea of a farm kind of interests me.
Well, farmers keep pretty early hours, George. You get a couple of hours less sleep every morning than you do now.
Really? What time do farmers get up?
Oh, it's very early, maybe even 9 o'clock.
Holy smoke. What's there to do at that hour?
Oh, wake the chickens up and give them their eggs.
Guess you gotta get up early.
By George, there's a coincidence. You mentioning chickens. In the afternoon paper, there's a chicken ranch advertised for sale that might be just what you're looking for.
Oh, George, I'd love to have a chicken ranch.
Might be pretty expensive. You have to buy the ranch, you have to buy the chickens.
Just buy the ranch. I can get you all the chickens you want for 40 cents.
40 cents?
That's the price of a dozen eggs. The dozen eggs turn into a dozen chickens, and then the dozen chickens...
Hold it. Just a minute. Eggs have to be hatched.
Well, you sit around the house all day.
You mean...
Sure. Sit on the eggs. Use your brain.
Glad to help.
Oh, I'll answer the door. You get the car out so we can go look at that chicken ranch.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Postman. You're a little late today.
Yes, I know. As I was coming through the park, I couldn't resist a pixie impulse.
Oh, what did you do?
I wanted to feel the grass under my feet, so I took off my shoes and socks and stood there for an hour.
A whole hour?
It takes quite a while for a postman's feet to feel anything.
Oh, I suppose they do get sort of numb.
Yes.
If you're so crazy about nature, you'll have to visit us when we buy our chicken ranch.
A chicken ranch?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that brings back memories of my youth. I grew up on a farm.
Oh, really?
Yes. It was working on the farm that made me the clear-eyed, deep-chested, lean-hip picture of superb health that I am
today. Oh, I guess farm life does develop muscle.
Oh, yes. I grew to such muscular manhood that my father wouldn't allow me in the barnyard.
Oh, why not, Mr. Postman?
The sight of my body gave our bull an inferiority complex.
Oh, dear. You must have been happy on the farm.
Oh, yes. I loved the land, the good earth. All day long I labored in it, dug in it, planted in it, plowed in it. And when evening came, I fell flat on my face in it. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
High above Cayuga's waters, Meredith Willson and his orchestra. Say, Meredith, I wish I had $1 for every time that song's been sung when good friends get together.
Well, you'd be rich, Bill. Just about everybody loves that Cornell song. And personally, I'm not only fond of the song for itself, but the way it conjures up for me that wonderful country around Lake Cayuga in northern New York.
Oh, yes.
Fern-deep woodlands, craggy mountainsides, the cascades of rock and granite. To me, it's a very beautiful and dramatic part of our American scene.
I know a lot of people feel that way too, Meredith. Most of us like to enjoy again and again the things we remember with pleasure. And that's just how Maxwell House coffee has become so much a part of the American scene. More and more people, you see, have discovered its rich, mellow flavor. Until today, Maxwell House is enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in America. And it's no wonder, for premium Latin American coffees are skillfully selected, each for its own contribution to that unmatched Maxwell House blend. There are Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, other choice Latin American coffees for vigor, and Bucaramangas for full body. The result is a truly superb blend of coffee. And that's why, like a popular melody you want to hear again and again, so many millions of coffee lovers ask again and again for Maxwell House. Coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Well, Gracie, here's the chicken ranch.
Oh, it looks beautiful. Let's rush right in and buy it.
I want to look it over first. And another thing. If the owner thinks we're city people, he might try to gyp us. I'll make him believe we're from the country.
And I'll help you. I'll put a haystack in my mouth and say, by cracky side, this here all fired Tarnation Farm ain't worth...
No. That's out.
But I want to sound like I'm from the country.
I don't want you to say a word.
Oh. All right. Now and then I'll just moo.
Never mind. You just stay in the car and leave everything to me. I'll go look the place over and be right back.
So he thinks I can't act like a farm girl, huh? Well, I'll show him. Go right in the house and talk to the owner.
Yes, sir?
Be you the dad-busted fellow that's got this here now all get out chicken ranch for a gosh darn sale?
I guess so.
Well, I got an all-fired hankering to buy it.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you.
Oh, and a howdy-doody to you, too. It's always a pleasure to meet another hick.
Well, thank you.
And now, don't think you can overcharge me. I was born and raised on a farm, as any yokel can plainly hear.
Well, where at was your farm?
Whereat is the biggest one's at?
Well, I tell you, there's some pretty big ones in Kansas. Was your farm in Kansas?
Not exactly. Kansas was in our farm.
Well, that's quite a patch of ground. It had all modern equipment, I suppose.
Oh, yes. Pa drove the tractor and Ma drove the threshing machine. And we had 5 silos.
5 silos, huh?
Well, we kids had to get around in something.
Well, you sure had a humdinger of a farm, all right. What did you raise mostly? Corn and rye?
Mostly. Of course, we had a few acres of scotch.
Oh, yeah. No place like Kansas for scotch. Of course, you had cows on this farm.
Oh, millions of them. Mm-hmm. Oh, you should see the milk and cream and butter we used to get.
Who took care of them cows?
Well, we split it up. Pa milked them, Ma creamed them, and I buttered them.
That's the doggonest system I ever heard of.
Oh, but enough enough about my farm. Now tell me about this chicken ranch of yours that I'm going to buy.
Oh, what can I tell a farmer like you? Naturally, you know all about chickens.
Oh, naturally.
Well, they're right out there. Look 'em over.
Mm-hmm. Not bad. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
You can't sell me the chickens in that corner pen.
Why not?
They got flat feet.
Oh, yeah. Not only that, they're ducks.
At least you're frank about it. Those in the second pen look nice.
Oh, yes, those are Plymouth Rocks.
Not very tender, huh?
I can't fool you on poultry, can I?
Oh, you bet you can. Now, how much do you want for the place, just as it is?
Well, I'm asking $8,000.
I'm giving $7,000.
Well, there is a mortgage on the house.
When was it put on?
About 3 years ago.
I'll give you $500 for it.
You'll give me $500 for the mortgage?
Not a cent more. That's plenty for a second-hand mortgage.
But
I'll give you $7,500 for the chicken ranch. Take it or leave it.
Well, this property does have a dry well.
I'll give you $500 for that.
You're buying that, too?
I'm not going to let you take it away with you.
Well, it's a pleasure to do business with you, lady.
Oh, thank you. Well, here we are, back to your price of $8,000. I guess it's a deal.
Oh, wait a minute. As long as you're buying all the extras, there's one more I forgot.
Oh, what is it?
I got a whole barn full of termites.
How many?
About 1,000.
50 cents apiece.
Well, they're getting 60 in the city.
Oh, now look, I'm being very generous. If I want to go around to the wholesale places, I could probably get all the termites I want for $45.
You drive a hard bargain, but okay.
Well, I bought the mortgage, the dry well, and the termites. I guess I have everything.
Lock, stock, and barrel.
Oh, all right. $500 for the lock and stock. You'll have to throw in the barrel.
What a licking I'm taking. Well, let's see. That brings the price to $9,000.
Sold. I mean bought.
Yeah, just sign right here, ma'am.
All right. There you are.
Well, Gracie, I looked the place over and, oh, hello.
Howdy.
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 Pretty late for this kid to be out, isn't it? Gracie, I looked the place over and it's in terrible shape. The fences are down, the barn is sagging, the chicken pens are falling apart. It's horrible.
George Burns, that's no way to talk about our chicken ranch.
Our chicken ranch?
I just bought it. The man wanted $8,000 for it, but I got him down to $9,000.
Down to $9,000?
That's with the extras.
$9,000 for this place? Why, it has a dry well. The barn is full of termites.
I know.
And behind the barn is a tremendous washout.
Got that for nothing.
$9,000 for this broken-down chicken ranch. Just money thrown away.
Oh, now, George, calm down. With the improvements I have in mind, we'll be making a profit in no time.
What improvements?
Well, first, I'm going to get rid of the chickens who don't contribute anything. Now, I've been watching. And there's one who hasn't laid a single egg.
Which one?
That great big tall chicken with the long tail feathers.
Gracie, that's the rooster.
Yeah, I don't care what its name is. Let it work or get out.
You don't understand. The rooster is a male. A man.
Yeah. Oh, how silly I am. And I expected him to work.
I knew you'd catch on.
Of course, the most important thing is to get lots of eggs, so I speeded up production.
You did, huh?
Yes. You see, if a hen is too comfortable, she just sits around and takes her time.
How did you solve that?
I put ice cubes in the nest.
We'll have the only hens in town that lay cold storage eggs.
Sure. And I figured out a way to get more money for our chickens, too.
How?
Well, it's simple. We just keep the chickens in the shade all day.
That way we get more money for them?
No sunburn. White meat all over. Clever, huh?
Brilliant.
Yeah. You were wondering if we'd ever get your money out of this place.
I've stopped wondering.
Hey, kids,
Oh, hello, Bill.
Hello, George. Listen, I drove out as fast as I could. Meredith told me you have thousands of chicks out here. Where are they? Let's see them.
Oh, there they are, Bill. See?
Oh, with feathers on them.
Yes, not one with bobby socks and the whole roost.
Oh, Bill, we've just got to get some business. I put a sign out front, but no customers have stopped yet.
Well, it looks to me like you need advertising.
Say, you're right. And our Thursday night radio program is just the place to advertise.
Huh?
Well, from now on, our program will feature George Burns' eggs.
Gracie, it always has.
Well, look, Gracie, our radio program advertises only Maxwell House coffee, and that's the way it's going to be.
Oh, but George, everyone knows how good Maxwell House coffee is. We don't have to tell them that. Everyone knows that Maxwell House is appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow.
That's right, Gracie. Coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
Oh, you see, even Bill knows it.
Yeah, maybe he listens to the program. Now, look, Gracie, we're on the air for a swell product. Why, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. And you want to talk about this broken-down chicken ranch instead?
Oh, well, I didn't mean we'd stop talking about Maxwell House altogether, just for 2 or 3 years.
Just long enough to get well established in the old actor's home. Is that what you mean? Well, answer me.
I
Yes?
don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't thought of
Now,
that.
forget it. There'll be no chicken ranch advertising on our program.
Bill, isn't there some way we could combine the Maxwell House advertising with my egg advertising?
Well, let's see, Gracie. Do your hens lay good eggs the first time they try?
Oh, sure.
Well, then we'll say, good from the first drop.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's
Forget
just
it.
what I...
Both of you.
Look, a customer. Oh, you see, George, and you were worried. If he buys $9,000 worth of eggs, we're even.
Try to sell him $10,000 worth. I want to make a profit.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, sir. Can I wait on you, sir?
Well, I saw you sign fresh eggs for sale. How much are they?
Well, now it depends on the condition they're in. Perfect eggs are 60 cents a dozen, slightly cracked 50 cents, cracked a little more 40 cents.
Well, haven't you got anything cheaper?
Yeah, but you'll need a mop.
Well, just give me a dozen eggs and see that they're fresh.
All right. Anything else, sir?
Well, I might take a chicken home with me if you have a nice young tender one.
Oh, we've got just what you want.
Got to pull it?
No, it can ride in the car with you.
Yes.
Yeah. You wait right here. I'll go get your eggs and chicken. Well, George, our first day's business is over, and I've got all the figures right here.
How'd we do?
Only sensational. Now, listen to this. Paid out, fence repairs, $57. Chicken wire, $13.50. Feed, $112. Total paid out, $182.50.
I see.
Now, taken in. 1 chicken, $1.50. 1 dozen eggs, 50 cents. That's $2.
Yes.
Now we subtract the $2 from $182.50, and that leaves us $180.50.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. And we can do that 7 days a week.
Gracie, your arithmetic is fine, but we didn't make 180. We lost it.
Oh.
And if we do that 7 days a week, we will lose over $1,200.
Oh. I've got an idea.
What?
We'll close Sunday.
And lose all that money?
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin.
Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee, always good to the last drop.
Good night, everybody.
Stay tuned to this station because Bird's Eye Open House, starring Dinah Shore, is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guest tonight is Eddie Cantor.
Oh, goody, goody Jell-O pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right.
And just as Jell-O's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jell-O pudding's in the eatin'.
The Jell-O twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jell-O pudding or of Jell-O and you know it's the one and only Jell-O.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. Dimension The mind of man is still an unprobed field. Within it lie many mysteries still unsolved. But there are men today, psychologists now experimenting with telepathy, hypnosis, thought transference, who believe that in the future we may discover the existence of a force of the mind more powerful than any force the world has ever known. We go ahead now in time some 10 years, and in space to the campus of a small eastern college. The hour is late, and in one of the dark college buildings, two men stand in front of a door that bears the name Professor Arthur Barnhouse, Psychology.
Well, here you are, Clinton.
Thank you, Major.
Here are the keys to the professor's desk and files. I guess you inherit everything now. You might as well dictate a full report while everything's still fresh in your mind. I'll wait and see you home.
Oh, no, that isn't necessary. I'll be all right.
You sure? After what's happened tonight, we wouldn't want you to have an accident, too.
Major, after what happened tonight, I have a hunch the whole world is ripe for an accident.
I'm afraid you're right, Clinton. Well, good night.
Good night. Pull yourself together, Buster. Easy does it. August 21st, 1960. Restricted report from George Clinton to the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, the FBI, National Security Board, etc., etc., etc. Subject, the so-called Barnhouse effect, and Professor Arthur Barnhouse, who discovered it. I first met the professor 2 years ago in the fall of 1958. He was a professor of psychology here at Wilton College, and I was here on an instructor's fellowship in the psych department. They assigned me to be Barnhouse's assistant, and he needed one. He hardly ever remembered to go to a class, and he didn't seem to do anything else either. For 3 months, I watched him sitting at the desk here in his study. He'd either stare at nothing for hours or fall asleep, nodding over his mess of papers. I couldn't understand it, and it was none of my business. But one day, I thought I'd better give him a shake.
What? What?
I said it's 2:15, Professor. Don't you want to go to your 2 o'clock class?
Don't you want to mind your own business?
I beg your pardon.
Sorry, Clinton. Forgive me. I don't know what gets into me. Forget the class. The kids would rather be outdoors anyway.
Okay, Professor. In that case, I'm sorry I woke you up.
It's all right. I just can't seem to get my sleeping done at night. Clinton, what do you know about the international situation?
Well, I'm no political scientist, if that's what you mean. I read the papers when I have time.
Well, that's the way I've always been. Lately, I've had to look into it. I stay up nights looking into it.
Professor, I don't want you to take this personally or anything, but... Well, sir, I wonder if you'd mind if I asked to be transferred.
You mean you'd rather work with somebody else in the department?
Oh, no, sir, it's not that. I think maybe there's a chance for a psychologist to work on that government project.
Government project? Oh, yes, that army thing.
Yes, sir. They're trying to develop robot pilots for the new fighter rockets so they'll be expendable.
Oh, yes.
Something else designed to replace men.
Yes, sir. And you know it's a funny thing. The robots work just like human brains. They get overworked or overloaded or something, and they have nervous breakdowns. Now, if I could only find out what drives those electronic brains crazy, why, I'd feel that I would...
If you want to study a brain that's going crazy, never mind the robots. You can go to work on me.
What are you talking about, sir?
I don't know. I'm either crazy as a bedbug or a... Clinton, I wish you'd help me find out.
Are you serious, Professor?
I never was more serious in my life. I'm afraid I'm going out of my mind.
But why? What makes you think so?
This is what makes me think I'm crazy.
Those dice?
Clinton, do you know what the odds are against my rolling a 7?
Oh, about 5 or 6 to 1.
Watch. 7. Now, what are the odds against my rolling it again?
Twice in a row? Plenty. About 100 to 1, I'd say.
Watch.
Professor, you're hotter than a $2 pistol.
That's funny. That's what they said 8 years ago when I first discovered this.
Discovered what?
This force of the mind. I call it dynamo psychism.
You mean you shove those dice around just by thinking about it?
People have always thought there could be a force of the mind. You know that. Fortunately or unfortunately, I've learned to control it.
Yeah? How did you happen to find out about this, Professor?
Well, it was about 10 years ago, back in 1948. I made the mistake of going to a psychologist's convention, and in order not to appear unsocial, I happened to find myself, for the first and only time in my life, in a dice game.
What happened?
I didn't have the faintest idea what was expected of me, and someone told me to roll 7s. So I did. 10 of them.
I'll bet you weren't asked back into that game.
That night, in my room, I realized that it simply couldn't have been an accident, Clinton. I tried to reconstruct the exact scene, the position of my body, and finally, the thoughts in my mind. And that was what did it. I remembered what had been my train of thought, and I proceeded to roll 7s, not 10 consecutive times, but 50.
Oh, brother, there it is again. Professor, can you do anything else? I mean, besides shove dice around?
You see that inkwell on my desk?
Sure.
Watch it. Don't take your eyes off it. If nothing happens, say so, and I shall go quietly, even happily, to the nearest sanitarium.
Okay, Professor, shoot. Hey, why, it just blew up.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to splash ink on your suit.
That's okay, Professor. What was that funny noise?
Oh, that. The dynamo psychic waves are a little like ultra-high frequency waves. Sometimes, when I turn on the power, they create a kind of static.
Listen, Professor, how much power have you got? Could you blow up anything, well, you know, big?
I could flatten the Great Wall of China.
Oh, you'll make the helio-oxygen bomb look sick.
That's what scares me, Clinton. The thought that maybe I could use this power to save the world. Clinton, you've got to help me.
Who, me? Professor, when it comes to international relations, I don't know from where. You'd better get in touch with the State Department.
State Department? Yes, they'd be the ones, wouldn't they? Well, you probably want to be getting home now. I'll see you to the door. I could use a breath of fresh air.
Okay, Professor. You better stop brooding about this. You get somebody else to do your worrying for you.
Yes, you're right. I have been brooding, wondering what to do. Just sitting and staring endlessly at that awful monstrosity across the way.
You mean the old bell tower?
Yes, I've gotten so I can't stand the sight of it anymore.
Professor, look, what... Oh, there's nothing left but a pile of rubble.
Oh, my, I didn't really mean to do that. Well, you see, Clinton, it's got to the point where my lightest whim is more dangerous than a blockbuster.
Professor, you get in and write that letter to the State Department right now. You packed too much of a wallet. Barnhouse mailed his letter, and things happened fast. The long arm of the Army reached out, and within 5 days, the two of us were deposited in an old mansion in Virginia, surrounded with a barbed wire fence and 20 guards, and labeled top secret. As soon as they'd seen a couple of small demonstrations, they set up a big test of dynamo psychism, and the professor was a very important guy. You could see him getting more unhappy every day.
General Barker, I've got to talk to you.
Just a minute, Professor. We're cleaning up the last details in Operation Brainwave. We'll roll at 1400 hours tomorrow.
At 1400 what?
2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The robot-controlled fighter rockets will take off at exactly 1400 minus 10 and appear over the target at 1400. Watching from here over the video screen, you will then try to knock all 20 of them out of the sky. Think you can do it?
Of course I can do it.
Fine. And we're taking care of everything.
Everything except that you neglected to ask me if I wanted to do it. I don't. This whole thing strikes me as childish and insanely expensive.
We'll decide about that.
But what's the good of it? I wouldn't mind acting as a defense weapon if it were necessary. But I can make all wars and armaments unnecessary. I could give every nation what it needs. I could move mountains, build roads, dig irrigation canals. I have a technique which costs nothing and can do immense good. You're spending millions to prove that it can do immense damage. It doesn't make sense.
You know something, General? He's right.
Of course I'm right. I want you to send me and Clinton back to Wilton College. Right away.
That's quite impossible, Professor. This operation has gone too far to be called off now.
Yes, but...
Even if we wanted to call it off. If your dynamo psychism really works, you're apt to be the key to our entire defense setup.
But listen...
You'll have to excuse me now. Major Cuthrell and I have to double-check the confidential list of the observers on this end. Have you got it, Major?
Yes, General. It's right here. Alberts, Barker, Bernstein, Carter, Clinton, Cuthrell, Holbrook, Lawrence, Stein, Williams.
Check. I guess that includes everybody of importance.
What about me?
What? Oh, that's taken for granted, Professor.
Thanks.
1400 hours. Will you be ready?
I'll be ready. And now, if someone will wind the restricted clock and put the confidential cat out, I'm going to bed.
One minute, 45 seconds to go, Professor Barnhouse. Are you in good shape?
I'm all right, General.
Good. You can all take our places in front of the video screen now. You sit here, Professor, in the center. Major Cuthrell, will you turn on the video screen?
Right, General. Nothing yet, just empty sky. Hold it. I hear him coming in.
There are 20 of them, Professor. You think you can knock them down at this altitude?
Distance has nothing to do with it.
I don't want anything to go wrong. You're sure you feel all right?
General, I know I can do it. If that's all that's worrying you, let's call the whole thing off and save $20 million.
There they are. They're coming in.
Get ready, Professor. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, wide open, Professor. Well, go ahead, Barnhouse. Knock them down.
I did.
Nonsense. All you've done is blank out the video screen. What went wrong? Did you give it everything you had?
I was wide open, General.
Well, it didn't work. They're still flying. What's that?
It just took a few seconds to work.
That... Holy smoke, they're dropping like flies.
McKinley, the brainwave control. What's happened to these rockets? They're going down like flames.
By heaven, it works. It really works. Cutwell, get Washington on the line. Barnhouse, I want you to... Hey, where's Barnhouse? Clinton, where's the professor?
Got me, General. We were all staring at the video. He must have walked out.
Get moving, everybody. Alert the guards. Search the house.
Yes, sir.
If anything happens to that man...
Gerald Barker.
What is it, Corporal?
Corporal Gray guard at the main gate. Sir Professor Barnhouse is gone.
Gone where?
He came carrying out of the gate at 40 miles an hour. Here's a note, sir. Threw it out of the car as he went by. I picked it up.
Let me see it, quick. What got into that man?
What does he say, General?
Gentlemen, as the first superweapon with a conscience, I'm removing myself from your national defense stockpile. Setting a new precedent in the behavior of ordnance, I have humane reasons for going off.
Sign. Arthur Barnhouse.
Barnhouse was gone, and within 12 hours the world was on a spree. The headlines were glorious or terrible, depending on what you think of the things the way they are.
Barnhouse went to Helio Bomb Factory!
The dynamo psychic waves reached every corner of the world. In every country, every continent flashed the news of what was happening.
Hey, Barnhouse sucked out hidden atomic stockpile in Asia!
There was a new kind of war, the war of tattletales. Secret agents of every country hunted for the hidden armaments of their enemies, yelled about them in the newspapers, and immediately there'd be that warning burst of Barnhouse static, followed by...
Radio-controlled fleet blown up on secret maneuver!
The professor was out to make peace or bust, and nothing like him ever was. Look, Major Cutwell, I told the FBI and the Army everything I know weeks ago. I've answered questions till I'm blue in the face.
I didn't come here to ask questions, Clinton. I came to ask for your help.
My help?
That's right. Find Barnhouse.
What if I don't want to?
If you're his friend, I think you'd better.
Why pick on me? You've got the FBI, the police, and Army intelligence. Why can't you find him yourself?
We're trying. But you know the man well. You could spot him where we wouldn't. And you're the only one who can.
Maybe. But why should I? Wherever he is, I think he's doing fine. He's making war impossible, and I like it.
So do I.
Yes? He's putting you out of a job.
That's all right with me. I'll retire to a truck farm with pleasure.
Well, then?
Look, Clinton, we aren't the only ones in this race. Every country in the world has its best agents out hunting for Barnhouse. Nobody can beat that kind of a manhunt.
He seems to be doing all right so far.
Sure, but how long do you think he can keep it up? A week? A month? Sooner or later, he'll be spotted. And if the wrong people find him, Clinton, we're done for. You know what kind of weapon this is. Whoever controls the Barnhouse effect can control the world.
Well, all right. Suppose they do find him. He'd never give the secret away.
Never give it away? Are you out of your mind? You think these fellows are playing for marbles?
Well, no, but...
Read the papers, Clinton. Don't you know what's going on in the rest of the world?
Yes,
They'll get the secret out of Barnhouse, all right. What happens to him in the process won't be very pretty.
Well, he must realize that, then. He'll never let himself be taken alive.
He may not have the choice. And if he doesn't, God help us all.
All right. All right, I'm in.
Good. Now, do you know anything that you haven't told us? Anything that might give us a lead?
Only this. It was addressed to me. I found it here on his desk the morning after he escaped.
You mean he came back here?
Yes. I guess he needed to pick up some personal effects. Anyway, the files were open, and he left this note on the scrap of paper.
Anything to do with the Barnhouse effect?
Read it yourself. It's Greek to me. Just these few lines scrawled on a piece of paper, and the last one breaks off right in the middle of the sentence.
This stuff doesn't make any sense at all. You know, from the looks of this, I'm beginning to wonder if the professor isn't going off his rocker.
I thought of that, too.
All the more reason why we've got to get to him quick. He may be helpless, and the whole world's on his track. Come on, Clinton. We haven't much time.
Brother, it's hot. What a way to spend an August afternoon, huh, Major? Give my eye teeth to be at Jones Beach.
So would I, Corporal. We've got work to do here.
Look, sir, we've been cruising around these radio detection cars for a week. Not a sign of Barnhouse static. The professor must have run out of things to work on.
Well, we'll give him a little more time. Switch to shortwave. See if there's anything special coming through.
Yes.
Try the 9 meter wave.
Radio Manata.
Let's hear that.
Our American enemies who have hidden behind the unjust and diabolical persecution by Professor Arthur Barnhouse will tyrannize us no more.
I wonder if the professor's on
Today,
this.
our glorious leader takes up his residence in a shelter, shielded with lead against all dynamo psychic threats. With his protection designed by our brilliant scientists to be absolutely impregnable against the Barnhouse effect, he will once again lead us on the path of our glorious death.
Quick, triangulate it and get me a fix.
I've got it. Let me check this chart.
Quick, man.
3.9, 1.7. Oh, my aching back. What is it? We haven't got a prayer of finding a major. He'd have to be picked out of 2 million people.
Where is Barnhouse?
Right where I was wishing I was. Right smack in the middle of Jones Beach.
We're full. No more rooms tonight.
We don't want a room. Do you recognize this picture?
Who wants to know?
Uncle wants to know.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Let me see it. Yeah, it looks a lot like room 417.
About 5 feet 8, thin, sandy hair, glasses, little scar right across the bridge of his nose.
Yeah, that's 417, all right.
You mean he's here now?
No, not anymore. He checked out 2 days ago. But he couldn't have gone far.
What makes you say that?
Oh, he looked sick as a dog. Couldn't hardly carry his own bag out.
Uh-oh.
Like I said to the other fellas, I said he looked like he was on his way to the morgue.
What other fellas?
Oh, the ones this morning. You're the second pair that's been asking for him.
Here we are, Ward 15. This way, gentlemen.
You're sure he's here, nurse?
Oh, yes.
Thank heaven we're in time.
Well, I wasn't on duty when he came in, but one of the other girls told me he collapsed in the street. The ambulance brought him in.
Okay, he must have really had it rough.
Oh, here you are. Bed number 78. This is your man.
Wait a minute. This isn't Barnhouse?
But I was perfectly sure. Oh, wait, let me check his chart. Dismissed 8 p.m.
Only an hour ago.
Oh, dear, now I remember.
Remember what? If he was sick, why did you let him go?
Well, 2 of his friends came and took him away. They didn't want him in the charity ward. They said they'd make sure that he was taken care of.
Every time I walk into this study, I keep hoping somehow I'll wake up out of a bad dream and find the professor just sitting here. Major, is there anything we haven't covered?
Nothing. The police, the FBI, the air patrols, the docks, the railroad stations, everything. Not even a flea could get through this dragnet. I hope.
Then I guess we sit.
We sit. Maybe something will come in.
You have to roll those dice. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking.
An hour. That's what's driving me crazy. 1 hour sooner and he'd have been in our hands, not theirs.
I know. Well, maybe he's still all right.
How can he be all right? He's in the hands of a foreign power.
We don't know that for sure. The professor was a likable little guy. He couldn't have lasted this long if he hadn't found some friends. Maybe they came and took him away.
Well, grab that.
Hello? Yes?
Clinton, is that you?
Professor Barnhouse.
Clinton, they've got me.
Who's got you? Where are you, Professor?
I don't know. They said something about taking me to an airport.
An airport? Which one?
Listen, Clinton, I've got to tell you. The inkwell.
What are you talking about?
Remember the inkwell?
Professor. Professor Barnhouse. Operator.
Your call, please.
Operator, that caller just came in here. Can you trace it?
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid it's too late. Your party has been disconnected.
Where are we headed? He didn't say which airport, just a hunch.
The commercial airfields are all covered. But there's a little private field out here, I remember. Hasn't been used in years.
Better be the one.
They didn't have too much of a start on us. Maybe we'll make it in time. Step on it, Corporal.
Wide open, Major.
How'd he sound? Did he say who had him?
No, all he got out was the airport and something about an
Major,
Mr. Clinton, there's a tail light up ahead. Must be another car going like the devil.
You're right, I see it. They're turning into the airfield. Come on, faster.
Hold everything.
Look up ahead.
They're switching the floodlights on at the field.
There's the plane down at the other end, all warmed up and ready to go.
We'll never make it on the road. Hang on, I'm going through the fence.
Right. Well, what's the matter? Get going.
Sorry, sir. Must have cracked the axle.
They're taking off. Get out the submachine gun.
You can't. Barnhouse is in that plane. You'll kill him.
We've got to take that chance.
That plane's headed straight for us. Hit the dirt. Get that gun working, Corporal. Aim for the propeller.
Couldn't get him, Major.
Well, there goes the old ball game.
I'll get through to Air Patrol, sir. Maybe they can intercept the plane.
No, not a chance. By the time the fighters got off the ground, the plane would be out of range. No, we've lost, Barnhouse. And nothing can save us now.
Hey, what? What hit me? Wait, now, are you all right?
Yeah, sure. The plane. It's gone.
I know. Barnhouse blew it right out of the sky. He wouldn't let himself be taken alive.
Boy, he really did it the hard way. Poor guy. He shouldn't have had to be a hero. All he ever wanted was peace.
Peace? What's that? Now the arms race will start all over again. And with Barnhouse gone, what's left to stop it?
So they brought me back here to the professor's old study to dictate this report. I'm sitting here at his desk, and it's just the way he left it. Papers all over, even his old pair of dice. Arthur Barnhouse is dead. That's going to be good news for some people when they find out. The saber rattlers of the world will be busy as of tomorrow morning, getting ready to whoop up another war. I'm afraid they're in for a little surprise. It's 3 a.m. now. And before morning comes, I intend to vanish, disappear completely. That's the last that anybody will ever see or hear of me directly. That's why I want to tell you now. I've been looking at the new inkwell here on the desk. The professor's last words were something about an inkwell. And in it I found a little scrap of paper. Just a few words, but they complete the note I showed the major. The note that didn't make any sense. The whole thing makes sense now. Professor Barnhouse may be dead. But you haven't heard the last of the Barnhouse effect. Not yet. I've been experimenting while I've been talking to you. And now the time has come for me to say goodbye. You see, I've just rolled my 50th consecutive 7.
You have just heard Report on the Barnhouse Effect by Kurt Vonnegut, Jr. An adventure in time, space, and the unknown. Dimension X.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts, presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theatre of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Welles.
Tonight, the Mercury brings you one of the loveliest of all love stories. It's by John Galsworthy, and it's called The Apple Tree. It was Stella's and my silver wedding anniversary. We'd motored to Torquay, where we'd first met, to celebrate. Well, Stella had suggested that we'd take a lunch and drive out on the moor.
It would be so lovely there, Frank. It's quite warm in the sun. I can do some sketching while you read.
We drove several miles and stopped on a high hill with a view into the deep valley beyond. Stella wandered off somewhere to sketch, and I stretched out in the sun and watched the sky and longed for I knew not what. There was no reason I should be unhappy or even mildly disturbed. My life had been pleasant, my marriage quite successful, but as I lay there, it seemed to me that there was something missing. Something that had nothing to do with pleasant lives or successful marriages. The familiar words of Hippolytus echoed in my mind. The apple tree. The apple tree, the singing, and the gold. The apple tree. And then quite suddenly, I remembered. I'd been here before. Years before. I'd stood on this self-same hill. I knew the valley into which I looked. That ribbon of road and the old well behind. Life has moments of sheer beauty, of unbidden flying rapture, but they last no longer than the span of a cloud's flight over the sun. I'd stumbled on just such a moment in my own life. I'd stumbled on a buried memory, a wild, sweet time. It was after my first year in college. A friend of mine, Robert Cotten, and I were making a walking tour of the country around Torquay. But my knee, which had been injured in a football game the year before, was giving me trouble. I knew I'd have to give up the tour. We were looking for a farmhouse somewhere where we could put up until I got better.
I don't think you ought to walk much farther, Frank. Why don't I go ahead and reconnoiter? Oh, I won't need to. There's someone coming.
There was a girl. The wind blew her crude little skirt against her legs and lifted her battered tam o' shanter. It was clear she was a country girl. Her shoes were split, her hands were rough and brown, and her hair waved untidily across her forehead. But her lashes were long and dark, and her gray eyes were a wonder, dewy as if opened for the first time that day.
Hello?
Could you tell us if there's a farm near here where we could spend the night? My friend's getting pretty lame.
There's our farm, sir.
Oh, could you put us up?
I'm sure my aunt would be glad to. If you like, I'll show you the way.
We'd appreciate it very much.
Not very far, just down the valley. Right through the apple orchard, and we're there.
Just through a narrow wood, we came on the farm. A long, low, stone-built house with casement windows and a farmyard where pigs and fowls and an old mare were straying about, and in front, an orchard of apple trees just breaking into flower. A woman stood by the door watching as we approached.
This is Mrs. Narracombe, my aunt.
And we met your niece on the road. She said she thought you might put us up.
Well, I can if you don't mind one room. Megan, get the spare room ready and a bowl of cream. The gentleman will be wanting tea, I expect.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Merrick. By the way, we haven't been introduced.
No, sir.
Oh, this is Robert Cotten. I'm Frank Ashurst.
How do you do, sir?
Hello.
What's your name?
Megan David.
Are you a Devonshire girl?
Oh, no, sir. I'm from Wales.
You're very young, aren't you?
I'm 17, sir.
Well, how many of you live here?
Well, there's my aunt and her two nephews. The boys you saw as you came. Nick and Rick, they're called. Then there's old Jim, a hired man.
Quite a family.
Yes, sir. If there's anything else you want, you call.
All right. Thank you.
Pretty thing, isn't she?
Huh? Pretty. She's like a flower. Like a wildflower. You come on unexpectedly in the woods.
A bit poetic for me. But I see your point. I say, Frank, your knee is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Why don't you say I leave you here for a couple of days?
Well, it does hurt like the devil. What about you?
Well, I have to get back to London, but I can get the train from Torquay. That is, if you don't mind being left alone.
As a matter of fact, I should like it. Nothing to do but dream and watch spring on a farm. I've always wanted to do that.
Well, good luck to you, then. Look me up when you get to London. And be careful of the wildflowers.
good to be left alone. I think they were glad to have me. Megan and her aunt worried about my lameness as if I'd been one of the family. From the very first, I'd felt that Megan liked me. She performed little kindnesses for me that weren't part of her duties. As the days went by, I began to expect them. When I woke in the morning, the thought of her made me anxious to be up and downstairs. Even if I didn't talk with her, I liked to be near where I could hear her singing at her work. One day I was down by the big apple tree. And the two little boys, Nick and Rick, were playing there by the pool.
Watch out, Rick. The gypsy bogle will get you.
Gypsy bogle? What do you mean by the gypsy bogle, Rick?
The gypsy bogle sits on the stone there by the apple tree sometimes.
Oh, what does he look like?
Dunno. Never seen him. Megan says he sits there. Megan's afeard of him.
Oh?
But she's not afeard of you. She says a prayer for you.
Well, how do you know that, you little rascal?
When I was asleep, she said, God bless us all and Mr. Rashes. I heard her whispering.
You're a little ruffian to tell what you hear when you're not meant to hear it.
You see, Rick, I told you not to tell him.
Rick, come here, both.
Here they are, Megan.
I've been looking all over for the rascals. Go into the house at once. Auntie wants you. Now go on with you.
Nick told her about the gypsy bogle.
Go on now. No more nonsense out of you. Children are silly sometimes.
Oh, I don't think so. They're often more sensible than grown-ups. Tell me, Megan. What's this gypsy bogle they're talking about?
He brings bad things. They're bogles in the rocks. They're men who lived long ago. There's one that comes here and sits on that rock.
Oh, I should come down one night and sit on the rock there and have a talk with him.
Oh, please don't. Something will happen to him.
What does it matter if anything happened to me, Megan? Would it disturb you a lot? Well, I dare say I shan't see him because I suppose I shall have to be off pretty soon.
Oh, no.
Would you like me to stay?
Very much.
Well, then I will stay. And tonight, Megan, I'm going to say a prayer for you.
You're laughing at me. You're laughing at us, all of us.
That's not true, Megan. Believe me, that's not true.
Why?
Wait, Megan. Your hair, it's caught in the apple blossoms. Don't move, Megan. Don't move. Oh, you're beautiful with those clusters of pink blossoms in your dark hair. Megan.
Oh.
You're so very, very sweet, Megan.
You too.
Megan, come here tonight. To the big apple tree. After they've gone to bed. Megan, promise.
I promise.
For a long time after Megan had fled away through the orchard, I stood there under the apple tree. This was the beginning of what? She was so lovely, so unutterably lovely and untouched. I felt somehow as if I'd beheld a miracle, and it had transformed me. I walked on toward the wild meadow. Jim, the hired man, was out there.
Good evening to you, Mr.
Good evening, Jim.
It is brave weather for the grass.
Jim, they tell me you've seen the gypsy bogle. Have you seen it, too? Is that right?
Well, 'twere in my mind as 'twas there this evening a little afore. Ask Megan. If she was there, she's seen him.
Yeah. Yeah, she's sensitive. She feels everything.
She's very loving-hearted.
Loving-hearted?
Aye.
Yes. That was it. What was I to do about this girl who loved me so? And whom I loved? I walked for a long time. In the orchard, I broke off a spray from a crabapple tree. The buds were like Megan. Shell pink. Rose pink. Wild and fresh. and the opening flowers white and wild and touching. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to our Mercury production of John Galsworthy's great love story, The Apple Tree. Now, before we bring you the final act of The Apple Tree, here's Jimmy Wallington, who has the glint of an old grad in his eye as he thinks of the coming football season.
Why, yes, Orson. Tomorrow and next Saturday, the old pigskin season swings into action. Those first really post-war 11s gallop out on the field. And that reminds me, of course, of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. For what is that truly great beer but a team? A blend of never less than 33 fine brews, each in itself an all-American for flavor and quality. Yes, and what is finer than to have the team right with you in a tall, foam-capped glass as you sit by your radio and listen to the referee's whistle start the Saturday gridiron battle? Yes, friends, you'll find me tomorrow right by my radio, listening to a football game, and right beside me where I can enjoy that perfect flavor, not too heavy, not too light, but clean, fresh, sparkling, will be a good supply of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And say, incidentally, friends, if you occasionally can't get all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you wish, please keep on asking your dealer for it. We're doing our best to get you your share of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now part 2 of Orson Welles' Mercury production of the famous love story by John Galsworthy, The Apple Tree.
She kept her promise. Megan met me under the apple tree that night. She came straight toward me and into my arms. And our lips sought each other. And we stood there together for a long time in the moonlight. Megan, why did you come?
Sir, you asked me to.
Megan, darling, don't call me sir.
Should I be calling you?
Frank.
Oh, I couldn't.
But you love me, don't you?
I couldn't help loving you, and I want to be with you. That's all.
That's all.
I shall die if I can't be with you.
You shall be with me forever, Megan. Forever. We'll go to London. I'll show you the world.
I don't care where we go. If I can be with you, that's all.
Tomorrow, dear, I'll go to Torquay and get some money and get you some clothes that won't be noticed when we get to London. If you love me well enough, we'll be married.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I only want to be with you.
Oh, Megan, I'm not nearly good enough for you. Tell me, when did you begin to love me?
When I saw you on the road and you looked at me. But I never thought you'd want me.
Oh, my darling. My darling.
Oh, look. Look, the gypsy bogle.
The gypsy bogle? Where? I don't see anything.
They're sitting on the stone under the tree.
Megan, there's nothing there, only the moonlight on the rock.
I saw him, and I'm afraid. Bad
A
sign.
bad
I must
sign.
go in.
Darling Megan, there's nothing there. There's no gypsy bogle. It's only your imagination.
You don't see the bogles, but I see them. And I know. Good night.
Megan! Megan! I heard the gate click. Knew she'd gone. Instead of her, only this old apple tree. And the scent of the woods. A little part of her. And above me and around, the blossoms. More living, more moonlit than ever. Seem to glow and breathe. The next morning, I left early and went to Torquay. I wanted to get some money, and I had to cash a check, but I found that without credentials, I'd have to wait till they wired the London bank for verification. While I waited for the answer, I shopped for a dress for Megan.
Here's something, sir. It's very smart.
The more I looked at those modish gowns, the less they seemed suited to Megan. It was incredible that Megan, my Megan, could ever be dressed in anything except the rough tweed skirt and battered tam o' shanter I'd always seen her wear. Couldn't make up my mind, and yet she couldn't wear her old clothes in London. They wouldn't suit her either. Couldn't make up my mind. I walked the streets of Torquay, confused and undecided.
Well, Frank Ashurst. Haven't seen you since rugby.
Oh, Halliday, Phil Halliday, this is a surprise.
Hey, if you're not lunching anywhere, come with me. I'm here with my sister Stella.
Oh, that's good. I'd love to see Stella, and I haven't any good reason for refusing, Phil. Oh, great Scott, I'd completely forgotten the time. It's after 3 and the bank's closed.
Splendid. That means you'll have to stay over in
No,
Torquay.
I can't do that.
Oh, we should love to have you. I know Phil's getting bored to death with me, and we've had such fun.
Yes, it has been fun, Stella. I've been rustic for so long, I'd almost forgotten how pleasant London talk can be. Very well. I'll stay. I sent a wire to Mrs. Narracombe. I hoped that Megan would understand. Just this one day away from her wouldn't matter. It was the life that I'd always known. Gay, cheerful, normal people. Just a few more hours of their life before I left it altogether didn't seem wrong. Stella was a pretty thing. Curious the calm way she looked at me. As if she understood everything and never questioned too deeply. But that night I couldn't sleep. I thought of Megan. I was with her again. Under the living, breathing whiteness of the blossoms. The moonlight on her upturned face. Face of innocence and humble passion. Megan. Poor little trusting Megan. How much did I really love her? How much was madness? And the spring and the wild beauty of her. I thought of Stella. Stella, cool, poised, and friendly. Stella belonged to the world I knew and understood, a world that understood me. Megan didn't understand, and she never could belong. She loved me, but was that enough for either of us? I didn't know what to do. Phil and Stella had asked me to go with them to Totnes for a picnic. I hadn't given them a definite answer, nor had I sent any further wire to Mrs. Narracombe. Today I had to decide. I knew that. I went out for a walk along the cliff wall. There's a high sea running. There weren't many people out. I'd walked a mile or so, I guess, before I saw her. There she was. Megan in her old skirt and jacket and tam o' shanter. She was looking for me. I knew that at once. She'd look up into the faces of the passers-by, wavering, lost-looking, and somehow pitiful. I followed her a long way. Once she stopped and leaned against the sea wall. I wanted her again. I wanted her kisses. Her abandonment, all her quick, warm, pagan emotion. And the wonderful feeling of that night under the moonlit apple tree. Yet I couldn't move toward her. I couldn't let her know I was there. For suddenly I realized that to go back to the farm and love Megan out in the woods, among the rocks, with everything around wild and fitting, That was what I wanted. And that was impossible. But to transplant her to the town, to keep her in some little flat, and when the wild ecstasy wore off, to find her commonplace, unable to fit into my world, and no longer able to go back to her own. That was worse. Far worse. I took another long, last look at that pathetic, wistful figure staring out over the sea. Goodbye, Megan. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye. 3 days later, I went back to London, traveling with the Hallidays. On the last day of April in the following year, Stella and I were married. All this I remembered as I sat there on the hill in the warm sun. And as I remembered an ache for a lost youth, a hankering and a sense of wasted love and sweetness gripped me. And the sun no longer warm, I got up and walked a ways down the road. There was a man standing by what I saw was a grave, an old man he was. And the grave was by the crossroads. There was a moor stone to the west. And on it, someone had thrown a blackthorn spray. And a handful of bluebells.
Good afternoon to you, sir. A nice day for a walk.
Can you tell me whose grave this is?
Well, now, it's quite a story. 'Twas a poor soul that killed herself. 'Twas a long time ago. She was a pretty girl, but too loving-hearted.
Too loving-hearted?
In them days, I was working for Mrs. Norricombe, and she was, too. There was a college gentleman staying with us. She took a fancy to him. He was a nice fella, too. Then, one day, he went away sudden-like and never come back. After that, she was crying a lot, and then one day I found her. She was lying in a pool by the old apple tree, by the stone where the gypsy boulder sat. It was June then, but she'd found a little bit of apple blossom and stuck it in her hair.
I walked away. I'd heard enough. On the top of the hill, I lay down and buried my face in my hands. Megan's face brushed close. Megan, with a sprig of apple blossoms and her dark, wet hair.
If I could be with you, that's all. If I could be with you.
Oh, there you are, Frank. Look at my sketch. It's pretty, don't you think?
Oh, yes, it's very pretty.
Still, there's something wanting, isn't there?
Yes. Yes. There was something wanting. The apple tree. The singing. And the gold.
You have just heard the Orson Welles Mercury production of The Apple Tree by John Galsworthy. Mr. Wells will return in just a moment. But first, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he is unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Ladies and gentlemen, because we have a couple of minutes before it's time to say goodnight, I'd like to read you a poem. Like our story tonight, deals with love and lost love. It's by Ernest Dawson. It's a great favorite. It's called Cinera. Last night, yesternight, betwixt her lips and mine, there fell thy shadow, Cinera. Thy breath was shed upon my soul between the kisses and the wine. And I was desolate and sick of an old passion. Yea, I was desolate and bowed my head. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. All night upon mine heart I felt her warm heart beat. Night long within mine arms in love and sleep she lay. Surely the kisses of her bought red mouth were sweet. But I was desolate and sick of an old passion when I awoke and found the dawn was gray. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. I have forgot much, Cinera. Gone with the wind, flung roses riotously with the throng, dancing to put thy pale, lost lilies out of mind. But I was desolate and sick of an old passion. Yea, all the time, because the dance was long. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. I cried for madder music and for stronger wine. And when the feast is finished and the lamps expire, then falls thy shadow, Cinera. The night is thine. And I am desolate and sick of an old passion, yea, hungry for the lips of my desire. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. And now it's time to say goodnight. Next week's show is Shakespeare's King Lear. Till then, we remain as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Number of programs this week.
The Corn is Green by Emlyn Williams, with Gladys Young as Miss Moffat and Richard Burton as Morgan Evans. The play adapted for broadcasting by T. Rowland Hughes and produced by P.H. Burton. The Corn is Green.
The action of the play takes place in Glansarno, a small village in a remote Welsh countryside in the latter part of the last century.
Your voice, Mr. Jones, has given me an agonizing headache. And if you must indulge in music, will you please not do it in Welsh?
I wasn't indulging in music. I was singing a hymn. There, that's the last book to go on that shelf. And if a hymn gives you a headache, there is nothing wrong with a hymn. There is something wrong with your head, Miss Ronbury.
I still don't see the necessity for it.
I sing to cheer myself up.
What do the words mean?
The wicked shall burn in hell.
Mr. Jones, translation.
Bergen wide, Bergen.
Mr. Jones.
He says he cut the sweet peas and the rubbish heap is smelling terrible.
Oh, dear. His father must put something on it.
That's the English all over. The devil is there, is he? Don't take him away. Put a bit of scent on him. Come in the daddy, Roy. Who better know him, have you?
Yes, sir. I hope he'll have the sense to give the message.
It is terrible, isn't it? The people on these green fields and flowery hillsides being turned out of heaven because they cannot answer St. Peter when he asks them who they are in English. It is wicked, isn't it? The Welsh children not being born knowing English, isn't it? Good heavens, God bless my soul, by Jove, this, that, and the other.
I can't think why a colonel should elect to come and live in this place. There. I hope he likes flowers. I've never seen so many books. I do hope the castles will not be too feminine. I chose them with such care.
Why are you taking so much trouble getting somebody else's house ready for them, Miss Ronbury?
You need not have helped me if you did not wish. Oh, I'm frightened of the spinning wheel, too, and the china. His own furniture so distinctive. The desk and the waste paper basket so virile.
Now you'll have two on a string, him and the squire.
Mr. Jones.
And if I was a bit more of a masher, there would be three. Worldly things, that is your trouble. Please, Mr. Jones, my life is as empty as a rotten nutshell, so get me a husband before it's too late, double quick.
Oh, you insulting man.
Here's the squire now.
Squire.
Delicious, lady, delicious surprise. And the very afternoon tea, as our forebears put it, eh? Oh. Are you, Jones, making the most of your half-day?
Good afternoon, sir.
Why, dear lady, were you not at the Travers Ellis wedding?
Naughty. I sat next to you at the breakfast.
Oh, my jingo, so you did. Deuced fine breakfast. No sign of the new inhabitant?
Any moment now, I think. The pony and the trap met the London train at 11:45.
Hasn't the fellow got his own private conveyance?
Oh, I think not.
I hope he's all right.
He wrote very civilly to Mr. Jones about the house.
Oh, yes, not club notepaper, I remember, but not bad texture. Funny sort of chap, though, eh?
Why?
All these books.
Oh, that must be something. You must mean the Colonel. How gratifying.
Capital. But who on earth is this woman and this girl?
You speak English?
I do.
Be a dear and old temper, and I'll go and get the rest.
Crikey, a colonel with an Abigail. Well, why don't you say something, girl?
I never speak till I'm spoken to.
Who was that?
My mummy. I never had no daddy.
My God, these parcels are heavy. What are they? Books. There, I'll let it emper now.
Here you are. Is your employer with you, my good woman?
No, followed behind most of the way. Ought to be heavy now. I'll have a see. Here we are. Cheerio.
Thought we'd lost you. I was hoping to pass you, but that last hill was too much for me. There's a smallish crowd already. I don't think they've seen a woman on a bicycle before, so I thought I'd better bring Priscilla inside. Those children out there would wear a bell out. Watty, can you find someone for her?
I don't know, I'm sure. Oh, that must be in the kitchen in there. We'll have to hang her with the biting. Come on, Bessie. Give us a hand. Don't stand there getting into mischief.
Good afternoon. So this is my house.
No, it isn't.
Oh? Isn't this Pengarth, the name of the building, I mean?
Yes, it is.
That's right. It was left me by my uncle, Dr. Moffat. I'm Miss Moffat.
But surely those letters were written by a man.
Well, if they were, I've been grossly deceiving myself for over 40 years. Now this is jolly interesting. Why did it never occur to you that I might be a woman?
The paper wasn't sent in.
In such a bold hand.
And that long piece about the lease being 99 years, don't you know?
Was there anything wrong with it?
No, there wasn't. That's the point.
I see.
And surely you signed your name very oddly.
My initials, L.C. Moffat. You see, I've never felt that Lily Christabel really suited me.
And I thought he meant Lieutenant Colonel. But there was a military title after it.
M.A., Master of Arts.
A female M.A.? how long's that going to last?
Quite a long time, I hope, considering we've been waiting for it for 2,000 years. And now you know all about me. What do you do?
I'm afraid I don't do anything.
Mr. Trevor, he owns the hall.
Really? I've never had much to do with the landed gentry. Interesting.
Au revoir, dear Miss Ronbury. Day, Jones.
Well, nobody could say that I've made a conquest there. What's the matter with him?
I found the seaman. Looks all right.
Good.
And the big luggage is coming after. Where's his lordship?
Took offence and left. I'll just have a look at the upstairs.
Took offence? At her? I'm afraid so. Oh, well, I'm jiggered. What do you think of her, eh? Ain't she a clinker? She is unusual, is she not? She's a clinker, that's what. Terrible strong-willed, of course. Terrible. Get her into mischief, I'll keep telling her. Would bring me here. I said no. I said not with my past, I said. Your past? Before she took me up. But what with her, and now I've joined the corpse, it's all blotted out.
The corpse?
The militant righteous corpse. Ran into him in the street, I did, singing and praying and collecting full blast. And I've been a different woman since. Are you, sire?
Yes, I am.
So am I. Aren't it lovely? But what was your past? Not fingers. Light fingers? You mean stealing? Everywhere I went. Terrible. Pennies, stockings, brooches, spoons, tiddly, anything. And I always looked surprised. Every time there was a do, everything went. And I always knew it was me. I was just telling him about my troubles.
Well, don't tell him any more. Is your kitchen all right?
Oh, I ain't seen no more yet.
You've arranged my things quite splendidly, Miss Ronbury. I do thank you, both of you. I like this house. What's that singing?
Boys coming home from the mine.
They burst into song on the slightest provocation. You mustn't take any notice.
I like it. And those mountains, that grand, wild countryside, foreign-looking people. But business. I've heard about that mine. How far is it?
It's the Glassaglow coal mine, 6 miles over the hill.
We're hoping it'll stay the only one. All our scenery will be ruined. Such a pretty landscape.
What's that large, empty building next door?
Next door? Oh, the old barn belonging to the Gwalior farm before the farm was burnt down.
So it's free?
Free? Yes.
Well, I'm overstaying my welcome. So very charming.
I also. All the volumes are displayed.
I want you two people, very specially. First you, Miss Ronbury. I used to meet friends of yours at lectures in London. You live alone, you've just enough money, you're not badly educated, and time lies heavy on your hands.
The Wingrove? Oh, how mean. I should never have thought...
Isn't that so?
Not at all. When the right gentleman appears...
If you're a spinster well on in her 30s, he's lost his way and he isn't coming. Why don't you face the fact and enjoy yourself the same as I do?
But a woman's only future is to marry and fulfill the duties of...
Kettles. I'd have made a shocking wife anyway.
But haven't you ever been in love?
No.
How very odd.
I've never talked to a man for more than 5 minutes without wanting to box his ears.
But how have you passed your time since...
Since I had no hope. Very busily. In the East End for years. I've read a lot, too. I'm afraid I'm what is known as an educated woman. Which brings me to Mr. Jones. Wingrove's told me all about you, too.
My conscience is as clear as the snow.
I'm sure it is, but you're a disappointed man, aren't you?
How can I be disappointed when I am saved?
Your father was a grocer with just enough money to send you to a grammar school. With the result that you're educated beyond your sphere and yet fail to qualify for the upper classes. You feel frustrated and fall back on being saved. Am I right?
It is such a terrible thing you have said that I will have to think it over.
Do? But in the meantime, would you two like to stop moping and be very useful to me?
Useful?
Tell me, within a radius of 5 miles, how many families are there around here?
Families? Oh, there's the squire, of course, and Mrs. Gwent Price in the little class lodge. Quite a dear.
I mean ordinary people.
Villagers?
Yes. How many families?
I really haven't a
There are about 20 families in the village and 15 in the farms around.
Many children?
What age?
Oh, up to 16 or 17.
Round here, they're only children till they're 12. Then they're sent away over the hills to the mine. And in 1 week, they're old men.
I see. How many can read or write?
Next to none.
Why do you ask?
Because I am going to start a school for them.
What?
Start a school for them? What for?
What for? You cheerfully contribute funds to send missionaries to African heathens who are as happy as the day is long, and you ask me what for? See those books? Hundreds of them and something wonderful to read in every single one. These nippers are to be cut off from all that forever, are they?
That's right.
The printed page, what is it? One of the miracles of all time, that's what. And yet when these poor babies set eyes on it, they might just as well have been struck by the miracle of sudden blindness, and that, to my mind, is plain infamous.
My goodness, miss, that's right.
I'm going to start a school immediately next door in the barn, and you're going to help me. Yes, you. You're going to fling away your parasol and your kid gloves, and you're going to stain those tapering fingers with a little honest oil.
I couldn't teach those children. I couldn't. They smell.
If we'd never been taught to us, so would we. We'll put them under the pump. Mr. Jones, do you know what I'm going to do with that obstinate old head of yours?
My head?
I'm going to crack it open with a skewer. And I'm going to excavate all those chunks of grammar school knowledge, give them a quick dust, and put him to some use at last.
I'm a solicitor's clerk in Quina-Gam, and I earn 33 shillings a week.
I'll give you 34, and your lunch.
I have an enormous house to run and the flowers to do.
Shut it up, except one room, and leave the flowers to die a natural death in their own beds. I've been left a little money, and I know exactly what I'm going to do with it.
Those children are in the mine earning money. How can they?
I'll pay their parents the few miserable pennies they get out of it. And when I finish with you, Miss Rombury, won't have time to think about snapping up a husband, and you, Mr. Jones, won't have time to be so pleased that you're saved. Well?
I am with you.
Good. I have all the details worked out. I'll explain roughly. Of course, we must go slowly at first, but if we put our backs into it, here we are, 3 stolid, middle-aged folks settled in our little groove and crammed with benefits. And there are those babies scarcely out of the shell that have no idea they're even breathing the air. Only God can know how their life will end, but he will give us the chance to direct them a little of the way.
Yes. We have the blessed opportunity to raise up the children from the bowels of the earth, where the devil hath imprisoned them in the powers of darkness, and bring them to the light of knowledge.
Here's the tea. Now put those papers away and come and have it while it's nice and hot.
A night in August, 6 weeks later.
This is rum, Robert Roberts, the drink of the devil. It will take you down to hell.
Get out of my school, you dirty toffee.
I am on side, I am on this side. You here again.
It's my invite.
I said you were here again.
No, miss.
What do you mean, no, miss?
We isn't here again, miss.
What are you, then?
We isn't the same lot as this morning, miss.
Aren't you?
Miss Ronnie Berry tell us to wait, miss.
Mom. Yes? 5 more nigger boys for you.
Please, miss, can I have a kiss?
You naughty boy. You wait till you see Miss Moffat. She'll give you what for. Can I have a kiss, indeed? That is a West End.
Boys and girls come out to play. Come to the roof and come to the cone. Come to the roof.
Mr. Jones. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I see you and the lady teacher behind the door. Ooh.
You wait until you see Miss Moffat. She will give you what for.
You wait till you see Miss Moffat. She will give you what for. You wait till you see Miss Moffat. She will give you what for.
I told you, the shape of the bedroom doesn't allow for a door into the barn. Oh, she isn't here. Sorry to keep you waiting, boys, but I have to go across to Mr. Reese, the carpenter, and then I'll be able to talk to you. In the meantime, will you go to the pump in the garden shade and wash your hands? Through there. You'll find a lantern. Did you understand all that?
Yes, miss.
Thank you, miss.
Good, I won't be long.
Please, miss, can I have a kiss?
What did you say?
Please, miss, can I have a kiss?
Of course you can. Come here. Can I oblige anybody else? No? Once again, I won't be long.
Please, miss, can I have a smack bottom?
Well, look, it's not easy, my guru, you loud, I party.
Well, suck your eye, right, well, Hannah.
No need to do them all for you. Deo, Bergen. Mijn weg naar huis maar. Deo.
Orgora. Should my pen all out, Olga?
be the middle of Health, ma'am.
Who corresponds, Mr. Jones?
Oh, the off, McKinney. No star.
No star, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, it said in this book. Oh, what's that box?
It has just brought the school bell.
Really? Oh, Miss Moffat. Well?
No good.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Reese says he's had a strict order not to discuss lining the roof till the lease of the barn is signed.
Who gave the order?
That's what I want to know.
And when will the lease be signed?
Never, it seems to me. Did you call up the solicitors?
Yes, they've located Sir Herbert Vesey, but he's now doubtful about letting the barn and will give his decision by post.
But why? He'd already said it was no use to him and my references were impeccable. Why?
Oh, you look tired.
It's been a bit of a day. A letter from the mine to say no child can be released above ground. That's all blethers, but still. A request from the public house not to start a school in case it interferes with beer swilling and games of chance. A message from the chapel people to the effect that I am a foreign adventuress with cloven feet. And Priscilla's had a puncture. A bit of a day. What's that?
It's the bell for the school.
Oh, is it?
Do let us have a peep.
It was on Stantallon Monastery before it burnt down.
Look, it's got the rope and everything. Well, it's good to see it anyway.
The mason finished a little tower for it yesterday. Oh, do let us tell those boys to put it up. It'll bring us luck.
Well, if it keeps them out of mischief till I'm ready, they can...
Mr. Jones, do go and tell them.
Very good. I'll take it out to them now.
Poor Jonesy. He's terrified of them.
So am I. Oh, they're so big and so black.
Oh, here's a letter from the gentleman what owns the barn. I had a good look at the sale.
At last. What does it say?
Sir Herbert still cannot give a definite decision until the 17th.
Oh!
Another week wasted, isn't it? Infuriating.
Does it mean he may not let you have
He
it?
must. It would ruin everything.
Oh, can't we start afresh somewhere else?
Oh, I've spent too much on preparations here. Besides, I've felt so right here from the start. I can't leave now. I'm a Christian woman, but I could smack Sir Herbert's face with my arm dropped off.
Jolly good evening, teacher. Remember me?
Would you mind going outside, knocking, and waiting quite a long time before I say come in?
Oh, jolly good. Parlour games, what?
But Miss Moffat, it's the squire. Oh, squire, you must forget you ever saw me in this dress. So ashamed. I shan't be a moment.
Rat-tat-tat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Forward march. Oh, my dear madam, you're not in class now.
I'm rather irritable this evening, so unless there's a reason for your visit,
Oh, but there is. Very important message, word of mouth. From a gent that's just been dining with me, Sir Herbert Vesey.
Yes? Oh, do be quick.
He's definitely decided that he has no use for the barn.
Oh.
But he doesn't see it as a school, and under no circumstances will he let it as such, so he must regretfully decline, etc., etc.
He implied in his first letter that he would be willing to sell.
Then some bigwig must have made him change his mind, mustn't he?
You?
I have not called on you, madam, because I have been eyeing your activities very closely from afar. It is with disapproval and...
It is unwise to embark on a speech with the vocabulary of a child of 5.
I'm not going to have any of this damned hanky-panky in my village.
Your village?
My village. I'm no braggart, but I'd have you know that everything you can see from that window, and you haven't got a bad view, I own. Now, my dear madam...
And stop calling me your dear madam. I'm not married, I'm not French, and you haven't the slightest affection for me.
Oh. First of all, I'm not one to hit a woman below the belt. You know what I mean. Always be fair to the fair sex. All my life I've done my level best for the villagers. They call me squire, you know. Term of affection. Jolly touchy. I mean a hamper every Christmas, a whole shoot, and a whopping tankard of beer on my birthday, and on my 21st they all got a mug. Anyway, this buying them out of the mine's a lot of gammon. I own a half share in it.
Ah, that explains a good deal.
Why don't you take up croaky and keep your pecker up? Well, dear lady, anything I can do to make your stay here a happier one?
Thank you.
I must be getting back. If I know Sir Herbert, my best old port will be there.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
I know I shall be sticking a pin into a whale, but here are just 2 words about yourself. You're the Squire Bountiful, are you? Adored by his contented subjects, intelligent and benignly understanding, are you? I should just like to point out that there is a considerable amount of dirt, ignorance, misery, and discontent abroad in this world, and that a great deal of it is due to people like you, because you are a stupid, conceited, greedy, good-for-nothing, addle-headed nincompoop, and you can go to blue blazes. Good night.
I perceive that you have been drinking.
Phew. Oh. That was undignified, but I feel better for it.
I'm glad, because it was plain spoken, wasn't it? Has he been nasty? Oh, so unlike the squire.
He was kindness itself. He advised me to go and live in a hole in the ground with my knitting. He's persuaded the owner not to sell.
Oh, dear. Well, of course, I always think men know best, don't you?
Oh, yes.
I'm wearing my muslin to Swan. He never even noticed. Oh, what will you do?
Sell the house. Take this brainchild of a ridiculous spinster and smother it. Have you got a handkerchief?
Yes, Miss Moffat. Why?
Want to blow my nose. Sure.
Oh, you ought to have had a cry. I love a cry when I'm depressed. Such an advantage over the gentleman, I always think.
I must get some letters written to the tradespeople in the mine to let them know we're giving up the school. Suppose we'd better start putting some order into this chaos and get the business over. What are these filthy exercise books doing among my papers?
Those hooligans brought them just now. They said Mr. Jones had picked them out because they could write English.
I set them an essay on how I would spend my holiday. Must have been mad.
Oh, listen to this one. If I has ever holiday, I has breakfast and talks, then dinner and a rest. Tea, then nothing. Then supper, then I talk, and I go sleep.
From exhaustion, I suppose. Holiday time. That carefree magic word. What shall it be this year? Tobogganing among the eternal snows, or tasting the joys of Father Neptune?
But that's beautiful. Extraordinary.
Yes, I might think so, too, if I hadn't seen it in a book open on that desk.
Oh.
No, your squire was right. I've been a stupid and impractical ass, and I can't imagine how I... The mine is dark. If a light come in the mine, the rivers in the mine will run fast with the voice of many women. The walls will fall in, and it will be the end of the world.
Please, miss, I help with the bell.
Do go on.
So the mine is dark. But when I walk through the tan something shaft in the dark, I can touch with my hand the leaves on the trees, and underneath, where the corn is green.
Go on, reading.
There is a wind in the shaft. Not carbon monoxide they talk about. It smells like the sea, only like as if the sea had fresh flowers lying about. And that is my holiday. Are you Morgan Evans?
Yes, miss.
Did you write this?
No, miss.
It's in your book.
Yes, miss.
Then who wrote it?
I don't know, miss.
Oh. Miss Ronbury, will you see to those papers in the study?
Oh, yes, of course I will.
Now, did you write this?
I don't know, miss. What is the matter with it?
Sit down. And take your cap off. Spelling's deplorable, of course. Mine with two N's and leaves L-E-F-S.
What was it by rights?
Well, a V to start with.
I never heard of no V's, miss.
Don't call me miss.
Are you not a miss?
Yes, I am, but it's not polite.
Oh.
You say, yes, Miss Moffat, or no, Miss Moffat. M-O-F-F-A-T.
No V's?
No V's. Where do you live?
Under the ground, miss.
I mean your home.
Oshinamoyne, miss. Moffat. 4 miles from here.
How big is it?
4 houses and a beer house.
Any hobbies?
Oh, yes.
What?
Rum.
Rum? Oh. Do you live with your parents?
No, by my own self. My mother is dead, and my father and my 4 big brothers was in the big shaft accident when I was 10.
Killed?
Oh, yes, everybody was.
What sort of man was your father?
He was a mongrel.
What?
He had a dash of English. He learned it to me.
You go to chapel?
No, thank you.
Who taught you to read and write?
Taught?
Taught. The verb, to teach.
Oh, teach?
Who taught you?
I did.
Why?
I don't know.
What books have you read?
Books? A bit of the Bible and a book that a fella from the Prass kitchen nabbed for me.
What was it?
The Lady's Companion. Can I go now, please?
No. Do you want to learn any more?
No, thank you.
Why not?
The other men would have a good laugh.
I see. Have you ever written anything before this exercise?
No.
Why not?
Nobody never asked me to. What is the matter with it?
Nothing's the matter with it. Whether it means anything is too early for me to say, but it shows exceptional talent for a boy in your circumstances.
Terrible long words, Miss Moffat.
This shows that you are very clever.
Oh?
Have you ever been told that before?
It is news to me.
What effect does the news have on you?
It is a bit sudden. It makes me that I want to get more clever still. I want to know what is behind of all them books.
Mr. Onbury, can you come tomorrow?
Tomorrow, no. I'm working on the 6 till 4 shift.
Then can you be here at 5?
5, no, not before 7, miss. 6 miles to walk.
Yes, of course, 7. 7, then. In the meantime, I'll correct this for spelling and grammar.
Yes, Miss Moffat.
That'll be all. Good night.
Good night, Miss Moffat.
Miss Onbury?
Yes?
I've been a deuce of a fool. It doesn't matter about the barn. We're going to start the school in a small way at first, in this room. And I'm going to get those youngsters out of that mine if I have to black their face and go down and fetch them myself. We're going on with the school.
Oh, Mr. Jones, we're going on with the school. We're going on with the school.
And when I walk in the dark, I can touch with my hands where the corn is green.
Two years later.
Anybody seen a Greek book? Ah, here it is.
Greek, Miss Moffat?
Morgan Evans is starting Greek this month.
No. I didn't know you knew Greek.
I don't. I've just got to keep one day ahead of him and toss the luck.
To think that 2 years ago he hardly knew English.
Stuck-up teacher's pet.
You must not think that, Bessie dear. Miss Moffat says he's clever.
He always looks right through me, so I don't know, I'm sure. Stuck-up teacher's pet.
Oh, she has some wonderful plans for him. I can tell by her manner. I think she's trying to send him to one of those church schools to be a curate. Would not that be exciting?
I think she's riding for a fall.
Bessie, why?
All this ordering him about. I've got eyes in my head if she hasn't. And he's getting sick of it. I think a lady ought to be dainty. She's no idea.
Well, I must get on with my work.
Evans! Evans!
Yes, Miss Moffat?
Finished?
Yes, Miss Moffat.
How many pages?
9.
3 too many. Boil down to 6. You got those lines of Voltaire?
Yes, Miss Moffat. Yeah.
It's just 5. Have your walk now. Good and brisk. Here's your cap.
Yes, Miss Moffat.
But kill 2 birds and get the Voltaire by heart. If you can ever argue a point like that, you'll do. Back in 20 minutes. And take your pen from behind your ear.
Now turn a somersault in bed. Can you smell scent?
Yes.
Nice, isn't it?
I don't know. I never come across scent before. I did never come across scent before.
Bright, aren't you? Don't you ever get tired of lessons?
Noisy. Quite made me jump.
My mummy ought to be back soon, and then we'll know something.
What's the matter? Where's she gone?
One of her prayer meetings. 20 miles to shake a tambourine in the open air. I think it's wicked. She ought to be just in time, and then we'll know.
Know what?
About that horrid Morgan Evans. It's been lessons every night with teacher, hasn't it, since we left the mine? and long walks in between to blow the cobwebs away. But the last week or two we've been breaking our journey, so we've heard.
How do you mean?
A glass of rum next door at the Westmore Arms, and then another, and then another.
Oh, whoever told you that?
A little bird. And if my mummy sciatica's better, she's going to jump up and look over the frosty part, and then we'll know.
Guess what's happened to me?
What?
I'm a sergeant major.
Did you jump to see into the bar?
Just caught him. Having a good swig, miss. Don't you dare tell her, you little dolly mop, or I'll rattle your bones.
Was it a nice service, was it?
Beautiful, mum. They said they hoped the late Sergeant Major was gone where we all want to go. But with her having deserted, they couldn't be sure. Then we saved 3 sinners.
Please, Miss Moffat, can I have the money for my ticket?
What ticket?
For Tregarna Fair tomorrow. You said I could go.
On the contrary, I said you couldn't. Not in school hours.
Are you feeling better, dear?
No, Miss Runbury. It's all this sitting down. It's been going on for 2 years now. My hotel, it ends in everything rotting away.
What's rotting away?
Bessie says she's been sitting down for 2 years.
She's lucky. My feet feel as if I've been standing for the same length of time. What are these papers, Ron?
2 more accounts, I fear.
Oh, yes. Yes, the Little and Scott and Evans's new suit. Oh. I shall have to sell out a couple more shares, I expect.
Oh, dear.
Not at all. It's easy to squander money and it's easy to hoard it. The most difficult thing in the world is to use it. And if I've learnt to use it, I've done something. My plans are laid, Ron, my dear. My plans are laid. But don't ask me what I'm hatching, because I can't tell you till tomorrow.
Oh, you are wonderful.
Oh, to Halifax. I'm enjoying myself. And now, Bessie Watty, what is all this dying duck business?
Yes, Miss Moffat.
Don't yes, Miss Moffat, me. Explain yourself.
My mummy said all these lessons is bad for my inside.
She told me they stopped you eating sweets, but perhaps I'm telling the lies.
Yes, Miss Moffat.
What's the matter with your inside?
It goes round and round through sitting down. That's what I want is a change.
Not you, once castor oil. Adelphus, a brother. There's nothing to prevent you going for walks between lessons. You can go for one now as far as Sarah Pugh Postman, see if my new chalks have arrived. Quick march.
I'm not going.
What did you say?
I'm not going. Everybody's against me. I'm going to throw myself off a cliff and kill myself. It'll make a nice post in the papers, me and Peter at the bottom of a cliff. I'm going mad as mad, and I'm going to kill myself. Nothing's going to stop me.
Oh, dear, she's at it again. See if that won't stop your nonsense. There. Nothing like cold water, Mum. I learnt that with her father. He was foreign, you know. She'll catch her death.
Oh, I made a mess of your rug, but I think it's worth it. She's got bad blood, this girl. Mark my word.
And how do you feel after that?
I can't remember anything. I'm in a coma.
Come on. Upstairs, will you? We'll sit on our bed for an hour with the door locked, shall we? And try to remember. And next week you go away into service and see how we like that. Come on. Look sharp about it. I must count her as one of my failures. Fish out of water, of course. Gutter snipe species. There is such a fish. She'll be more at home in service. Now, where was I? Dendron, a tree.
Oh, Miss Moffat, I'm bursting with curiosity. Your plans for Morgan Evans. Is it a curative?
No. No, it isn't a curative. I'll go and have something to eat.
Oh, it's you, Morgan. Miss Moffat is having something to eat.
And I've been having something to drink, so we are quit.
Oh, I will tell her that you're back.
I don't want to see no Miss Moffat.
You mean I don't want to see Miss Moffat? The double negative?
Now, don't you start. I like the double negative. It says what I want the way I like. And I'm not going to stand no interferences from nobody. Voltaire, indeed.
Oh, I've never seen you like this before.
You haven't, have you? Well, now I come to think of it, I haven't neither, not for 2 years, and I'm surprised by myself and shocked by myself. Going inside one of them public houses and putting my nice clean boots on that dirty rail and my dainty lady fingers on that detestable mucky counter, pouring poison rum down my nice clean teeth and spitting it in a spittoon. What's come over you, Morgan Evans?
You come back to your little cage. And if you comb hair and wash hands and get your grammar right and forget you was once the middleweight champion of the Glasgow Miners, we might give you a nice bit of sewing to do. Where's that Bessie Watty sending a mother to spy on me? I'll knock her bloody block off.
Morgan Evans, language. Don't you dare use an expression like that to me again.
I got plenty of others, thank you, and they're all coming out. I'm going to surprise quite a few.
No, I'll drink the milk in here, Watty. Have a good walk, Evans?
Yes, Miss Moffat.
Can you repeat the Voltaire?
Not yet.
Well, it's very short.
Paper blowed away.
Oh. Well, copy it again, will you, and bring it to me?
Yes, Miss Moffat. I'll go and do it now.
Hope he's not going to be slow at French. It'll make the Greek so much more difficult.
You don't think perhaps all this, in his situation, is rather sudden for him, I mean...
Not for him, my dear. He has the most brilliantly receptive brain I've ever come across. Don't tell him so, but he has.
Oh, I know his brain is all right.
I'm very pleased with his progress on the whole. Wait a minute. Yes, it is.
Who?
Royalty, the Conservatives, and all the Grand Lamas rolled into one. The Squire.
The Squire? Oh, my.
It is indeed, oh, my. I'll run upstairs a moment. You open the door to him, Ron.
Come in.
Good afternoon.
Your hat, Squire.
No, thank you, I'm not staying.
Oh, dear, do look a sketch.
This is the seat of learning.
Oh, we are always on the point of a good spring clean. How dreadful that we have no refreshment to offer you.
Has she given it up, then? Tell her from me that I'm not here to be insulted again.
Oh, I'm sure you aren't. I mean...
Last time I was here, she called me an addle-headed nincompoop.
Miss Rombury, dear, my roses are dying. Would you pour out a little water for them? I have such a headache, I don't think I can... Oh, Squire.
You wrote to me. Perhaps you've forgotten.
Oh, how could I forget? I only thought that after the overwrought fashion of my behavior at our last meeting, you must ignore my very nervous invitation. Miss Rombury, a chair, dear, for the Squire.
I've not a great deal of time to spare, I fear.
Of course you haven't. I was just saying to Miss Rombury, he's so busy he'll never be able to fit it in. Miss Rombury, dear, would you get some water for those flowers?
Of course. Excuse me, Squire.
Tell me, Squire, how did your prize-giving fare this afternoon?
Rather a bore, you know.
I had so hoped to see you judge. I love flowers.
It wasn't flowers, it was cows.
Oh. Well, it was your speech I wanted to hear, of course. I heard you made such an amusing one at the croquet.
Oh, did they tell you about that? Rather a good pun, eh? May I sit down?
Do.
I thought Griffiths the butcher was going to laugh his napper off.
Indeed. Well, you know, Squire, that makes me rather proud.
Proud? Why?
Because he wouldn't have understood a word if his little girls hadn't learned English at my school.
Oh, never thought of it like that.
Oh.
Headache?
Squire, you see before you a tired woman. We live and learn. And I've learned how right you were that night. I've worked my fingers to the bone, battering my head against the stone wall.
But I heard you were a spilling success.
Oh, no.
Oh, fair of you to admit it, I must say.
You see, in one's womanly enthusiasm, one forgets that the qualities vital to success in this sort of venture are completely lacking in one. Intelligence, courage, and authority. Well, the qualities, in short, of a man.
Oh, come, you mustn't be too hard on yourself, you know. After all, you've meant well.
It's kind of you to say that.
What about this Jones chap?
Oh, he's a dear creature, but I have no wish to be fulsome. I mean a man like yourself.
I see.
One gets into such muddles. You'd never believe.
Well, I've never been on your side, but I'm sorry to hear you've come a cropper. When are you giving it up?
Well, that, again, is difficult. I have all my widow's might, as it were, in the venture.
Please excuse me.
It's all right, Evans. Have you copied it on my desk, will you?
Yes, Miss Moffat. Excuse me, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, my boy. Nice, well-spoken lad. Relative?
No, a pupil. He used to be one of your miners.
No.
I'm glad you thought he was a nice, well-spoken boy.
Yes. One of my miners. Interesting.
Because he is the problem I should like your advice about.
Oh, what's he been up to? Poaching?
No.
A bit of muslin?
No. Whether or none, anyway.
What about that little cockney filly?
Bessie Watty? Oh, no, I assure you. She's a schoolgirl.
No. All these young people growing up together, you know, eh?
I think it's good for them. No, there's nothing of that sort. But he's a problem just the same, and Like a true woman, I have to scream for help to a man. To you.
Scream away, dear lady. Scream away.
Well, he's clever.
Oh, is he? Good at figures and all that? Because if he is, there's no reason why I shouldn't put him in my mine office as junior office boy. Now, what do you think of that?
No, figures aren't his strong point.
Well, you said he was clever.
But to begin with, he can write.
Oh. Well?
Very well.
Oh, then he could make fair copies, eh?
No. This boy is quite out of the ordinary.
Sure?
As sure as one of your miners would be cutting through coal and striking a diamond without a flaw. He was born with very exceptional gifts. They must be... Well, they ought to be given every chance.
You mean he might turn into a literary bloke?
He might, yes.
I'm blowed. How do you know?
By his work. It's very good.
How do you know it's good?
How does one know Shakespeare's good?
Shakespeare? Well, what's he got to do with it?
He was a literary bloke.
Yes. He was good, of course.
But how do you know he was?
I've heard he was.
This little tenant of yours, Squire, has it in him to bring great credit to you?
Yes, he is a tenant of mine, isn't he?
Imagine if you could say that you had known, well, say Lord Tennyson as a boy on your estate.
Rather a lark, was he? Well, it's a bit different, you know. Tennyson was at Cambridge, my old college.
Oh, poor Evans. What a pity he wasn't born at the beginning of the 18th century.
Beginning of the 18th century? Oh, now, when was that?
He would have had a protector.
What again?
A patron. Pope, you recall, dedicated the famous essay on man to his protector. Here it is. Look.
2/8 St. John Lord Bolingbroke. Yes, I have heard of it, now I remember.
Isn't it wonderful to think that that inscription is handed down to posterity? And here's another. To the Right Honourable Earl of Southampton, to your honours in all duty, William Shakespeare. Oh, I often think of the pride that surged in the Earl's bosom when his encouragement gave birth to the masterpiece of a poor, humble writer.
Funny, I never thought of Shakespeare being poor, somehow.
Oh, some say his father was a butcher. The Earl realised he had genius and fostered it.
If this boy really is clever, it seems a pity for me not to do something about it, doesn't it?
A great pity. And I can tell you exactly how you can do something about it.
How?
There's a scholarship going.
Scholarship? Where?
To Oxford.
Oxford?
A scholarship to Trinity College, Oxford, open to boys of secondary education in the British Isles. My school hardly comes under the heading of secondary education, and I wrote your brother at Magdalen.
What?
Yes, and he pulled some strings for me, and they have agreed to make a special case of this boy on one condition, that you vouch for him. Will you?
My dear lady, you take the cake. Can't he be just as clever at home?
No, he can't. For the sort of future he ought to have, he must have polish. He has everything else. The background of the university would be invaluable to him. Will you?
Well, the varsity, you know, hang it all. Mind you, we'll never get it.
No, I know, but he must have the chance.
Still, you know, even the mere prospect of one of my minors.
Think of Shakespeare.
All serene. I'll drop a line to Henry next week. Oh, rather a lark, what?
I should be most obliged if the letter could be posted tomorrow. Would you like me to draft out a recommendation and send it over to the hall? You must be so busy with the estate.
I am, rather. Polka supper tomorrow night. Yes, do that. Goodbye, dear lady.
Thank you so very much, Squire.
Happier conditions and all that. Glad you've come to our senses.
Thank you so very much, Squire.
Not at all. I'm all for giving a writer fellow a helping hand. Oh, tell my brother that, if you like. You know, I can never get over Henry being a don, though I always said he'd end up as something funny.
Well, that man is so stupid, it sits on him like a halo.
What happened?
In 10 minutes, I've given the Squire the impression that he spends his whole time fostering genius in the illiterate.
Oh, but how?
Soft soap and curtsying with my brain, my heart, and my soul. I've beaten you at your own game, my dear. At my age and with my looks, I've flirted with him. And he's going to write to Oxford. At least I'm going to write to Oxford for him. Hooray! Hip, 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 hooray! I'm entering my little pit pony for a scholarship to Oxford, child. Oxford University.
But they don't have minors at Oxford University.
Well, they're going to. The lad is on this earth for 80 years at the most, out of a few millions. Let the proud, silly ones grovel and be useful for a change so he can step up on their backs to something better. I was bursting to say that to the Lord of the Manor, so I must vent it on you. Now you've served your purpose, you can go home. But you'd better watch out. I may race you to the altar yet. Evans!
Yes?
Come and sit down. Is this your essay on the wealth of nations?
Yes.
Say so and underline it. Nothing irritates examiners more than this sort of vagueness. I couldn't work this sentence out. What does it say?
The 18th century was a cauldron. Vice and elegance boiled to a simmer until the kitchen of society reeked fulminously and the smell percolated to the marble halls above.
Do you know what that means?
Yes, Miss Moffat.
Because I don't. Clarify, my boy, clarify and leave the rest to Mrs. Henry Wood. Water with 2 T's. Oh, that's a bad lapse. The Adam Smith sentence is good. Original and clear as well. 7 out of 10. Not bad, but not good. You must avoid long words until you know exactly what they mean. Otherwise, domino. There you are. Now then, you're reading?
Burke's Cause of the Present Discontent.
Style?
His style appears to me as if there was too much of it.
His style struck me as florid.
His style struck me as florid.
Again?
His style struck me as florid.
Subject matter?
A sound argument falsified by the high colour of the sentiments.
The high colour of the sentiments. Odd. No, not too odd. Good, stylish. Now for next time. Walpole and Sheridan as representatives of their age. And no smelly cauldrons. By the way, next Tuesday I'm starting you on Greek.
Oh, yes?
I'm going to put you in for a scholarship to Oxford.
Oxford? Where all the lords go?
The same. I made a simplified alphabet to begin with. Jolly interesting after Latin. Where have I put it? Have a look at it by Tuesday so that we can make a good start. Oh, and before we go on to the lesson, I found the nail file I mentioned. I'll show you how to use it. Had them both here somewhere.
I shall not need a nail file in the coal mine.
The what?
I'm going back to the coal mine.
I don't understand you. Explain yourself.
I do not want to learn Greek, not to pronounce any long English words, not to keep my hands clean.
What's the matter with you? Why not?
Because I was born in a Welsh hayfield when my mother was helping with the harvest. And I always lived in a little house with no stairs, only a ladder and no water. And until my brothers was killed, I never sleep except 3 in a bed. I know that is terrible grammar, but it is true.
What on earth has 3 in a bed got to do with learning Greek?
It has a lot. The last 2 years, I've not had no proper talk with English chaps in the mine because I was so busy keeping this old grammar in its place. Trying to better myself the day and the night. You cannot take a nail file into the Westmore Arms public bar.
My dear boy, file your nails at home. I never heard anything so ridiculous. Besides, you don't go to the Westmore Arms.
Yes, I do. I've been there every afternoon for a week, spending your pocket money. And I've been there now. And that is why I can speak my mind.
I had no idea that you felt like this.
Because you are not interested in me.
Not interested in you?
How can you be interested in a machine that you put a penny in and if nothing comes out, you give it a good shake? Evans, write me an essay. Evans, get up and bow. Evans, what is the subjunctive? My name is Morgan Evans, and all my friends call me Morgan. And if there is anything gets on the wrong side of me, it's calling me Evans. And you know what they call me in the village? Key Bacharas-Paul. The schoolmistress's little dog. What has it got to do with you if my nails are dirty? Mind your own business.
I never meant you to know this. I've spent money on you. No, I don't mind that. Your money ought to be spent. But time is different. Your life has not yet begun. Mine's half over. When you're a middle-aged spinster, some folks say it's pretty near finished. 2 years is valuable currency. I have spent 2 years on you. Ever since that first day, the mainspring of this school has been your career. Sometimes in the middle of the night when I've been desperately tired, I've lain awake making plans. Large and small. Sensible and silly. Plans. For you. And you tell me I have no interest in you. If I say any more, I shall start to cry. And I haven't cried since I was younger than you are, and I'd never forgive you for that. I'm going for a walk. I don't like this sort of conversation. Please never mention it again. If you want to go on, be at school tomorrow. If not, don't.
I don't want your money, and I don't want your time. I don't want to be thankful to no strange woman for anything.
I don't understand you. I don't understand you at all.
Wealth of nations.
Hello? Caught me knee climbing down the rain pipe. Oh. Perhaps I'm invisible. Mum's gone out.
Been spying.
People lock me in and take the key out the keyhole. They can't blame me for listening at it. Though I think she's wicked.
Mind your own business.
I won't. I like to know about everything. I like doing all the things I like. I like sweets. I don't care if it does make me fat. And I love earrings. I like to shake my head like a lady. It's funny. We've never been by ourselves before. These Davoiti Vasirin Olai Lugwin Rossinar Hall Tadir Gurain Verhagarain Lugwin Rossinar Hall. Didn't know I knew Welsh, did you? You like that song, don't you? That's why I learned it.
You are different when you sing.
Am I? You know, you was quite right to put her in her place. Clever chap like you learning lessons off a woman.
That's right.
You don't have to go to Oxford. Clever chap like you.
That's right.
What a man wants is a bit of sympathy.
Yes. He's fine. Yes.
Oh, you're hurting me.
Ten months later, Morgan Evans has passed the written examination for the scholarship and has been called to Oxford for the oral tests.
Any news?
Not yet.
I thought not. Where's the squire?
Gone to see if there's any sign.
Thank the Lord. That man is really becoming a nuisance. He gave up Henley to be here this week, did you know?
You do not appear nervous.
Past being nervous. If Morgan Evans has won this scholarship, I shan't believe it, flatly.
And if he's lost?
If he is lost, we must proceed as if nothing had happened. The sun rises and sets every day, and while it does, we've jolly well got to revolve round it. The time to sit up and take notice will be the day it decides not to appear. In the meantime, Mr. Jones, your report is on your desk. Miss Ronbury, Form 2 are waiting for your music like a jungle of hungry parakeets.
Yes, Miss Moffat. This response to things is really terrible, isn't it, Mr. Jones?
Oh, heavens.
I caught the early train. I knew they would all be watching for me, so I got out to Llanmorfydd and got a lift to Gwyn again.
Oh, does that mean...
Oh, no news, except that I am not hopeful.
Why not?
They talked to me for 1 hour at the Viva.
That doesn't mean anything. Go on.
They jumped down hard on the New Testament question, as you said they would. You are very pale.
Better than a raging fever. Go on.
I spent 5 minutes explaining why St. Paul sailed from a town 300 miles inland.
Oh, dear. Parnell?
Parnell. Oh, yes, I was going to stick up for the old chap, but when they started off with that fellow Parnell, I told the tale against him for half an hour. I wasn't born a Welshman for nothing.
And the French?
Not good. I said naturellement to everything, but it didn't fit every time.
And the Greek verbs?
They were sarcastic.
Did the president send for you?
I had half an hour with him.
You did?
Yes, but so did the other 9 candidates. He was a very kind and grand old gentleman, sitting in a drawing room the size of Penland Town Hall. I talked about religion, the same as you said.
Just as you advised?
Just as you advised. Oh, he asked me if I'd ever had strong drink, and I looked him straight in the eye and said, no.
Oh. When shall we know?
The day after tomorrow. They are writing to you.
The villagers are all in their best and talking about a holiday tomorrow. It's very stupid of them, because if you fail, it'll make you still more sick at heart.
If I have failed, don't speak about it.
But we must. You faced the idea the day you left for Oxford.
I know, but I've been to Oxford and come back since then. I have come back from the world. Since the day I was born, I've been a prisoner behind a stone wall. And now somebody has given me a leg up to have a look at the other side. They cannot drag me back again. They cannot. They must give me a push and send me over.
I've never heard you talk so much since I've known you.
That's just it. I can talk now. The 3 days I've been there, I've been talking my head off.
Oh, if 3 days at Oxford can do that to you, what would you be like at the end of 3 years?
That's just it again. It would be everything I need. Everything. Starling and I spent 3 hours one night discussing the law. He's one of the other candidates. Brilliant. The words came pouring out of me. All the words that I'd learnt and written down and never spoken. I suppose I was talking nonsense, but I was at least holding a conversation. I suddenly realized that I'd never done it before. I'd never been able to do it. How are you, Morgan? Nice day, Mr. Jones. Not bad for the harvest. A vocabulary of 20 words. All the thoughts that you had given to me were being stored away as if they were always going to be useless. Locked up and rotting away. A lot of questions with nobody to answer them. A lot of statements with nobody to contradict them. And there I was with Starling, 19 to the dozen. It's all together. Everybody seemed to be walking very fast with their gowns on in the moonlight. The bells were ringing and I was walking faster than anybody, and I felt... same as on the rum in the old days.
Go on.
All of a sudden, with one big rush, against that moon and against that high street, I saw this room. You and me sitting here studying and all those books. And everything I've ever learnt from those books and from you was lighted up like a magic lantern. Ancient Rome, Greece, Shakespeare, Carlyle, Milton, everything had a meaning because I was in a new world. My world. And so it came to me why you worked like a slave to make me ready for this scholarship. I finished.
I didn't want you to stop.
I had not been drinking.
I know.
I can talk to you, too, now.
Yes. I'm glad.
No sign of the fellow below, Danny. Evans, there you are. Well?
Good day, sir. They're sending the result through the post.
The devil they are. You know I'm finding this waiting a definite strain.
Somebody said they've seen Morgan. Day after tomorrow.
Oh. Examiner's all right, my boy?
Rather sticky, sir.
A lot of old fogies, I expect. Miss Moffat, I told you ought to have made inquiries at the other place, however.
Somebody said they'd seen...
The day after tomorrow.
Well, how are you, Morgan, dear?
The suspense is terrible.
I know.
Even the little children out here are worrying about... Oh. Morgan, my boy, are you not exhausted after your journey? Wouldn't you like something to eat?
Oh, I am rather hungry, yes.
Oh, how stupid of me. What, he'll boil you an egg. Come along.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Did they spot the driving howler?
No.
You seem very anxious to get him out of the room, Jones. What's the matter?
Hello?
How do you do?
I'm very well indeed, thanks. And how are you, Bloomy?
Yes, thanks. What is this?
I really couldn't say. Good gracious, it's Bessie. Right first time. Hello, Miss Romsey. How's geography? The world still going round in circles? Hello, Mr. Jones. Flirty as ever.
And to what do we owe this honour?
Well, it's like
Miss
this.
Ronbury, will you please return to your class?
They're quite safe. I left Mary Davis in charge. No, you don't, Mr. Jones. We've had too many secrets as it is.
3 days ago she sent money to you. Did you not receive the letter?
Yes, I did. And all the others, till I was sick of them.
What is all this?
Last week I was glancing through the Mid Wales Gazette. And I'm here to congratulate a certain young gent in case he has won that scholarship.
Oh.
But what has that got to do with you? You see, this is like this.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
4 weeks yesterday I had a baby.
Oh. You had a what?
A baby. 7 pounds, 13 ounces.
Good God, how ghastly.
It's a disgusting subject.
It isn't disgusting at all. If I had a wedding ring, you'd think it was sweet.
Morgan Evans' luggage. Excuse me, sir. Any news?
Well, yes.
Bessie! My, you do look a dolly excuse me, sir.
Say anything you like.
Where'd you get them bracelets?
Present?
Oh, that's all right. Where have you been, you madam?
Turning you into a granny.
A Well, fancy.
And I should try and have a sleep if I were you.
Hello, Miss Moffat. I've just been telling them... You know what?
Now I think it's time you told us who the fellow is. I'm going to take drastic proceedings.
That's right. Dear, who is it?
Well, as a matter of fact...
No, I'll pay you anything. Anything.
It's no good, miss. It's Morgan Evans.
Oh,
I don't believe it.
Oh, Mum. I've been dreading this for months. In a terrible way, it's a relief.
Bamboozling me every week. He was in the gut.
Lies, all lies, and I was glad to be telling them.
I can't go on listening. This horrible, unnatural happening.
Don't talk nonsense. It isn't horrible and it isn't unnatural. But I should have tried to understand and forestall instead of riding roughshod like a mare with blinkers. The schoolmistress has learned a lesson, but it's a little late now.
Where is he? Over my dead body, my girl. She's right, Mum. It's too late. I got a 4-week-old baby, kid and healthy and hungry, and I haven't got a husband to keep him, so his father's got to turn into my husband. That's only fair, isn't it?
I'm sorry, Miss Moffat, but I'm inclined to agree.
I'll call him.
There is no need to call him.
What's the matter with you?
I am sorry to say that I have a strong feeling of affection for this young woman, and I am willing to do my duty by rehabilitating her in wedlock and bestowing on the infant every advantage by bringing it up a Baptist.
Are you serious?
I am always serious.
I know it sounds cold-blooded, but will you agree?
No, I won't. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I do draw the line.
Oh, please, think again.
I'd like to oblige, but really I couldn't. Besides, my friend would be furious.
Your friend?
Ever such a nice gentleman, sporting, quite a swell. Owns a race course.
I've never heard such a conversation outside a police court. I'm seeking the safety of my own quarters. Anything I can do, Miss Moffat?
I suppose you wouldn't care to stake a claim?
Oh, gracious.
Doesn't this man of yours want to marry you?
He won't talk of anything else. But he won't have the baby. No, he worships me. Ever since I left, he keeps on sending me telegrams. I just got 2 at the station. I expect I'll get some more tonight, isn't it, Rich? Mr. Jones wouldn't consider the baby without me.
The baby without you? Your child? But what about your mother love?
When I'm your age, I love the idea of a baby. But life hasn't begun yet for me. I'm just getting a taste for it. What do I want with a baby? I could have left it on a doorstep, couldn't I? But I must see it's in good hands, and that's why I've come to Morgan Evans.
You want to make him marry you on the chance he will become fond enough of the child to ensure its future. Your conscience will be clear, and later you can go off on your own.
I shouldn't be surprised.
In the meantime, it's worthwhile to ruin a boy on the threshold of...
I don't know anything about that, I'm sure.
Wait a minute. There may be a way out. There must be.
Oh, bless us, Mum, I got it.
What?
Why can't you adopt it?
Don't be ridiculous.
Would that do you, Bessie? Well, I never...
Would it, though?
Yes, it would.
It would? But what would I do with a baby? I don't even know what they look like.
Oh, they're lovely little things. Now, it's all arranged.
It would be fantastic.
Oh, do, please. It would put everything to rights. I would know the baby was safe. Morgan Evans, and he'd never know a thing about it. I can marry my friend, and we'll all be beautiful.
Oh, come on, Mom. You've been pushing us about for 3 years. Now I'll give you a shove.
But it's mad, I tell you.
Not as mad as taking me in was with my trouble. You're the one, dear. Really you are.
Bessie Watty, do you mean that if I do not adopt this child, you...
I will have to tell Morgan Evans, and he will have to marry me. I swear that.
And do you swear that you would never let Morgan Evans know the truth?
I swear. If there are any questions, I'll say it was my friend's.
Then I give in.
That's lovely. My friend will be pleased. I'll pop back to the public house for this telegram and send him a nice one back. Goodbye, all. We'll arrange details later, shall we?
Are you going to take up a life of sin?
I shouldn't be surprised. That cold water didn't really do the trick, Mum, did it? Goodbye. Then that's settled.
I've been waiting for her to go.
Why?
The squire just came in to see me.
The fool, the idiotic fool.
Then it's true. He thought I knew. And he said it was for the best. That I ought to be told. God, why should this happen to me?
Steady.
There's no need for you to upset yourself, my boy. Miss Moffat is going to take care of...
What?
I'm going to adopt it.
What in hell do you take me for?
Morgan, swearing?
I will swear some more, too, if people talk to me like that. I'm going to marry her.
I knew this would happen. I knew it.
Oh, Dios. No, sure. A telegram.
You won the scholarship. First Evans, second Favour Isles, third Starling. Congratulations. Lock the school door, Watty, will you?
Come to the kitchen, Mr. Jones, sir. I'll make you a cup of tea.
Thank you, Mr. Watty.
Look at me, Morgan. For the first time, we're together. Our hearts are face to face, naked and unashamed, because there's no time to lose, my boy. The clock is ticking and there's no time to lose. If ever anybody has been at the crossroads, you are now.
It is no good. I'm going to marry her.
And I am going to speak to you very simply. I want you to change suddenly from a boy to a man. If you marry her, you know what will happen, don't you? You will go back to the mine. In a year, she will have left you, both. You will be drinking again, and this time you will not stop. And you will enjoy being this besotted and uncouth village genius who once showed such promise. But it will not be worth it, you know.
There is a child living and breathing on this earth, and living and breathing because of me.
I don't care if there are 50 children on this earth because of you. You mentioned the word duty, did you? Yes. You have a duty, but it's not to this loose little lady or to her offspring either.
You mean a duty to you?
No, Morgan Evans, you have no duty to me. Your only duty is to the world.
To the world?
Now you're going away. There's no harm in telling you something.
Going away?
Yes. If you're not to marry her, it would be madness for you to come into contact with a child. So if I am adopting the child, you can never come to see me. It's common sense.
But you will be staying here. How can I never come back after everything you've done for me?
Watching your career will give me complete happiness. I said there's no harm in telling you something. Now, you have brains, shrewdness, eloquence, imagination, and enough personality. And Oxford will give you enough of the graces.
For what?
Enough to become a great statesman of our country. Oh, it needn't be just politics. It could be more. Much, much more. It could be for a future nation to be proud of it. Perhaps I'm mad, I don't know. We'll see. I know you're absurdly young for such an idea, and that so far you've only got the groundwork. I know all that. But I've got the measure of your intellect better than you have yourself. It's up to you. And now doesn't Bessie Watty and her baby seem a little unimportant?
Yes.
Is it all right to ring the bell to say holiday tomorrow?
Yes.
Fine. Champion. I'll go and ring it.
I think that's all.
But I don't know what to say.
Don't say it.
I've been so much time in this room.
And the lessons are over.
I shall always remember.
Will you? Well, I'm glad you think you will.
Please, Miss Moffat, all the village is out, and they say Morgan would come down to the Penland Town Hall for Wales to see a real talk.
No, them diolch.
Tid, man, Tid. They never forgive you. And please, Miss Moffat, Mr. Jones say, is he to say, school day after tomorrow, 9 o'clock, same as usual?
9 o'clock, same as usual.
Yes, Miss Moffat. Come on, it well.
Goodbye, Morgan. I had my heart set on coming up to London and having tea on the terrace.
Russia, Morgan, Russia!
Has he gone?
Yes. It's all over.
No, it isn't all over, Mum. Because you're wanted in the kitchen. Bessie sent a gentleman over to see you from the public eye.
Tell him I can't see anybody.
You wouldn't understand, Mum. You see, he's only 4 weeks old.
I had forgotten all about that.
Poor little fella. Nobody wants him. I only hope nobody will put 2 and 2 together, Mum. He's the spit of his father. Oh, this is his birth certificate she sent over. I got everything else in there, and I'll see to the bottle. Come on, Mum. You've got to start sometime.
Just coming.
That's right, Mum.
Moffat, my girl, you mustn't be clumsy this time. You mustn't be clumsy.
The Corn is Green by Emlyn Williams was adapted for radio by T. Rowland Hughes. Miss Moffat was played by Gladys Young and Morgan Evans by Richard Burton, with Jessie Evans, Philip Phillips, Arthur Phillips, Maisie Amos, Vera Maisie, Llewellyn Edwards, David John Morgan, John Evan Jones, Yorwith Williams and David Richard Owens. The folk songs were sung by the boys of the Aberdare County School under the direction of G.P. Ambrose. It was directed by P.H. Burton. Back in 1945.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with One on the House.
Jell-O. Jell-O. This is the name, friends, that for years has identified America's favorite gelatin dessert. Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods, and your assurance of delightful quality and flavor. Today, as always, Jell-O comes to you in that same familiar red-lettered package. But the Jell-O inside that package is new and different. Jell-O that hits a new high in flavor. Jell-O that is more delicious than ever before. By means of a new Jell-O process, Jell-O's tempting, tingling flavor is locked in. Yes, locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles. And that means extra goodness. More pleasure for you in every gay, shimmering Jell-O dessert you enjoy. Let your next package of Jell-O prove it. Open the package. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O and notice how Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out in a rush of richness. Get several boxes of Jell-O tomorrow. The package is just the same, but the Jell-O inside is better than ever, thanks to Jell-O's new locked-in flavor.
One on the House, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, spring is here once again, and warm weather has returned to Southern California.
That old sun sure feels good.
So, without further ado, we bring you a man who every year at this time removes the sleeves and rolls up the legs of his long underwear, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you're right. When I take off my longies, I feel like a fat lady getting out of a phone booth. You know, Don, spring does something to me. I'm so peppy lately.
What do you mean, peppy?
Well, every morning I jump out of bed at 5 a.m., put on my gym suit, exercise with my 100-pound dumbbells, and then
Now, wait a minute, Jack. You mean to say that you actually pick up 100-pound dumbbells?
Well, I don't exactly pick them up. I just tug at them. It develops the shoulders. Huh? Well, anyway, after that, I put on the gloves and spar around for about 45 minutes with Rochester. You know, this morning he got in a quick punch that darn near knocked me cold.
That's quite a wallop, huh?
Well, it's not that so much, Don, but I found out later he was saving tinfoil for the China relief in his left glove. Imagine, we were only doing morning exercise, and Rochester had to put a heavy tinfoil in his glove.
Well, Jack, didn't you have anything in your glove?
Well, I did insert a small flat iron. But the cord got caught around my neck, Rochester swung, and the birdies reminded me that spring was here. You know? Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Don.
How are you, Mary? How do you feel?
Oh, wonderful. I love spring.
Me too.
You know, Jack, I saw my first robin this morning, and he came all the way from Alabama.
Now, wait a minute. How do you know the robin came from Alabama?
He had a banjo on his knee.
Oh, Susanna. Now, this may be a coincidence, Mary, but I saw a robin today that came in from St. Joe, Missouri.
How do you know?
He kissed me. They loved me there. How's that for a nifty, huh?
Oh, you're a riot. Where are you getting all the pep lately?
Where do you think I'm getting it? It's spring. You know, Mary, in the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love.
Well, I'll be darned. He's got a glint in his eye.
In my blue eye, if you please.
Say, Mary, Jack tells me that he's been doing all kinds of exercises.
Not only that, he even bought a bicycle. You should have seen him yesterday when he was showing off on us.
Now, cut that out.
What did he do, Mary?
Well, I saw Jack riding down Wilshire Boulevard yesterday, and he yelled out, "Hey, Mary, look, no hands."
And what happened?
He hit a lamppost, smack, no teeth.
I just did that for a gag. Anyway, I can take those falls, can't I?
You're good for about one more, Daddy. Save it.
Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing all the time.
Hiya, Jackson. Boy, do I feel good. Ain't spring the nut?
Well, look who's a nature lover all of a sudden. Huh?
I ain't kidding. I went out in the garden this morning, and you know what, Jackson?
What?
I seen a robin that just flew in from Chattanooga.
All right, Phil. How do you know the robin came from Chattanooga?
He was choo-chooing on a worm.
A Lulu?
That hair's as ever sharp, like them pencils.
Oh, you're a cliff. Huh?
Say, Phil, what do you mean you were out in your garden? Have you got a garden?
Sure, I got one of them victory gardens. I'm going to raise tomatoes and beans and radishes and, what's that stuff that grows on them long stalks?
Corn. You know what it is. Anyway, Phil, I had no idea you were such a farmer.
Jackson, there's nothing like it. You take one of them seeds, you put it in the ground, and the first thing you know, a little green thing shoots up.
Do tell.
You pull it out, and there's a carrot on the other end.
Well.
Then you keep on pulling, and there's some potatoes, and then you pull a little more, and there's some beets, and
now,
then
wait a minute, Phil, wait a minute. Vegetables don't grow on top of each other like acrobats. But congratulations, anyway, on your love for the soil. Well, it's about time for a song, I guess. Where's Dennis?
Here I am, Mr. Benny. Boy, spring is sure here, all right. You know, I saw a robin this morning that came all the way from...
Dennis, we don't want any more robin gags. We've had enough.
Oh, let him tell it, Jack.
Yeah, this one struck me as rather amusing.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, I saw a robin this morning that came all the way from Natchez to Mobile.
How do you know?
My mama done told me.
Say, that was all right. Now, let's have your song.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, kid, as long as you mention spring, you better start mowing my lawn next week.
Well, I don't think I should mow your lawn anymore. It's not dignified.
Oh, it isn't, eh?
Besides, I'm a big singer. Would John Charles Thomas mow your lawn?
He would if he worked for Jack.
You said it. Sing, kid. Let's have your song.
Kiss me again and remember that when you're far away, I'll pray for you. Though I know tonight is the night you leave me, and I can't do much that will help you through. Though this moment's breaking my heart, believe me, here's one one thing I promise to do, dear. I'll pray for you at the end of the day, when we are far, far apart. I'll pray for you, and each prayer that I say, darling, will come from my heart. So let me see you smile before we say goodbye, for in a little while there'll be a blue sky. Oh, kiss me again, and remember that when you're far away, I'll pray for you.
That was I'll Pray for You, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday, as a special treat for grown-ups and kiddies alike, we are going to present a real old-time minstrel show. Doc Benny will come to town with his troupe of 40 entertainers. Count 'em, 40.
A minstrel show, eh?
Yep.
Hey, Jackson, can I be the interlocutor?
I'm going to be the interlocutor. You can be the tater if you want to. Now, fellas, this is the real thing, so I want you all to put burnt cork on your faces. Everybody bring tambourines. And Mary, I want you and Dennis to wear bandanas.
But why?
Never mind. All right, Don. Bandanas.
Oh, Jack, you can't do this to me. You can't do it.
Don, bandana.
No, Jackson, no.
Phil, you keep out of this. All right, Don, I'm not going to argue with you. Bandana.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm always very happy to say that Jell-O is economical and easy to make.
But, Don...
And I love to tell the folks it's America's favorite gelatin dessert, and it has that new locked-in flavor.
Now, Don...
But if you think I'm going to stand up here in front of all these people and say that Jell-O is very good with sliced bandanas, you're crazy!
Well, you said it, Smarty, so there. And if you want to know something, that was one of my cleverest ideas. It was brilliant, wasn't it, Dennis?
No, sir. Boy, am I going to mow that lawn.
Yes, and I can just hear you snipping on that hedge, too. Well, what do you say, Phil? It's about time for a band number.
So soon?
Yeah, I want to leave early today. I'm going out to Hillcrest and play 9 holes of golf before it gets dark.
Golf? You mean to say you still want to play golf after what happened Friday?
Mary, I was a little off my game. I generally shoot in the high 70s. Or the low 80s.
Or the gay 90s.
Oh, shush. I play all right.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. You ain't so hot. I gave you a good trimming the other day, and you never even paid off the bet.
The reason I didn't pay off, Phil, is because the match was never finished.
Never finished? Why, what happened, Phil?
Let me tell him.
Oh, you're always telling everything.
You see, Don, last Friday was a beautiful day. So Jack and Phil went out to play a round of golf, and they invited me to come along and be scorekeeper.
Scorekeeper.
Well, anyway, the boys went into the locker room to change their clothes. So I waited and waited, and you know how Jack is. He's worse than a woman when it comes...
Now, hurry up and change your clothes, Phil. We want to get out and sock that old baller out.
But I haven't played in years, Jackson.
Oh, you'll get back in the swing of it. I'll give you a few pointers. Rochester, for heaven's sake.
What's the matter, boss?
Don't wad up my suit and shove it on the shelf. Put it on a hanger.
Well, if I take too good a care of it, it ain't never gonna be mine.
You won't get that suit for a long time. Now, hand me my golf shoes.
Here you are. You know, Mr. Benny, you sure look romantic standing there in your long underwear.
Romantic?
Yes, sir. If you had a dagger around your waist, you'd look just like Hamlet.
Hamlet. To be or not to be? That is the question.
There he goes again.
Whether
quiet,
to
quiet there. Put your pants on.
Oh, nobody around here can stand a guy with talent. All jealous at Hillcrest. Oh, Rochester, where did you put my knickers?
Right here, boss.
Knickers? Hey, Jackson, you still wearing them old-time +4s?
When I put on the cap that matches them, they're very snappy. Come on, Phil, let's get out there and hit that old pill.
Oh, I don't feel like playing, Jackson. I worked late last night. I'm all in.
Oh, tired, eh?
Yeah, like I told you, I ain't had a golf club in my hand for over 5 years.
Oh, 5 years, eh? Well, I'll tell you what, Phil. I'll bet you $10 on the game. You know, just to make it interesting.
Okay, $10.
It's a bet. Say, here comes a good golfer. Artie Stebbins. Swell fella, too. Hello, Artie.
Hiya, Jack. Who lent you the bloomers, Mae Robeson?
These are knickers. What a guy. Always got some corny crack. Well, let's get going.
Here's your sweater, boss.
Oh, Rochester, I want my old sweater. The one that says, get the chili bowl habit on it. Oh, here it is. Hey, come on, Phil. Let's get started.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, Jackson, I'm a wreck.
A wreck, eh? Now, remember our little bet, Phil. $20. No reneging now. All right, Rochester, pick up my golf bag. You're going to be my caddy.
Caddy?
Yeah, what do you expect me to do? Leave the clubs here and kick the ball around the course?
I wouldn't know, boss. The game I play only involves 3 moves. Get down on your knees, shake gently, and wish them a happy landing.
Well, there's no comparison. Shooting craps is no exercise.
It ain't, eh?
No.
Boss, did you ever try to make a 4 with a pair of loaded dice when the eyes of Texas were upon you?
No, and I'm not interested.
Oh, Mr. Benny, Miss Livingston's waiting for you on the first tee. You better hurry and put your pants on.
I've got my pants on. These are knickers.
Oh, a victory suit, huh?
Dennis, tell Mary we'll see her in a minute.
Okay.
Hello, Jack. How are they going?
Oh, hello, Charlie. That's Charlie Lacey, the golf pro here, Phil. Boy, what that guy has done for my game. Hey, Charlie, we're just going out for a round. You want to join us?
I'd love to, Jack, but I got a lesson to give now.
Well, you really made a golfer out of me. Only 4 lessons. You think I've been playing all my life. Huh?
Well, I'm glad you're satisfied. And by the way, thanks for the check.
Don't mention it. It's the best investment I ever made. So long, Charlie.
So long. Good luck.
Thanks. Come on, Rochester. Let's go, Phil.
Okay, boy, I can hardly walk.
Hardly walk, eh? Remember our bet, Phil, $30. And may the best man win. Okay, this way, Phil. Boy, am I raring to go. Hiya, Mary. Sorry we kept you waiting.
Well, holy smoke, get a load of those old-fashioned knickers.
These knickers are all right.
And that cap hanging over one ear. You look like Jackie Coogan in The Kid.
All right. Come on, let's play. You shoot first, Phil.
Okay.
Here's your driver, Mr. Harris.
Thanks. Stand back, everybody.
If you don't mind a suggestion, Phil, you're standing too far away from the ball.
Look, Jackson, let's get it over with, will you? 4.
Wow, look at that ball go.
Look at it go.
Look. 250 yards at the most. Can't understand it after the awful life he's led. Well, it's my turn now. Rochester, tee up my ball a little higher.
Higher? It looks like a lollipop now.
I guess it's all right. Well, here goes. Quiet, everybody. 4. I fanned it.
That's one stroke.
Don't count out loud. Must have been standing too far away. There, that's better. 4. Darn it, another fan. I guess I'm holding the club too tight. Well, I'll get it this time. 4. Gee, I fanned it again.
You ought to be cool now, boy. Hit it.
How can I hit her with all these interruptions? Everybody yelling and screaming at me. Now, here goes. 4.
What are you foreign about?
There's some people standing down there on the green.
Well, you won't be there till Labor Day.
Oh, yeah? Well, watch this. 4. Wow! What was that?
You broke a window in the clubhouse behind you.
Gee, I can't get rid of that slice. Oh, well, I'll take a 5 on this hole. Come on, everybody, let's go. Remember our bet, Phil, $5. Darn those birds. I wish they'd stop singing. They're throwing me off my game.
Maybe they don't know you're playing for money.
You can pipe down, too. It's a fine country club anyway, with birds all around.
And trees and grass. Oh, it's awful.
Oh, keep still.
Hey, what hole are we on?
You just finished the 7th. Wake up. What's the score, Mary?
It's pretty close. Phil is 28 and you're 128.
Well, there are 2 more holes. I've still got a chance. I don't like this club. Hand me my spoon, Rochester.
You broke it over my head on the last hole.
Oh, yes, then give me my brassy. This is the worst game I ever played. Thank heaven it's not for money.
Hey, wait a minute.
No, go back to sleep. All right, stand back, Mary. 4. God darn it, what's the matter with me? What did I do that was wrong, Mary?
Should have never left Waukegan.
I mean, what's wrong with my game? Rochester, you've seen me play better than this.
I have?
Yes. What am I doing that's wrong here?
I think you're holding the club a little
You
bit...
keep out of this, kid. When I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
Hey, Jack, here comes Mr. Lacey, your golf teacher.
Oh, yeah.
Well, hello, Jack. How are you going?
I want my money back. That's how it's going. Fine teacher.
Oh, come on, Jack. Hit the ball. It'll be dark pretty soon.
Okay. 4. Where'd it go? Where'd the ball go?
Here it is by your left foot.
Oh, yes.
Congratulations. It was by your right foot when you started.
You don't have to get cute about it.
Pardon me, boys. Do you mind if I go through?
Why, no, lady. Go right ahead.
Gee, she's pretty old to be playing golf, isn't she?
She sure is. How old are you, lady?
83, and I'm wild about Victor Mature.
Well, go ahead. Let's see you hit the ball. Take it easy now.
Huh?
Well, I'll be darned.
Yippee, I'm on the green. Thanks, boys.
You're welcome.
Gee, 83 years old, and look at her hit that ball.
83 nothing. That dame isn't a day over 70. I'm too upset. Let's finish the game tomorrow, Phil.
We're finishing it right now. Go ahead and shoot.
Okay. 4, lady. Wow, look at that ball go.
Yeah, right in the woods. What a slice.
Oh. Well, come on, Rochester. Let's look for it.
Oh, Jack, you'll never find it.
Don't worry. I'll join you on the fairway. See you in a minute. Gosh, it's dark. That ball must be around here someplace. I wish I had a flashlight. Rochester, where are you?
Right in front of you, boss.
Oh, yes, I thought you were a tree. I know that ball landed right around here.
Why don't we go home, get a good night's sleep, and continue the hunt in the morning?
We're going to find that ball tonight. Don't care how late it is. Whoop! Well, there it is. There's the ball. No, it's a moonbeam. Rochester, I think if we bear over here to the left, we can kind of...
I just happen to remember, boss, this is my night off. I got a date.
You can keep your date some other time. We're going to find that ball if it takes all night. Let's see. When I sliced, I think the ball went outside of that bush. Or was it the other side? Rochester, on which side of the bush do you think it landed? Huh? Rochester, I said, on which side of the... Rochester! Well, I'll be darned, I'm talking to a tree. Darn that guy, he sneaked away. Rochester, where are you? Rochester, you come back here and help me find this ball. I don't care how...
At dinner tomorrow night, here's a dessert that will win a big smile of approval from the whole family.
It's jellied plums, a gay, inviting blend of delicious plums and rich emerald lime jello. For delightful goodness, here's a dessert that's really extra special. A beautiful shimmering dessert that's sure to become one of your family's favorite treats the very first time they try it. Yes, it's wonderfully good, and nothing could be easier to make. Just dissolve 1 package of lime jello in a pint of hot plum juice and water, and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned or stewed fresh plums. Then mold and serve plain or with whipped cream. You'll say you've never seen anything that could beat jellied plums for bright, attractive flavor. Never tasted anything that could top its marvelous flavor. Make up this grand treat. Tomorrow, get a package of lime jello. But be sure it's genuine jello, because jello's new locked-in flavor is extra rich.
This is the last number of the 25th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So don't forget to tune in for Doc Benny and his world-famous minstrel show. And before signing off, let me remind you that we can all do our part here at home by purchasing United States defense bonds and stamps. For our friends in Canada, the War Savings Certificate. Buy as many as you can and as often as you can. Good night, folks.
Take me
by Bill Morrow and Eddie Boulogne and is sent each week by delayed shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world.
Say, have you tried Jell-O puddings? They're really swell. 3 luscious puddings that are made by the same folks who make Jell-O. Try Jell-O butterscotch pudding. It's a mellow, creamy dessert full of golden goodness with the flavor of rich, tempting butterscotch. Just the treat to top off any meal in grand style. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O butterscotch pudding and those 2 other Jell-O pudding flavors, chocolate and vanilla. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Ginger Rogers in It Grows on Trees with Marcia Henderson and Greg Palmer. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know exactly what your reaction would be if you suddenly discovered money growing on trees in your backyard. But I imagine it would be somewhat the same as our overjoyed heroines in tonight's play. And as our star, we have that delightful comedienne, Ginger Rogers. Truly one of our most glamorous personalities. It Grows on Trees was turned into a screen success by Universal International Studios. And tonight we will introduce 2 of their most promising young players, Marcia Henderson and Greg Palmer. Now, It Grows on Trees, starring Ginger Rogers as Polly, with Marcia Henderson and Greg Palmer as Ralph.
It started off like a perfectly normal day for Polly, the usual early morning scramble involving 3 children of various dimensions, 1 loving husband, that's me, and the daily battle to get us out of the house on time. Polly! Polly, where are you?
In the hall, dear. Where are you?
In the bathroom.
Oh, good. I was afraid one of the kids had locked you out again.
I'm trying to shave. Who were you talking to just now?
Mrs. Pryor, she wanted to borrow some sugar and butter.
Why do you let her get away with it? Some neighbor we've got thought that woman's an outright thief. Well, what I really wanted to know is what happened to this window. Where's the screen?
Well, it was all rusted, dear, and full of holes, so I gave it to Mr. Gonzalez to fix.
Well, it's windy outside. Look at the dust and stuff blowing in here.
Well, then put the window down.
I tried. I suffocated.
Well, then put it halfway down. Oh, Phil, really? There. You see?
It still blows in.
Diane, dear. I'm getting dressed. Well, hurry, dear. Help Flip and Midge get started on breakfast. Oh, and take Midge's best shoes down to her, will you?
Best shoes?
Well, Midge can't possibly wear her school shoes, dear. She's worn them out.
Again? Well, we'll find the money somewhere, I suppose.
Oh, and don't forget to leave me $3 for Mr. Gonzalez.
$3 for one little screen?
I'll pay you out of next month's house money.
That makes $1,603 you owe me out of next month's house money.
You talk as though you don't trust me.
Darling, I trust you with my life, my honor, and my children, but not with $3 for the simple reason I can't spare it.
Oh, really, Phil, at times you have a very peculiar sense of humor.
I don't see anything funny about it either.
What's the idea?
What idea?
The $5 bill on the windowsill.
The $5 bill on... How did that get there?
Well, you put it there.
I certainly did not. That is not my money. If it were mine, I assure
Not
you...
yours? Good. Thank you, dear.
Polly, I'm serious. The wind, the open window, well, it just blew in.
Well, I don't know where it came from, but I certainly know where it's going. It'll pay for the screen.
Now, wait a minute. That $5 belongs to somebody. It certainly isn't ours, Polly, so how can you...
It blew in our window, didn't it? And I consider it heaven sent, and I'm not going to let you get noble about it.
That can mean only one thing. You've gone through your house money again.
That has nothing to do with it. Besides, what's the difference? Today's payday?
And tonight's our little budget hassle, too.
Oh, not again, dear.
We'll tackle it right after dinner and cook a good, substantial meal. I'll need all my fortitude for your extraordinary bookkeeping.
Just wipe that lather off your face and give me a kiss. You big bully.
That evening, we launched into our monthly struggle with economics. Midge and Flip promised not to make any noise, and Diane agreed to do the dishes. So the three of us sat down, Polly and I and the butcher.
Oh, I don't mind doing this, dear, but it's just a waste of time now, isn't it? The bills have to be paid regardless.
Item number 1 is milk.
And there it is in black and white.
Only $8? Well, congratulations. That's much better than last month.
$18, dear.
Huh?
The one sort of ran into the K in milk.
$18 for milk? Who bathes in it around here?
We have 3 growing children, and it's good for them.
No, I'm sorry, honey. It's only that I make so little. I want us to get ahead so I can open up my own office.
We'll make it one of these days.
I'm a pretty good accountant, Polly, and once I get started for myself, why, I'll... Judas on a raft. What's this?
What's what?
Incidental expenses, nursery, $10.
Well,
Polly, don't tell me... Well, I mean...
Oh, are you crazy? Of course not. That's Mr. Piney, the nursery man. I bought some plants.
Plants?
Well, not exactly plants, dear. They're trees. 2 nice little trees. Well, they're only 4 feet tall now, but in a couple of years... Oh, I thought you saw them.
From now on, I'll bow to them. What kind of trees cost $10?
Well, I'm not sure, but you see, Mr. Piney got a shipment of something by mistake, and, well, I don't really know, dear, except that's why I got them so cheap.
2 anonymous trees, 10 hard-earned bucks.
But it isn't as though I bought them for myself. They're for all of us. And you know how I need to see things grow.
What about needing to see our bankroll grow? What about our getting...
We're going to the movies tonight.
Flip, dear, you know Daddy and I are busy.
Well, I mean later, when Ralph gets here. Ralph's taking Diane to the movies, so how come we can't go too?
I'm afraid not, Flip. We simply can't afford it.
You might explain it to him, dear. We can't see the movies for the trees.
Catching again, Mama. Here, kitty. Now, what on earth has she brought in this time? All right, Cassie, come on, now drop it. Come on, drop it.
Another mouse?
Did you ever see a green mouse?
But what is it?
Well, she had this all rolled up. Bill! Wait, it's a $10 bill.
Hey, kids, get in here. We've got a cat with a private income.
We've got
Midge, honey, you can start charging this cat for room and board. Look.
money. A $10 bill.
Where'd she get it?
Hey, doesn't anybody answer the doorbell? Where's my date?
In here, Ralph.
Hi. Mrs. Baxter? Mr. Baxter?
Hello, Ralph.
Hello, Ralph.
Better get ready, Diane. We'll miss the first show. Anything wrong here? Something wrong with the cat?
Oh, Ralph, you're a bank teller. Take a look at this bill. Is this a good $10 bill?
Well, it's chewed up a little, but I wish I had a bushel of them. What's it all about?
Casanova brought it in so we could all go to the movies.
Come on, let's get our coats.
Now, just a minute. If this bill is good, we've got to give it back.
Give it back to whom? The cat? It's Casanova's money. She wants it. It isn't anybody's money, dear. It came to us because we needed it.
Polly, for heaven's
This morning we needed money for the screen, and we got it. And we need money now for Midge's shoes and a little entertainment, so here it is. Oh, but, Mother, that just doesn't make sense.
Your mother still believes in fairy tales.
Of course I do, and it's high time life caught up with fairy tales. Come on, kids, we're going to the movies.
A $5 bill in the morning and a $10 bill at night. Out of nowhere. Well, it was now the following evening. I was reading the paper, Polly was sewing, Midge was playing with Casanova the cat, and Flip was actually doing his homework. No problems from anyone, except Diane.
Diane, who is that on the phone, dear? Ralph. Bad news. He's been made one of the officials at the alumni dance. But that's good news. It's formal, Mother. I haven't got anything to wear. What about your blue with the silver trim? Oh, Mother. The silver's tarnished. It's much too tight. And Phil, couldn't we take some of...
No, Polly.
Well, now, let me finish. Just a little out of the Christmas fun.
No, Polly. Diane, I know Mother's doing this for your sake. I also know that I am a tyrant.
Yes, Father.
But from now on, we're not going to talk about money for the very simple reason that we don't have any.
I'll take $19, please.
Midge, I just said that we would not...
Phil, for heaven's sake, she's just playing a game.
What kind of a game?
We're playing stir, Papa. I'm Mr. Burns at the grocery, and Cassie's a customer. And I take all the money, see?
But that's real money.
Mother, look! Midge, where in the world did you get...
$10, $20, $30, $35. Midge, honey, this is not play money. This is real money. Now, where did you get it?
But I found it outside.
Where, dear? Where outside?
Outside in the backyard.
But it must have been someplace in the backyard.
Phil, she's just a little girl.
$15 yesterday and now $35. But whose money is this?
It's ours. You bet it is, Mother. What is just as I said yesterday. We needed it, so it's here. It'll buy Diane's new dress.
Polly, darling, it's up to find the rightful owner and give it back. I'll stop off at the police station in the morning and turn it in.
And I suppose you're so disgustingly honest that you'll want to give back the other 15, too.
Yes.
But we've already spent it.
Then it will have to come out of your house money.
Father, now really.
Now look, both of you. We just don't spend money we haven't come by legitimately.
What you're doing, Philip Baxter, is snatching a dress right off your daughter's back.
We'll drop this discussion right now.
Just don't lie. You're the most. Just the most.
All right, Polly. How much do we have in the Christmas fund?
Now, you just sit here, and I'll get the little bank book. I think we have almost 100.
The next day was Saturday. That afternoon, as I was watering the lawn...
And don't forget the driveway, will you, dear? Oh, and 2 little trees. You will be careful, won't you, Phil? You won't water the leaves because the buds might fall off.
What kind of trees have buds this time of year?
But I told you, dear. Even Mr. Piney doesn't know what kind they are. Oh, incidentally, did you, stop off at the police station?
I did.
They probably thought you were crazy.
Oh, no, they didn't. They thought I was a good citizen. What's more, I'll bet that right now somebody's come in and claimed it. Probably someone who needs it very badly.
Mother, I'm ready. Diane's new dress. We're fixing the hem. I'll be right up here. Don't forget the driveway.
Well, I was doing the driveway when a police car drew up to the curb.
Hiya.
Hi.
You the man who turned that money this morning?
I am.
Well, I just stopped by to let you know it's been claimed.
Good, I'm glad. Someone who needed it, I'll bet, huh?
Sure looked like it. Never saw anyone so glad to pick up $50.
They leave any name?
Yeah, Mrs. Polly Baxter.
Who?
Mrs. Polly Baxter. She'll probably get in touch with you.
Yes. Yes, I'm sure she will.
Now stop it, Phil. Stop it at once. If you've got to yell, come in the house.
I am not going in the house or anywhere until you tell me why. Why did you go to that police station?
Because the money is ours.
That's insane.
And we needed it very badly. There are some things I didn't want to tell you, but...
Now I'll have to go back to the police and tell them my wife's a thief.
I didn't want to tell you because you've been so worried already about money.
I'll have to confess to them that my wife, my own
wife... The doctor says that Midge has to have her tonsils adenoids out this coming week, and I thought that $50 would help pay for it.
Polly, will you please listen to me?
No. You listen to me. I'm sick of scrimping and being afraid to spend a nickel. And if it's a crime to see that your sick child gets well and not to worry your husband, whom you love, although he doesn't appreciate it, about money which he hasn't got and can't get, then I'm a thief. And you can throw me in jail and let me rot there. But the minute I get out, I'll do it all over again.
No, Polly.
All you do is just stand there and say horrid things to me when all of my thoughts are for you and our children. Oh, Phil, when I see the look on your face at night.
What look?
The look on your face and the shine on your pants, I could just die.
No, sweetheart. Don't cry. Polly, you know what happens to me when you start to cry.
It was wrong, and even if it was, I'm still right.
No. We've always talked these things over, honey. Just stop crying and calm down, and we'll... Polly, look. Oh, no.
More money. Look, the wind. It's blowing money all around us. Phil, 5, 10, 15, 20.
There's a plane up there, an airplane. The money must have fallen out of that plane.
Well, don't just stand there. Pick it up. No. I'll pick it up. You just get me something to put it in. Oh, what a wonderful, wonderful afternoon.
Act 2 of It Grows on Trees in just a few moments. Now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of It Grows on Trees, starring Ginger Rogers as Polly, with Marcia Henderson as Diane, Greg Palmer as Ralph, and Ted DeCorsia as Phil.
I left Polly in the backyard and ran into the house. I called the airport. No planes had been flying around dropping $5 and $10 bills. And just then Polly rushed in.
Phil, you've got to come out and look at those trees.
Darling, this is no time for me to look.
You won't believe me. You will think I'm crazy. The little buds have opened.
Well, that's fine, dear, but what's a little more important is where did that money come from?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The trees. Instead of flowers, they're $5 bills. And $10 bills. Phil, you don't believe me.
About the money. You are not to spend 1 cent of it. That is an order.
But Midge's tonsils.
We'll borrow on our insurance. Now, what did you do with the money?
It's in the kitchen cupboard in the salad bowl.
See that it stays there.
There's some more of it in the cookie jar. Quite a bit more.
Polly, you're not to mention this to a soul. Not until I've figured out something.
Just as you say, dear. Oh, my, but this is fun.
I don't know how much money rested in our kitchen cupboard that night. All I know is that by bedtime I still hadn't reached any sort of a sensible conclusion.
It's a lovely night, Phil. Did you notice how bright the stars are?
One thing is certain. No one is just throwing money away. Polly, have you heard of anyone else finding money?
And such a big yellow moon.
Are you listening?
Of course, dear. They couldn't have found any.
Why couldn't they have?
Because I would have heard about it.
Well, we'll just give it to charity or something. Good night, honey.
Phil, suppose it did.
Suppose it did what?
Fall out of the trees or grow on trees.
Oh, Polly, please.
Well, could we spend it?
Of course not. Look, honey, I'm awfully tired.
But why couldn't we spend it?
Because it wouldn't be money issued by the government.
But if it looked like the government had issued it, I mean, supposing you couldn't tell.
Money like that could upset the monetary balance of the United States. It could cause a lot of trouble for a lot of people, including us.
Well, I don't see why.
It wouldn't be legal, that's why. Now, please, go to sleep.
Phil, are peaches legal?
What have peaches got to do with it?
Well, if someone grew peaches on a tree and then he sold them and got money for them, the government wouldn't object to that, would they?
No, they would not object.
Well, then why would they object if someone found or grew money and exchanged it for peaches? It's the same thing the other way around. Well, isn't it?
I am taking this pillow. I am placing it firmly over my face, and I am going to sleep.
Phil, just one more question. I promise that's all.
Yes, dear.
What's the name of the Secretary of the Treasury? and both trees are growing money. The tree nearest the garage is in the shade and produces $5 bills. But the other one gets full sun and grows $10 bills. I've already used some of the money. However, I'm a little puzzled since my husband, who is the soul of honor, says that money that grows on trees is not legal, is it? I would appreciate your opinion very much because if the money is legal, it would be a real blessing.
Now, if you'll just read that back, Miss Fletcher, please, from the beginning.
Yes, sir. Dear Mrs. Baxter, in reply to your very interesting and unusual communication, may I say that if you are in possession of trees which produce the currency of our country, and if it meets all our standards, it is my opinion that the money is perfectly legal. You're joking, aren't you, sir?
Oh, no, I'm not. If her money meets all the standards. What's wrong with that?
Sorry, Mr. Murchison.
Now, a new paragraph. If you could send us some cuttings from your money trees, perhaps we could plant them in back of the White House. This would please the president, I'm sure, since he would no longer have to send budget requests to Congress, a procedure which he frequently finds very discouraging. Thanking you in advance, I remain, etc., etc.
Mr. Murchison, are you really going to send this? Why, that poor woman's liable to take it seriously.
Just as seriously as I take the information that money grows on trees.
But
now, type it up.
You, Miss Baxter. Oh, hello, Mrs. Pryor. I was just reading my mail.
Oh, just one letter, huh?
Oh, but it was the one I was waiting for from Washington.
You got friends in Washington?
I have now.
Huh? I was wondering, well, since you're my nicest neighbor, you got any extra milk?
Sorry, we used it all at breakfast.
Oh. Well, then I guess there's no use borrowing a cup of oatmeal.
No. It's not very good without milk, is it?
Say, I've been wondering about those trees of yours.
What about them?
You've been covering them up so careful with those old sheets. Seems to me it's too early to be worrying about frost.
Oh, well, they're very delicate, you know.
What kind did you say they were?
Oh, well, they're a sort of mint.
Oh.
Good morning, Mrs. Fowler.
Polly never told me about getting a letter from Washington. It was a secret between her and the United States Treasury. Meanwhile, I had something else to think about. Our daughter, Diane, announced her engagement to Ralph, that nice young fellow from the bank.
Oh, I know that Ralph's just been promoted, dear, and he's making a very nice salary now, but Phil, they're such children.
Oh, now, honey. We weren't much older. We managed to grow up, didn't we? Now, what about the wedding?
Oh, well, we'll have a church wedding, of course, and the reception at the country club, and we can rent the ballroom, and I think the bridesmaids should wear taffeta. Yep, taffeta. Phil, do you think that we should have ushers?
No, slow down. There's some ridiculous custom that the father of the bride pays the bills, although custom evades the question as to how the poor guy gets the money.
Oh, money. Oh, that.
Well, I wouldn't have brought it up except that next month you're going to be handling ours all by yourself.
Phil.
Yes, the firm's sending me to Baltimore. I leave Saturday.
For a whole month?
Well, don't be so happy about it.
Oh, well, I'm not. I'm not.
This Baltimore outfit's one of our biggest clients, dear, and if they like me, well, this could be the opening wedge in setting up for myself.
Phil, I have a wonderful idea. By the time you get back, the kids will be ready to get married, and they'll go off on their honeymoon, and we'll go, too.
With them?
Of course not. We'll go on a second honeymoon with Midge and Flip. You've always wanted to go to Hawaii. Now, come on into the kitchen and I'll make some coffee.
I'll make some sense, too, while you're at it.
If you only knew how much sense I was making. The hair that you have left on your head would stand on end.
And let me tell you something, the real reason why I married you.
Oh?
Not because you're so pretty. Not even because of all that personality. No, I married you for your brains. They disturbed me then and they disturb me now more than ever.
Well, you just wait. You'll be so proud of me. You'll bust.
The day I went to Baltimore, as I later discovered, Polly went to the bank. A little visit to our prospective son-in-law.
And here's the money, Ralph. $1,718. And that pays our mortgage off in full.
Well, good for you, Mrs. Baxter.
I'm a little nervous because I had a little windfall.
Yes, I see. It looks more like a hurricane to me. I bet I know exactly where you got this money.
You do?
Mm-hmm. You've been holding out on Mr. Baxter, haven't you? You know, a few bucks here and there out of the budget. Oh, every woman does it. You want to know how I figured this out?
I'm dying to know.
Well, you brought in cash, and all 5s and 10s. If you'd held out anything bigger, he'd have got suspicious.
You know, Ralph, I'm awfully glad Diane's going to marry you.
Well, thank you.
Now, let's see. Oh, dear, I've got so many things to do today.
Shopping,
Oh,
huh?
yes, in a way. Well, I have to have the house painted, and we need a new picket fence, and I think Midge and Flip should have a new television set.
Oh, take it easy, Mrs. Baxter. You can't grow this kind of cabbage, you know.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that. Didn't Diane tell you? I have a green thumb.
4 weeks later, I came home from Baltimore. It was all I could do to recognize my house. Freshly painted, a new fence. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand Polly either when I walked in.
Why, Phil, what are you doing here?
I live here, remember?
Well, I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow, dear.
Tomorrow? I was due home yesterday. Hi, darling.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you. But if you were due home yesterday, where were you? I might have worried.
Well, you should have. I was in jail.
Phil!
Along with 20 drunks.
You weren't drinking?
Drinking? That's only a misdemeanor. I'm in the big time. I got jugged for passing counterfeit money.
But where could you have picked up counterfeit money?
Polly, remember before I left, I gave you my expense check. I asked you to get it cashed for me.
Oh, that.
As long as I live, I'll never understand it. Anyway, the night before last, I took the client out for dinner, drinks, steaks, brandy, the works. Fortunately, he had to leave early, so I had another brandy, and then I asked for the check. Incidentally, what's been going on here? The house, I don't get it.
I'll tell you all about that later, dear. Just tell me about you.
Well, I pulled out my wallet, all 5s and 10s, remember? And then the darndest thing I ever saw.
What?
One of the 10s broke right in half. Another 10 was kind of curled around the edges. When I tried to straighten it out, it just crumbled to bits. And the $5 bill, well, it just curled up and sort of granulated.
Granulated?
I looked in my wallet again, and it was full of crumbly bits of stuff like dust and ashes.
No, it isn't possible.
That's what I told the cops when they came for me. The client had to spring me. Here, just look in my wallet. You see? I'm going to take it down to the bank in the morning, see if I can't get them to replace the money. Now, what about the kids? Are they all right?
Oh, just fine, dear. They'll be home soon.
And what about all this redecorating?
Phil, you must be awfully tired. Why don't you take a shower and a nice long nap?
Well, I am kind of bushed. Maybe I will.
I won't even call you for supper.
Polly, you know what that stuff in my wallet reminds me of? Dead leaves.
Dead leaves?
Now, you tell me, how could that happen to money?
I've just been out in the backyard cleaning up. Have a nice nap?
Oh, fine.
Well, I'll get you something to eat.
That can wait. I wouldn't digest it. Polly, I have here a stack of bills I found upstairs.
Oh, but they're not bills, dear. They've all been paid. You just didn't look.
I looked. Washing machine, television set, painting, fence, draperies, all paid in full. But how? What with?
Oh, well, not now, dear. There's something I want to see on the back porch.
It'll keep.
I hope so.
What I want to know is where.
Where I got the money for everything. Well, I just can't tell you. I got it honestly and legally, only you'd say it wasn't, and you'd want me to stop spending it or give it back.
If you came by it honestly, why should I object?
Because you're just too ethical and righteous and wrong. Besides, things are happening which I didn't expect, and, well, you've got to give me time to work them out somehow. You sure you wouldn't like a little sardine sandwich or a nice
time, Ralph. Just go away and leave me alone.
Diane and Ralph.
But, honey, I didn't say your mother was a thief.
Diane, come in, please.
Hello, Daddy. Oh, Mother, he did. He did say that you're...
I didn't. I only said...
He said that you gave him some bad money, and that's why he's been demoted at the bank. And now he can't marry me.
Oh, my poor baby.
Mrs. Baxter, please. All I said is that since I'm getting less salary again, we'll just have to wait.
What he's trying to do is break off our engagement, which is just simply fine with me. It's just the way I want it. Only he needn't call my mother a counterfeiter in order to do it.
Now, let's be calm, Ralph. Let's take it easy now, boy. What's all this nonsense about my wife giving you money? Any kind of money, let alone bad.
Well, sir...
Oh, no. I'm not going to stand here and listen to him say it again.
Diane.
And don't try to hush me, Father. I'm too old to be bullied. And if you're going to let him stay in this house after the things he said about your loving and devoted wife, well, then you're no better than he is.
We'll try it again, Ralph.
Mr. Baxter, I'm not trying to break our engagement. Believe me, I love Diane. It's just that Mr. Sleemish, he's the bank manager, well, he demoted me on account of the money. But I didn't say that you were what she said I said, Mrs. Baxter, honestly. And I wouldn't tell him who you were.
Oh, dear.
I only said the money you gave me to pay off the mortgage was, well, it was sort of funny, Mrs. Baxter.
You mean the installment on the mortgage, son?
Oh, no, sir, in full. Paid it off in full. Only it wasn't any good.
What was wrong with it?
Well, sir, it crumbled. Mr. Sleemish didn't like that at all.
Crumbled, sort of granulated?
Yes, sir. Never saw anything like that in my life.
Ralph, not $5 and $10 bills.
How did you know?
I have moments of clairvoyance.
Well, I guess I started something all right. I just don't know what to say, believe me. But if anything happened to me and Diane, and if this wasn't going to be my family, well, I just couldn't take it.
Well, Polly, don't you think it's about time you told me where you got this unhappy money?
It grows on our trees.
I beg your pardon.
It does. On the trees I bought from Mr. Piney. Your expense check, I didn't cash it at the bank. I cashed it at the trees.
And I suppose the chief teller there is a woodpecker?
You don't believe me. You just don't believe me.
We'll return to Act 3 of It Grows on Trees shortly.
We pause now for station identification.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of It Grows on Trees, starring Ginger Rogers as Polly, with Marcia Henderson as Diane, Greg Palmer as Ralph, and Ted DeCorsia as Phil.
Polly took me by the hand and led me out onto the back porch. She took a blanket off her wash basket. It was full of money.
Just don't say a word until I've finished. All right, you see all this money? Well, something's happening to it. The bills are drying up. I suppose I could complain to Mr. Piney.
Please, Polly, don't.
Well, after all, it's only a plant. You yourself said it reminded you of dead leaves. Anyway, I don't think they're quite dead. I've been sprinkling them with a little cool spray every hour, like they do lettuce at the market.
Oh, good.
I'll write the Treasury Department again, that nice Mr. Murchison.
You'll what again?
Well, of course I wrote them. That's how I found out it was legal. This time I'll ask if there isn't some preservative to keep them alive. After all, that's why we pay taxes, isn't it? Well, now, we'll walk out into the backyard.
Yes, dear.
Oh, I know exactly how you feel. Why, when I found out that the trees had money growing on them, well, believe me, it was quite a shock. But you'll get used to the idea just like I did. Now, prepare yourself, dear. You've never seen anything like this tree before. I'll just throw off the sheet, and there before your eyes is a genuine 100%... Phil! My money tree! It's bare. There was not a bud, not a leaf. Oh, it's been stripped.
Better cover it up, Polly. It looks awfully naked to me, too. Now, what about the other one?
Oh, you do it. You look. I'm afraid to.
Of course, dear.
Both of them. Well, what could have happened? Well, Phil, they were just loaded with...
Darling, please, when will you tell me the truth?
So I'm crazy. I've lost my buttons. All right. Will you believe the United States government, the Treasury Department?
Yes, implicitly.
Mr. Murchison's letter is right there on the shelf in the kitchen cabinet. Go ahead and spend the money, he said. That's just what he said. He even asked me to send them some cuttings for the White House. And if you think a man like Mr. Murchison...
I stood in the kitchen as Polly frantically searched for the letter, but of course there was no letter.
It was, and I'm not crazy, and I don't tell lies. Not big ones. And, well, it does grow on trees.
Of course it does, sweetheart, of course.
And if you think I'm making it up about the letter, too, well, then, well, you can just go next door and ask Mrs. Pryor. She saw me the day I got the letter. She even asked me... Mrs. Pryor. Phil, she's taken it. She's done something with it.
Now, take it easy, honey. I know how Mrs. Pryor comes in here and helps us up, but she wouldn't take a letter, now would she?
Who called her a thief? Did I? Oh, no, you did.
Polly, please listen to me.
And she's taken some of the money, too. Oh, now I'm sure of it. At first, I thought I hadn't counted it right. I even... Oh, you've got to talk to her, Phil. It isn't the money I care about. It's what you think of me, and it does grow on trees. It does.
Well, it seems that at just about that time, our nimble-fingered neighbor, Mrs. Pryor, dropped in at the bank. Ralph just happened to observe her. Naturally, he called his boss.
You give me back my money. Oh, you wait till I get a lawyer. You call this joint a bank? Why, it's nothing more than
No, madam. Of course you can have your money. All we want to know is where these $5 and $10 bills came from.
None of your business, that's where. I suppose you're going to tell me they're not legal.
All right, I will. I do not consider this money legal.
Well, it just so happens that the United States government does. Here's a letter to prove it.
Huh?
You see this? Well, what does it say?
United States Treasury Department.
Oh, you just wait.
But this letter's addressed to Mrs. Philip Baxter.
But you just give me back that letter. I'll take my trade where it's appreciated.
Ralph?
Yes, sir?
I'll thank you to step back in my office. I'm going to get to the bottom of this right now.
And Ralph wasn't joking, Mother. I'd just been down there. He's in jail. Ralph's in jail. But what did he do? He kept his mouth shut, that's what. He won't say a word. He's protecting you. And that money you gave him for the mortgage. Oh, now, baby. They're not going to keep Ralph in jail. I just won't let them.
What can you do?
Well, I'm going down there and get him out right now. And don't you worry. If I don't come back, dear, explain it to Father, will you?
Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm Mrs. Polly Baxter, and I've come here about Ralph Bowen. You've thrown him in that nasty little jail back there.
We sure have, lady.
Well, you can just go back there and let him out at once. At once. He's not guilty. I am. I gave him that money.
That phony Gatus?
Now, listen to me. It is not phony. It just happens to be dying. You see, when I gave that money to Mr. Bowen, I'd quite forgotten that it was a growing thing, that all things that grow must...
You'd forgotten what was a growing thing, lady?
The money. It grows on my trees. Oh, I know. I know. My own husband doesn't believe me, but it's true.
Lady, you may be running a little temperature. You maybe don't feel so good.
I feel fine, and I demand that you release Ralph Bowen.
Madam.
Yes.
Get out of my police station!
Well, that did it. That just busted it wide open, that's all. You see, a reporter just happened to be at the police station. By morning, you could have read about Polly and her money trees in any newspaper in any part of the world. The result? Shambles.
Get your tree inspector badges, folks. Get your tree inspector badges. Here you are, only 2 bits. Who wants one? Who wants a tree burger? They're hot, folks. They're delicious. All right, who's next? They're hot, they're nourishing, they're delectable. Just a minute, Bob. Where do you think you're going?
Home. I happen to live here, officer.
You her husband?
Yes.
Gee, that's a shame.
Here you are, ladies and gentlemen. Get your souvenirs. Get your branches from our tree.
Here, only 10 cents. Buy a branch from our tree.
Midge, flip.
Hiya, Pop. Where are we making money?
These branches, you mean these came from Mama's trees?
Pop, not so loud. They're from the trees out front here.
But that's not honest.
Well, there are trees, too, ain't they? Get your souvenirs.
Genuine branches right from our tree.
My goodness, Phil. You've never seen anything like it. Why, the phone hasn't stopped ringing all morning. I finally had to take it off the hook.
Polly, do you know that Flip and Midge are practicing petty larceny on our sidewalk, on your public? Now, where's Diane?
In jail, dear.
What's she done?
Nothing. She's waiting for Ralph. They're going to let him out on bail.
Well, where do we go from here, Polly?
Well, now that you ask me...
Never mind, I know where. I'll take Ralph's old cell, and you can double up with Mrs. Pryor.
Phil, look. The window, there's a car turning into our driveway. And that license plate. Oh, my. United States government.
We met them in the backyard. Mr. Murchison from the Treasury Department, Mr. Leatherby from the Internal Revenue, and Dr. Burroughs, Botanical Research.
And I'm Polly Baxter. Well, gentlemen, this is a great honor, I'm sure.
At the risk of sounding rude, Mr. and Mrs. Baxter, it's my opinion that this whole thing is a hoax. These 2 trees, why, they don't even look capable of growing leaves, let alone money.
What's your opinion, Dr. Burroughs?
Well, they're probably deciduous, Mr. Murchison, which means they lose their foliage this late in the season.
Oh, no. It was all Mrs. Pryor. She picked them there. Well, you must have read her confession. It was in all the newspapers.
Polly, please.
Mrs. Baxter, do you actually believe these trees grow money?
Of course they do. Why else would I have written to you about them?
Very, very curious. In all my experience, I've never run across this particular species.
You see, the buds, well, they're just like tulips.
Ah.
And when they open, inside, each was a lovely little green $10 bill. And on that one, $5 bills.
Fascinating.
Oh, we've got to put a stop to this, Mrs. Baxter. And you're the only one who can do it.
But how?
By issuing a statement that was all a deliberate hoax.
Oh, but I couldn't do that. It wouldn't be the truth.
Besides, Mr. Murchison, if she did, well, there's the letter you signed. You not only condoned, you also encouraged, which makes you an accessory and equally culpable. I am not going to let you make Mrs. Baxter your scapegoat.
Thank you, dear. That was very nice of you.
Mr. Baxter, have you actually seen money on those trees?
No. But my wife, and I've had her nearly 20 years, and I should know her by now, is an honest woman. And if she says her trees grow money, then her trees grow money.
But, my dear sir, it sounds like a...
Like a wish come true. And that's exactly what it was. And that's what makes life so full of wonder.
Does anyone know what she's talking about?
I'm talking about wonder. Personally, I wouldn't want to live in a world without it. And the world does have it, you know. It's just full of wonder. Except people forget. Or even when they grow up, they meet it and they call it phony and fake.
Gentlemen, I have a wonderful news. Well, Burroughs, what is it? I've re-examined the trees, and one of them, the $10 tree, is expecting. It has a bud on it.
Money bud?
Well, pick it off, open it. Oh, I should say not, Mr. Leatherby. Why, it's much too early. When? About 5 days, Mr. Murchison. Oh, my. If the weather will only stay nice and mild like this for a few days.
Oh, it will. It just must.
So what happened? It got wet and colder, rain and frost. Dr. Burroughs kept his patient as warm as he could, but on the 5th day, he staggered in with a bullet.
Well, Burroughs.
Oh, I'm afraid it's moribund, Mr. Murchison. An extremis.
What's that mean in English?
The bud is dying.
Phil?
Pardon me, please. I think I'll make a phone call.
If anybody wants me, I'll be outside. I'm still trying, you know.
Mr. Murchison made several calls. An hour later, a delegation of reporters and photographers crowded into our living room.
And now, gentlemen, I can give you the statement you waited for so patiently. The bud has proved to be a washout. This not only vindicates us, but it takes the case out of the realm of abracadabra and makes it instead the willful passing of illegal money. Now, I spoke to the Attorney General, and I asked him to take immediate action against Mrs. Hollyback. The Attorney General told
I'm dying. As a matter of fact, we're going downtown this afternoon and pick out our tree.
Miss Baxter, I am...
Oh, sorry. Excuse me, please.
Pardon me.
Oh, Ralph, isn't this wonderful?
Oh, in the bedroom. It's going to be perfectly dreamy.
Baby blue organdy. Oh, no. Oh, Phil, did you hear baby blue organdy?
Mrs. Baxter, won't you please...
Oh, come on, Ralph. We'd better hurry.
See you later, huh?
Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye, Daddy. Mr. Murchison, isn't young love just wonderful? Now, all you gentlemen stay right here. I'm sure you'd like some coffee. I'll have it made in no time. Oh, what a day. Oh, hello, Dr. Burroughs.
Oh, it's a wonderful day, Mrs. Baxter. Simply wonderful.
What's wonderful about it, Burroughs?
Something quite miraculous has happened. I've never seen anything like it before.
Like what?
Well, as you know, the bud was in very bad shape this morning. Quite hopeless, in fact. You told us that an hour ago. But what I didn't tell you is that it was also in a very critical condition last night. So, I plucked it off. And all night, I kept it next to me. And the warmth of my body underneath the blanket, well, that did it.
Did what?
Revived it. Brought it back to life.
It's not a money bud.
Well, I haven't looked yet, but I've got it right here.
Well, let's open it.
Well, now, stand back, everyone. Stand back, please.
Oh, Phil, I just can't bear to watch.
Steady, Polly. Steady, girl.
All right. Here we go.
Slowly, carefully, Dr. Burroughs opened the bud, and so help me, there inside was a tiny $10 bill.
New York
York Stock Exchange closes. Wall Street panics.
Murchison admits tree grows cash.
Congress calls special session in money crisis.
That night, Mr. Murchison and Company held another little session in our living room.
And so it would seem that the matter of a capital gains tax, Mrs. Baxter, won't do at all. No, indeed. I'm afraid that now you'll have to pay the regular income tax.
Well, don't worry, gentlemen. We should have a new crop by March the 15th. We'll pay in cash.
This is absurd. All we have to do is appropriate the trees by due process of law.
But according to the Bill of Rights, Mr. Leatherby, no private property may be taken for public use without just compensation.
Well, naturally, we'll pay.
How much and with what? With money? We grow our own.
It seems to me that it's your patriotic duty to give up those trees so we can destroy them. They're a menace to the economy of our country.
I never intended keeping them, and I've never approved of using the money. My wife will confirm that.
We can have them then?
Just a minute. You've pushed my wife around, and I don't like that. You've called her names, too.
All right, we apologize. Don't we?
Yes.
Well, there's something else. What did you call it, Phil? Just compensation?
What about just compensation?
Well, just that the money I've spent will have to be replaced, and we haven't got it.
We'll take care of that, Mrs. Baxter.
Of course we will. How much?
$2,904.
I have a full account of everything right here, gentlemen.
My husband is a certified public accountant in business for himself now.
You'll have the money today. Now, where's Burroughs? He'll have to prepare the trees for shipment to Washington.
I'm right here. Oh, this is terrible, Mrs. Baxter. Simply terrible.
What now?
It's all my fault. I went to the hotel to write my report to the Institute, and I quite forgot what the weather was like outside and the trees.
Dead? They're dead? The frost?
I'm afraid so, Mrs. Baxter. Oh, this is the end. Gentlemen, this is positively the end.
The end? Well, not quite. Just as the gentleman left, a delivery boy arrived. A package for Polly.
Oh, Phil, isn't it just darling? And you know what? All it cost me was $6.40.
Polly, what is that thing?
What is it? Well, it's a lamp, of course.
That piece of junk's a lamp?
It's a lovely little antique lamp.
$6.40, Polly, honey. Won't you ever understand? Just because something is cheap, that doesn't mean...
Well, you just wait and see. Oh, I admit it's a little tarnished and battered maybe, but my goodness, once I clean it up... Oh, Phil, please don't scold me today.
I'm not scolding you. I know how you feel about those trees, but really, Polly, wasn't it all for the best? Wonder and enchantment. Well, they just don't fit in with everyday life. No more than this crummy old lamp.
Yes, dear, but as long as I've got it.
Okay, clean it up. Have fun. See you later, sweetheart.
If that isn't just like a man. Just because it's a little messy, just because it has a dent or two. Why, it's a beautiful little lamp, and it won't take a minute to clean it. Now, I'll just take this little caw cloth and I'll start rubbing it and shining it. Smoke. It's starting to smoke. A billowy cloud of... a genie! Why, there's a genie in it. Phil, the most wonderful thing. You won't believe me, but the lamp I just bought...
In a moment, Ginger Rogers will return. Now, Mr. Cummings and our star.
And we welcome Ginger Rogers to our footlights for a justly deserved curtain call.
And I would like to add a word for Marcia and Greg. I think they were wonderful.
We're always happy to give a boost to our young players and watch them rise to stardom.
Now, how about your play for next week, Irving?
Our play for next week was first a Broadway success. then made into an excellent picture by J. Arthur Rank in England, and released here by Universal International. It's the Browning version. And as our stars, we have invited one of the most beloved couples in Hollywood, Ronald Colman and Benita Hume. Appearing with the Colmans will be Hugh O'Brien from Universal International.
Oh, I wouldn't miss the combination like that. Good night, Irving.
Good night. You had a wonderful time.
By Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you John Garfield and Claire Trevor in Dust Be My Destiny. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When Mark Twain said that it's better to be a young June bug than an old peacock, he expressed my sentiments exactly. But sometimes we old peacocks use the June bugs pretty roughly when they're trying to conquer the world in their own youthful fashion. Fortunately, most of them bounce right back and try again. But when they don't bounce back, well, that's why a story called Dust Be My Destiny was written. Why Warner Brothers made a motion picture out of it, and why we're giving you this play tonight, with John Garfield in his original screen role, co-starred with Claire Trevor. Dust Be My Destiny is the drama of a young man with a chip on his shoulder, just daring anybody to knock it off. And it takes a girl to do that job. A girl who's in love with him, and then it's the two of them against the world. When a boy and a girl in love face the world in a fair fight, they usually lick it and make a thrilling story for us into the bargain. It's a very different kind of play that we're presenting tonight, something quite off the beaten track. But I believe it's on the right track for your enjoyment, just as you're on the right track if you use Lux toilet soap. And the number of people who do use it is pretty good evidence of the way American women feel about our product. I'm afraid this theater, I mean the actual building where the plays go on, just isn't big enough to bring you all backstage. But I wish that were possible, so that every one of you could see what happens back here, from the minute the first rehearsal is called until the play begins. All the care and thought and work that goes into these productions has one purpose: your entertainment. It's the best way we know of showing our gratitude for your loyalty to Lux Toilet Soap. And now, for your entertainment, we raise the curtain on the first act of Dust Be My Destiny, starring John Garfield as Joe Bell and Claire Trevor as Mabel.
Case of the People versus Joseph Bell.
Will the state's attorney continue, please?
Joe Bell, age 23, is on trial for his life. In the hot, crowded courtroom of a Midwestern town, he faces a jury of his peers, 12 men who hold his destiny in their hands. 12 men who must decide whether Joe Bell shall live or die.
And the state will prove that Joe Bell, in spite of his youth, is a seasoned, hardened criminal with a long record behind him, who, when arrested, was wielding a deadly weapon, and who, when he escaped from the county work farm with this girl a short 6 months ago, reached the pinnacle of his career in crime, the cold-blooded murder of the prison foreman. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state will contend and prove that for this crime, Joe Bell deserves no mercy and merits the supreme penalty to be hanged by the neck until he is dead.
For 7 days, the trial has dragged on. And now, at last, Joe Bell is on the stand. He's bitter, moody, and defiant.
Now, Joe, let's go back to the night you escaped from the work farm. You said before that...
Just a second. If you're in a hurry, mister, maybe I can save you a lot of time. I didn't kill that foreman. The last time I saw him, he was running after us, chasing us. And he stumbled and fell down.
Oh, well, if you didn't kill him, why didn't you come back and clear yourself when you found out you were accused of murder?
Because I served time once before for something I didn't do. I told them the truth, and they threw me in prison. They wouldn't believe me then, so why should I expect them to believe me now?
Young man, this is an American court. Under our laws, a man is considered innocent until he is proved guilty. You're being tried by an American jury of your equals.
Equals? They don't think I'm their equals. Why should they? I'm not a responsible member of their society. I'm a bindlestiff, a tramp. What I feel or what happens to me don't bother them that much. I'm a nobody with a capital N. And if I do butt into their lives, they got one answer. Go back where you come from. This case isn't going to be decided on whether or not I committed this murder, but on who I am.
Order! Order!
This jury will base its verdict on only one factor, what they consider to be the truth.
Yeah? I've been sitting here a whole week watching this guy twist the truth into a rope around my neck.
Then you admit everything that's been brought out in this trial is the truth.
As far as you'd let him tell it, yes.
Is it or isn't it?
All right, yes, it is. Let's get this thing over with.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state rests its case on that admission.
Just a minute, Joe. Just a minute.
What do you want?
As your representative here in this court, Joe, I'd like to ask you to tell more of your story than just that.
I don't know what it'd be.
Well, why not start from the first? You said you served time in prison once for something you didn't do.
I did.
Tell us about it, Joe.
It was a bum rap, that's all.
What happened?
I gave the state 16 months and 13 days out of my life. That's what happened. And you don't have to believe me. It's spread out on the record books.
Why don't you go ahead and tell us about it in your own words, Joe? Go on.
Well, they threw me in prison for a robbery I had nothing to do with. And I sat there. 16 long months. One day the bull come by my cell, the guard. He said the warden wanted to see me, something important. I couldn't figure out what it was. Thought it was probably another bum rap.
Come in, Bell. Sit down.
Well?
Bell, I can't say you've been a model prisoner. You've been rebellious and unruly. I've disciplined you, but I want you to know I've just acted in the line of duty. I'm a warden, Bell, not a judge. It was not my business to determine your guilt or innocence.
What are you getting at, Warden?
Bell, you're free.
Free?
I've just had word that the burglary for which you've been serving time has been solved. The real criminal has just made a full confession. I'm sorry, Bell.
You're sorry? Well, you didn't serve time. I did. I'm sorry I was chump enough to think the cops would believe a nobody like me when I told them I was only trying to help a guy who was shot. I should have kept my nose out of trouble. But don't worry, Warden. I'm smartened up now. Because no matter what happens or who gets hurt, from now on, Joe Bell runs the other way.
What happened after you got out, Joe? Will you tell us?
Nothing much. I started doing what I've always been doing, hopping freights, just drifting. Pretty soon I picked up with a couple other bindle stiffs. Kids. Jimmy and Hank. We were heading out to the wheat fields on a freight, looking for work. But there's a law against riding free on a train. They pick you up for it and shove you in the jug. That's what happened to us. They pulled us off the cars, took us before the magistrate. You know what the charge was. We were tramps, bindle stiffs. And they ain't got any use for guys like that.
Step up here, please. You. What's your name?
His name's Jimmy. Jimmy Glenn.
I asked him. Where do you live, Glenn?
No place?
Tramps, huh?
Yeah, traveling all over the country looking for jobs means being tramps. That's us.
You. What's your name?
Joe Bell.
You were with these other two?
I just said I was.
Don't lose your head, Joe.
What's the difference? I've been in courts before. I know what the answer is for guys like us.
Quiet.
You don't think he's going to give us a home and a job, do you?
Listen, you. If you're one of those kids that thinks the world owes you a living...
I don't think the world owes me a living, but I think it owes me a right to make one. And let me tell you...
Quiet. I'll do the talking in this here court. You ever been arrested before?
Sure, lots of times.
What for?
For not being able to run fast enough.
You're charged with disturbing the peace, vagrancy, trespassing, breaking and entering a railroad car.
Judge, all we wanted was to get to the
Guilty or not guilty?
Look, Judge, I don't care about me, but my brother, Jimmy here, he's just a kid.
The law's the law. 30 days of the work farm for all of you.
But, Judge, you've got to listen. You've got to.
Don't beg him. Don't beg him.
That fixes it. 90 days for you. Contempt of court. Okay, you guys, line up outside the barn. You're about to learn farming. Okay, Charlie.
Yeah, I don't get this farm work.
What's the matter, buddy?
Well, I tell the God I don't like farming, so he puts a pair of overalls on me and he says I'm a farmer. He's nuts.
You think he is? Wait till you see Charlie the foreman. He's a first-class screwball. When he gets drunk, he tries to feed the cows liquor and starts chewing grass himself.
You're kidding.
Shh, here he comes.
Before you go to work here, I want to say a few words to the new men. I'm a nice guy. I'm a bad guy.
See, he's a screwball.
I'm just showing you both sides of my nature. You can have whichever you want. Most of you are in here because you're tramps. You're tramps because you were too dumb to learn anything when you were kids. Well, you're going to learn now the hard way. And you're going to learn the most wonderful thing in all the world. Farming.
You think he's stewed? Wait till you see the cow.
You new ones, step out in front. You. Ever done any farming?
Yes, sir. But my brother here, he ain't very strong.
Little guy, huh? Close to the ground. Good for planting. You look healthy enough. Hay pitching for you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who's next?
I guess you mean me.
Yeah. I guess maybe I do. What would you like to do?
Anything but farming. And just to straighten you out, I wasn't too dumb to learn when I was a kid.
Maybe that'll hold you. The first thing you learn at this work farm is to keep your mouth shut. The barn's for you if the cows will stand for it. The rest of you guys get going. And remember, I got two sides to my nature.
Stand still, cow, will you? Now, look, I don't know nothing about you, and you know nothing about me. So we start off even, see? I got two sides to my nature, see? I'm a nice guy, I'm a bad guy. Now, be a good moo, cow, and don't try any tricks, and we'll get along swell. But get nasty, and I'll take this bucket, and I'll shove it right down your throat. You got that? What's so funny?
Oh, gosh, you're dumb. You're on the wrong side of the cow.
What's the difference? To me, one side of the cow is as good as another.
Look out, he's going to kick.
All right, I can do without kibitzes.
I told you were on the wrong side.
Will you stop that cackling?
Well, I can't help it. It's the first time I ever saw a mule trying to milk a cow.
Ain't you smart? Now flap your wings and lay me an egg.
Well, I was only trying to help you. You don't have to be so fresh.
Once and for all, will you beat it? You annoy me. Hey, wait a minute. Slapping people in the mouth seems to be a habit around here.
Well, you're too free with your tongue.
You're too free with your hands, and I don't like people laughing at me.
Yes, but if you'd only
What's going on here? Maple, I told you enough times to get the eggs before these tramps come in here.
I'm sorry, Dad. It won't happen again.
Get out of here.
All right.
Now, look, you. I feel sorry for you being in here. That's the nice side of my nature. Now, this is the bad side. What you're going through today will seem like a Sunday school strawberry festival if you don't stay away from that girl. Do you understand? Stay away from her.
Mister, it'll be a pleasure. Just tell her to stay away from me.
Well, Mabel, I certainly hope that what you're trying to do for Joe Bell is going to help him.
I think he deserves the break, Warden. He
doesn't know anything about farming. You should see him try to milk a cow. So I thought if you could give him a job driving, it would be better for him and better for the farm.
I'll have a talk with Belle. I don't see why it can't be worked out if what you say about him is true.
It wasn't fair of my stepfather to punish him.
Charlie was probably drunk, as usual.
Oh, no, he wasn't. Really, he wasn't. He gets those spells. He's a sick man, you know.
Mabel, there's no sense fooling ourselves about Charlie any longer. I'd like to see him hold his job here, but there's his medical report. Tell him if he continues this way, he's through.
Oh, but he's really sick.
Will you tell him?
Yes, I'll tell him. And Warden, thanks for helping Joe Bell.
Hey, what a racket. What a racket you got, Joe.
What do you mean, racket?
Gee, Joe, it's sure swell you got a job driving a truck.
Sure is, Joe. Congratulations. Wish Jimmy had it.
What do you got on the warden, Joe?
The warden, fellas, happens to be a very good judge of human nature. He says to me, my boy, you are the executive type. Making little ones out of big ones is not in your alley. So because I'm only doing a short stretch and he needs my executive ability, he puts me on the steering committee. And here I am driving a truck.
Sure, swell, Joe. Pretty sure.
Excuse me.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Into town?
Not with me, ain't you? You're a jinx. I told you once before, stay away from me.
Say, look
All
out.
right. What are you hanging around here for? Get in the truck. We got to get to town. Come on, snap it up. All right, Belle, let's go. Hey, wait a second, Belle. Wait a second. I want to tell you something.
Yeah?
You got a pretty lucky break when she went to the warden and got you off that rock pile.
She?
Yeah, Mabel. And if you want to keep that break, stay in line. This is the last time she'll ever go over my head again, isn't it? Answer me, isn't it?
Yes, Dad.
All right. Get started, Bill.
Those bundles look kind of heavy. Don't you think I ought to carry them?
Oh, you'd better get back to the truck before my stepfather sees you.
Well, the guard said it was okay. Here, give them to me.
Well, I can...
Give them to me. Besides, I wanted to talk with you for a second. I want to tell you what a white thing you did, getting me off that rock pile. I didn't expect you to do that to me.
Joe, you're taking an awful chance talking to me.
I kind of figured you were wrong. I thought you'd enjoy my getting paid off for being such a wise guy.
Enjoy it? How?
Give me that big one. Yeah, that's right. Well, there's a truck.
Why should I enjoy seeing you on a rock pile?
Well, most people like to watch other people get wrapped around. You see, most of the times in my life...
I told you two to keep away from each other.
The guard told me to help her.
I give the orders around here. How many times have I told you?
Don't, Dad, please.
Maybe that'll teach you to stay away from him.
Don't ever let me catch you hitting her.
I'll kill you.
Joe, don't. You'll lose everything. Stop, Joe, stop. You can't do it. You can't. You'll lose everything.
Bet he'll lose.
You hit him with that pipe. He never had a chance.
Yeah, I'll never give him a chance from here on.
Oh, Joe. Joe. Joe, stop chewing on that hay.
I can't help it. I'm happy. When I'm happy, I have to chew on hay. Swell night, ain't it?
Joe, I've been adding and subtracting. You've only got 22 days left here. I'm going to ask you to do me a big favor.
Yeah? What?
Say that you love me. I mean, say I love you, and don't sound so ashamed when you say it.
Well, listen, you've been asking me that for 6 weeks, and I've been saying it for 6 weeks. What more do you want?
Well, those 6 weeks were just rehearsing. Now I want a real good performance. Oh, say it, Joe.
All right, I love you.
No. Say it without the all right.
I love you, Mabel.
You may not know it, Joe, but we're engaged.
Don't worry, I know it. Gee, can't you just see the papers tomorrow? The Rosedale County Work Farm takes pleasure in announcing the engagement of its leading citizen, Joe Bell, to Mabel Alden. Please omit the flowers.
22 days, Joe. Just think. We better start getting ideas.
I got ideas. Ever since I've been a kid, I've been on the move. Looking, always looking. I never knew for what. It got so I kind of talked myself into thinking that that's the way I'd finally wind up. That even after I die, my corpse would go right on hopping freights.
Don't talk like that.
Not anymore, I won't. I feel different now. I feel like I'd finally found what I wanted.
What?
A place to hang my hat. It's that simple. And it looks like we got it now. From now on, Mabel, we stay put.
We? Oh, gosh, that sounds swell, Joe.
I'll get a job somewhere. I'll start a bank. I'll write a book. Writing ain't so tough.
Gee, you think so, Joe?
Oh, sure. There's lots of things I can be. An engineer, a congressman, or a radio announcer. Then, boy, will we have a place to hang our hats. A 15-room house with a special wing fixed up like a boxcar for all the bindle stiffs. And it'll be a classy layout, see? And we'll have... Hey, what are you crying about?
I can't help it, Joe. I want to laugh, but all these years I've been praying for something like this to happen. To have somebody I can talk to and hold on to, and now it's happening. Instead of laughing, I'm crying. I can't figure it out.
Mabel.
What?
If I say it again, can I kiss you again?
Oh, sure.
I love you, Mabel.
Who's that over there?
Joe. Charlie.
Take it easy, Mabel.
Who is it?
Oh, yeah, I thought so. I thought it was you two.
Look, Charlie, you gotta understand.
Sure, I understand.
Listen, we were just sitting here.
Yeah, you were, huh? Let go of my arms. Let go.
Charlie, I don't want no trouble with you. If you give me a chance to explain...
All right. I'll give you a chance. Let go of me.
Okay. You see, Charlie, it's because...
Joe, look out!
You rat.
Don't hit him, Joe, don't.
No. Oh. I told him I didn't want no trouble.
Joe, what are we going to do?
Come on, let's scram out of here.
Where are we going?
What's the difference? Come on.
Come back here. Come back.
He's coming after us, Joe.
Don't stop to look back. Come on.
Stop, do you hear me? Stop. When I get my hands on you, I'll...
Joe. Joe, wait.
Come on, I tell you.
No, look. Something's happened to him.
He's keeled over.
Joe, he's just laying there on the ground. Let's go back, Joe.
And have them stick another ear on my stretch. Put me back on that rock pile. Not me, they won't.
What else can you do?
Start running like I always do.
And me.
You stay here. I'll send for you.
No, I'm going with you.
No, you're not. You don't know what it's like, going from one place to another.
It's no worse than staying here. Joe, you can't leave me. I'll go wherever you want me to go.
You'll have to take an awful lot of chances.
I love you. I'll take any chance you will.
Okay. Come on.
Will the defendant please continue? Go ahead with your story, Joe.
Well, Mabel and me took it on the lam, all right. We got across the state line early the next morning, landing in a little burg there. First thing we headed for was the city hall. We figured on getting married. The place wasn't open, and while we waited, a guy come by looking for a couple, just like Mabel and me. He give us a spiel, promised that if we get married on the stage of the Jotham Theater for a stunt, he'd outfit us complete. Ring, license, and apartment rent-free for a month, furniture, clothes, everything. I should have known better, but I fell for it. It looked like a good bet. The wedding was swell for everybody, but us. People thought it was funny. They were wisecracking, laughing, and poking cameras at us all through the ceremony, taking pictures. They made suckers out of us, all right. Plenty. You see, I figure a guy gets married only once, and it ought to be pretty. Something almost sacred. But ours wasn't. We tried to kid about it all the way home to our new apartment, but it was no go. We were sitting there listening to the radio.
Looks like my ring is turning black, Joe.
Already? That's all right, honey. As soon as I get a job, I'll buy you one with a big diamond in the center.
Gosh, I wouldn't have felt so bad if there had been at least one orange blossom stuck around the stage somewhere.
Come here. Look, Mabel, I don't care about the wedding or the ring turning black or people laughing, as long as I got you legal and everything.
Oh, Joe. Then I'm satisfied.
We interrupt our program to bring you a news report. Charles Garrett, foreman of the county work farm, was murdered this afternoon by Joe Bell, a convict.
Joe!
Quiet.
Joe Bell fled the scene of the crime with Mabel Alden, stepdaughter of the murdered man. The entire town of Rosedale is aroused, and posses are scouring the countryside searching for the murderer. Keep tuned to this station.
Charlie's dead. A murder rap.
But you didn't kill him.
Come on. We'll figure that out later.
But you didn't do it, Joe. You know you didn't.
Who's going to believe me?
Everybody when you tell them what happened.
Yeah, that's all I got to do. Just tell them what happened and they'll believe me. Look, Mabel, as far as they're concerned, I'm hanging by the neck already. I'm a nobody. Come on. Get your things together, quick.
But what are you going to do?
Do what I've always done every time I got in a spot. Run.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, John Garfield and Claire Trevor, will bring us Act 2 of Dust Be My Destiny. Now, just for a minute, let's listen in on a very feminine conversation that two young housewives are having over a cup of afternoon tea.
Sue, you're certainly looking well. That blouse you have on is awfully becoming. But I hope you don't mind my saying so. I think it's your skin. It always looks so lovely and fresh.
Oh, I guess it's my daily beauty facials.
Facials? So that's it. Of course, I wouldn't have the time.
Now, don't leap to conclusions, dear. You can give yourself a Lux Soap facial right in your own home. And it costs practically nothing.
Lux Soap facials?
I heard about them on the radio. How the famous Hollywood stars use them regularly. So, I said to myself, I guess that Lux Soap care must be something pretty special. I've been giving myself a Lux Soap facial every night now for weeks.
Tell me how you take one, Sue.
You just pat the lather very lightly into your skin. You rinse with warm water, then with cool. Then you pat your face dry with a soft towel. Really, Mary, your skin feels so smooth and soft afterwards. Lux Soap has active lather, you know, that does a really thorough job.
It sounds easy. Guess I'll start today.
The point is, do it regularly. No matter how tired I am, I never neglect my Lux Soap facial at bedtime.
That little conversation is typical of what clever women everywhere are saying about Lux Soap active lather facials. Out here in Hollywood, famous screen stars depend on this gentle Lux Soap care. They say Lux Soap facials do a thorough job of removing dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. Leave skin feeling smooth and looking so fresh. A Lux Soap facial takes only a few minutes, but those few minutes of Lux Soap care every day pay rich returns. You'll be delighted with the way Lux Soap's active lather facials help keep your skin looking fresh and lovely, the way you want it to be. Get 3 cakes of this gentle complexion soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use. See what it can do for you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Act 2 of Dust Be My Destiny, starring John Garfield as Joe Bell and Claire Trevor as Mabel.
Case of the People versus Joseph Bell.
Will the defendant please resume his testimony?
Joe Bell, on trial for his life, continues his story. The courtroom is hushed and expectant. Mabel Alden leans forward and watches anxiously. Joe is tense as he straightens in the hard chair. His eyes, dull as rivets, stare out over the heads of the lawyers, the police, and the courtroom audience. He doesn't see Mabel's reassuring smile as he begins to talk.
After Mabel and me heard the radio say a posse was out after us, we blew town, quick. I don't know how long we were traveling. Too long. We were tired and hungry most of the time. Mabel was taking it pretty big and once almost quit on me. I wouldn't have blamed her. But if she had, I'd killed myself. One night late, we ducked into a little cafe on the edge of town. We hadn't eaten for 2 solid days. I ordered up a big meal apiece, and we downed it like that. You ever taste pie like this, Mabel? It's just a... Hey, what's the matter?
Joe, how are we going to pay?
Who says we're going to pay?
Joe, we have to.
You go over by the door and keep it open in case we have to start running. I'll do the rest. Hey, mister.
Sure. You want something else?
No, just a business proposition. I'll toss you for the check.
Huh? What do you say?
You heard me. I'll toss you. Double or nothing.
A smart boy, eh? With the butcher, I don't toss.
With the baker, I don't toss. Why should I toss with you? Police fought to pay me $1.25, please.
Supposing I told you I ain't got $1.25.
Supposing I told you and your girlfriend got to work out for the $1.25.
Supposing I told you it'd be a pleasure. All right, honey, roll up your sleeves. We go to work at last.
Hey, wait for the minute. I got the proposition. My name is Nick.
Yeah, honey, this is Nick.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello, Nick.
Tell me, you two are hooked up? Married, eh?
Oh, no, he's my brother.
Huh? Yeah, that's right.
Oh, not so good. That makes it for 2 rooms and a board.
Look, Nick, if you're figuring on hiring us, we're good workers. You won't be sorry. Honest, you won't. I'm a handy guy. I can fix things. What do you say? Give us a break.
Well, I don't know. For 2 rooms and a board...
I'll toss you for it.
Okay, you toss.
Yeah, only I ain't got a coin.
Here's a coin. You say it.
Heads. Heads it is, Mabel. We hang up our hats.
Hey, I thought I told you and Joe to take off today.
I know it, Nick. Joe's out, and as soon as I finish up with these dishes, I'm going to.
That's more like it.
Joe had to get down to the bank and deposit a little more in our savings. You know, Nick, we got $72 as of today.
That's nice. I like it for to see young kids save money. And now maybe you and your husband...
My husband? What?
You don't fool old Nick, eh? You make too much love.
Nick, you're okay.
Go on now, go on. You are through with the dish.
All right. We'll open up in the morning. You sleep late.
You betcha. I sure get spoiled.
Nick, are you here?
Coming.
Howdy, Nick. Busy right now?
Gentlemen, what can I give the police today? I feel real hokey-dokey. It's on the house.
Sorry, Nick, sorry. We haven't got time. We're paying you a business call. Where's the 2 kids that work for you?
Which 2 kids? You mean, Lieutenant?
Come on, Nick. Stop playing foxy. We've seen those 2 kids working around here a dozen times.
What for you want them, Lieutenant?
Got a warrant for their arrest. Here. Take a look at this circular. See that guy?
Yeah.
And the dame?
Yeah.
Well, they're the 2 who's been working for you. Now, don't kid me. This is serious. They're wanted for murder.
Murder? Hey, that circular thing must be crazy.
Where are they?
They don't
quit
work
stalling.
Here. They don't work here no more.
They don't? Since when?
Since last week. They come in one day and quit.
Where'd they live?
I don't know. I got no interest where they live. Come early in the morning and go late at night. That's all I know.
Okay, Nick. We'll find them ourselves.
Nick got to me before the cops did. He closed up the cafe and caught me at the bank. I drew out our savings and headed for home. I was going to get Mabel and go on the run again. But I was too late. The cops had pinched her. They were waiting there for me. She saw me coming first and yelled. Like a dope, I didn't get wise. But when they threw a couple of lead slugs at me, I ducked plenty fast. I laid low for the rest of that day working out a plan. Late that night, I bought a camera and went over to see Nick.
Nick, let me in. Hey, who is it?
Hey, Joe.
Oh, Joe, come in.
Hello, Nick.
They got the Mabel.
Yeah, I know.
I thought that maybe you were scrumming.
No, look, I got no time to talk. I got to move fast.
Joe, what are you going to do?
I'm going to spring Mabel out of jail.
You're crazy, Joe. They will grab you, too.
Can't help it. I got a plan. Will you help me?
Oh, sure. We'll help you.
Come on, then. Close up the joint. I'll get your car and meet you around in front. Look, Nick, don't start the motor again till we come out.
Sure, I understand.
Where's my camera?
Right there.
Good. If I don't come out of that jail, you beat it.
Good luck, Joe.
See you soon, I hope. Hello? You the jailer around here?
Yeah, what you want?
Pass to the woman's ward. I got to get some pictures of the Alden dame.
I don't remember you. Who you with?
National Press.
Wait a minute. One of your guys took some pictures already.
Yeah, and some drinks afterwards. Busted up his plate, so they told me to beat it over here and get some new shots.
All right, come on. I'll take you back there myself.
Sorry to bother you, but a guy will go for that hard liquor now and then.
Yeah. Do you know that guy that took those pictures?
Yeah?
He spoiled the films, huh?
Yeah, all right, you don't have to worry. I'll take care of you.
Say, that'd be swell. You really will?
Sure.
Well, there's the matron over there. She's got the keys for the dame's cell.
Hello, Luke.
What'll it be? More pictures?
Yeah, this guy's from the national press. The other cameraman got stiff and spoilt his films. He wants more pictures of the Alden dame. And of me and you, too.
He does, huh?
You want pictures of her, don't you?
I sure do, if you let me.
Certainly. Alden! Hey, Alden!
Can't you leave me alone?
Hi, Miss Alden.
Oh,
Come on out and get your picture taken again, dearie.
sure. Why not?
All right, matron. You and the jailer, get your hands up. I'm taking her out of here.
Look out, Luke. He's got a gun.
Put that gun away, mister. Get smart.
Don't move an inch. She goes out of here if I have to kill everyone in the place. Get their keys, Mabel.
Hand him over, matron. You heard him.
You're breaking jail. You can't.
I can't, huh? Get in that cell, both of you. Give me the keys, Mabel.
They'll catch you as sure as shooting.
Shut up.
You're making a
Come on, honey, let's go.
mistake, fella.
Oh, Joe.
Take it easy, kid. Nick's waiting for us.
Joe, I knew you'd come for me. I just knew it.
Well, there we were. On the run again. Nick took us out to the edge of town, and we said goodbye to him. That Nick was a right guy. Me and Mabel owe him plenty. Anyhow, this time I put 1,000 miles between us and the cops. We landed in a town out west, and I hunted for work on a newspaper. I thought I'd have a chance with my camera. We stuck around for over a month, but didn't get no break. Pretty soon, we were down to our last dime.
Joe? Oh, gee, I was getting worried about you. You've been gone all day.
Yeah, I know.
What happened?
Nothing. I've been to every newspaper in town, some of them twice.
Oh, Joe.
They got all the pictures they want. They got all the cameramen they want. I haven't got enough experience. Come back Tuesday. No, don't come back. You can't see the editor. You can't see anybody.
Joe, did you ever stop to figure that we got a long time ahead? We're young now.
Yeah, but you get old being on the run pretty fast.
I'm 19, you're 23. Look, why don't we go back? What if they do give us 20 years? I'd be 39, you'd be 43. That's not so old.
Forget it. You could get life, too. Or death.
Oh, they wouldn't do that. I don't believe it.
I do.
But we can't go on like this. It's not right. We're married. We got a right to have a decent home and kids.
What'd you say about kids?
I said, well, we got a right to have them.
Well, we haven't. And don't forget it. Mabel.
What?
Tell me the truth. Yes or no?
No.
I'm glad of that. You ain't got no right to have kids born with 2 strikes on them at the start.
Yes, Joe, yes.
Look, I'm going out.
Where?
For a walk. I need some fresh air.
I'll go with you.
No, I want to go alone.
But, Joe, you just got home. I don't see... Joe.
Yeah?
You've got your gun.
That's right.
You're going to pull a stick up.
What about it?
I won't let you do it. You don't know what you're
doing. Let go. Don't you realize we're down to our last dime?
You'll get a job. You will.
Sure, there's 1,000,000 of them around.
I won't let you steal.
What would you rather have me do, beg?
Yes.
Yeah? Well, not me. At least I still got my self-respect. Anybody can beg, but it takes courage to steal.
Oh, no, Joe, no, it doesn't. You're wrong. Listen to me, Joe. You can't go. Don't you see what you're doing? You're proving to them that they're right and you're wrong, that you don't deserve a break. Don't you see, Joe, you're giving up.
That's a lot of talk.
I don't care what we go through. If we have to starve, anything, I'll stick. I'll stick as long as I feel you're right, that you're honest. But if you do this, you don't have to come back.
You mean that?
Yes.
Okay, Mabel.
You're going? I can't hold you?
No, you can't.
All right, Joe. I once told you that any time you felt like going, you could just get up and go.
Yeah. I remember. So long, Mabel.
Joe, is that you?
Yeah. It's a nice night for a walk. I'm sorry you didn't come with me.
Joe, look at me. Joe.
I couldn't do it, Mabel. I couldn't go through with it.
Oh, darling.
It wasn't in me. It just wasn't.
I knew you couldn't rob anybody. I knew you couldn't.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars John Garfield and Claire Trevor will bring us Act 3 of Just Be My Destiny. I have a letter here that I think will interest the men in our audience as well as the ladies, too. It's a letter of complaint. Now, since we've been getting other letters with just about the same criticism, we thought we'd read this one to our audience. It's from a Mr. Lewis Moore of Austin, Texas. He says,
I listen just about every Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater, and I've often thought to myself, why don't you tell the men in your audience what a swell soap Lux is? Tell them what a wow of a bath soap it makes. A man likes a soap that gives real lather. And even with hard water, you get a wonderful quick lather with Lux soap. I've heard a lot of men say they're partial to that soap.
Thank you for that letter, Mr. Moore. We're very grateful to you. And from now on, while we're telling the women in our audience why Lux toilet soap is the soap for them, we'll try not to forget that men are people, too. And I hope you ladies have been listening attentively tonight, because I'm pretty sure the men in your families will enjoy using Lux toilet soap. You see, there's a very good reason why they'll say it makes a wonderful bath soap. It's because Lux toilet soap has rich, smooth, active lather that carries away perspiration and every trace of dust and dirt. Leaves a man feeling like a million. And remember, it's a luxury soap at a budget price. Just a few cents a cake is all this fine soap costs. Why not get a supply of Lux toilet soap for the whole family tomorrow? It's hard milled, you know, so it lasts and lasts. Yes, Lux toilet soap is really thrifty. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Dust Be My Destiny. Joe Bell, on the witness stand, is hard and indifferent. He scarcely seems to realize that his life is at stake. The spectators strain forward, eager to hear every detail as Joe Bell continues his story.
So I didn't pull the stick up. I don't ask you to believe that. You probably don't anyway. But I didn't. Anyway, a few days later, I took the camera down to Hockett. We had to eat. As I started to go in the place, a burglar alarm began sounding off at the bank across the street. 2 cops run by me, guns out. I ran after them, just as 3 mugs came blasting their way out of the bank. I ducked behind a parked car and snapped a picture. The lead really begun to fly. One of the cops stopped a bullet, and I caught a shot of him falling and the guy who did it. When the mugs piled into their car, I got another. It was a wonder no one took a crack at me. Well, when it was over, I hot-footed it down to a newspaper, the Journal. I had a great idea, Mike.
Journal. Just a minute, I'll connect you. Daily Journal.
Hey, kid, the editor in?
You back again?
I gotta see the editor.
Don't you ever take no for an answer?
No, I don't.
Hey, come back here. You can't go in there.
Yeah, I saw the pictures of the bank robbery. They look like scenic postcards. Now, look, will you go get me some action shots? I can buy postcards of this city at a penny apiece.
Hiya, Mr. Leonard.
What do you want? I'm busy.
I want to speak to you about...
Weren't you in here looking for a job last week?
Yeah.
I thought I told you then.
You told me I didn't have enough experience. Well, I got something better than experience. In this camera, I got pictures.
What do you expect to have in a camera? Hot coffee?
I got pictures of the bank robbery. I was there from the start.
If this is a gag... All right. Come on, what's your price? What do you want for him if they come out?
A job.
If you've got what you say you got, you can have my insurance policy. Let's get into that developing room. Okay, Pete. How much longer on those pictures? Can't you hurry it up?
Just a few more seconds, Mr. Leonard.
Haven't you birds ever thought of inventing something that would develop films fast?
Time's up on them.
Pull them out, Pete. Pull them out. Give them to me.
Here they are.
Let me see them. More light. I need more light.
Okay.
How do they look?
You've done it. You've done it, kid. There's the cop falling, see? Here, the bandits are climbing in the getaway car. Their faces. We'll be able to identify every one of those birds.
Nice pictures, kid.
Thanks.
Now get them on the enlarger, Pete. Send a second set to me. And hold on to those negatives. They're worth plenty. Come on, you.
Wait a second. How about our deal?
Didn't you say you'd never worked on a newspaper before?
That's right.
Well, you're working on one now. You're the Journal's star photographer. $30 a week.
I'll try to do a good job of it. It means a lot to my wife and me.
You keep on making pictures like that, and we'll have every crook in the state in jail. I'll get you plenty from the news service on this one, kid.
How much?
I'll ask for $1,000. All right?
All right. Oh, yeah, all right. But could I have a few bucks in advance?
Huh? What for?
We haven't eaten for 24 hours.
pictures of the bank hold-up. Extra exclusive pictures of the hold-up. Extra journal. Read all about it.
Those are your pictures he's yelling about.
Yeah, it gives you a funny feeling. Dig into that steak, honey.
Joe, you think we ought to go out and buy a paper?
What for? We bought 6 already.
Well, those were just to look at. We need one for the scrapbook.
I'd rather have another steak.
You know, Joe, if we can afford 40-cent steaks, maybe that 15-room house we were talking about isn't such a crazy idea.
Well, if you got nothing special to do tomorrow, take a look at some lots.
I'll bet someday you're going to be famous, Joe. Like President Roosevelt.
Oh, he's in a different line from me. Of course, I got a big job, too.
Oh, it's more than just a job. You found a place for yourself. At last you know that you belong. You know, that's even more wonderful than anything else. Belonging.
Yeah. I guess it is. But make that we belong. I couldn't do a thing without you, Mabel. And don't you forget it. Mabel and me were sitting pretty then. But I guess I ain't supposed to get the breaks. Not for long. It happened right after I got the pictures of the Venetti mob robbing that bank. I came into Leonard's office one morning, and he told me the Southern Press Association wanted my picture in a story. Well, how could I? I couldn't have my picture going into every paper in the country. I told Leonard that, and I told him why. That a murder rap was out against me. He never turned a hair. He rung the Southern Press back, and he told him he was the guy who took the bank pictures. Then he wanted to speak to Mabel. So I took him over to our apartment.
No, believe me, Mr. Leonard. Joe never killed my stepfather. The last we ever saw of him, he was running after us. And that's true, every word of it.
I believe you. And I believe Joe, all the way. What I can't figure out is why you didn't go back and give yourselves up.
Joe can answer that.
Because I know nobody would believe us, that's why.
I'm not so sure of that, Joe.
I am. I've been on the short end too many times to think different. You're one of the few guys that ever gave me a real break. You and a guy named Nick.
I don't think I would have minded so much before. I was kind of getting used to moving on, but... Well, now, this is the first time Joe and I have ever had a place of our own. I mean, you know, sort of a home, and... Well, it made us feel like we could keep on living like everybody else for a change.
You're going to keep on living like everybody else.
Oh, but they'll find out.
Not if I don't tell them they won't.
Oh, Mr. Leonard.
Now, look, Mabel. I didn't come up here to make you cry. Stop it.
Hello? Yeah. It's for you, Mike.
Hello? Yeah? What? That's great. Hold everything. I'll be right down. That was the office. They just got a flash. 2 of the bandits were captured. The leader got away. They want the general photographer to identify him. And that's me.
But you didn't take him, Mike.
Well, you can't afford to get mixed up in this.
But supposing they don't believe you.
Who's going to ask any questions? The pictures are enough to identify him anyway. I'll convince them. Good night, Mabel.
Good night.
So long, Joe. See you in the morning.
You still want me to work for you?
If you don't show up at 8 o'clock, you're fired. So long, kid.
Did you hear that, Mabel?
Yeah.
I can't get over it. Me, getting all these breaks. Me, Joe Bell, tramp.
You were never a tramp.
I know what I was. I still got cinders in my hair. Trains still whistle in my ears. Now I'm getting a break.
In a home.
Yeah. Come here and look.
What, Joe?
Out the window. You see all them stars? And the moon?
Yeah.
Well, maybe you know it, too. But we're sitting on top of them.
Yeah. I guess if we had a baby now...
Yeah, what?
We'd have just about everything we could ever want.
A baby? Well, that don't sound like such a bad idea. A baby.
Joe, look.
What?
Isn't that Mr. Leonard down there?
Yeah, but he didn't bring his car, did he?
No. Joe, look at those 2 men. They look as if...
Wait here, I'll be right back.
No, Joe, wait.
Don't you see what it is? They got a gun in his ribs.
Joe, be careful. They may be the gangsters. Joe, they'll kill you.
Get in the car, Leonard. I want to have a talk with you.
With that gun? No thanks, Vanetti. I can hear you and your boyfriend just as well out here.
You're a very handy guy with a camera, Mike.
You get your information fast, don't you?
Yeah, and I move fast, too. Now, look. I got 10 grand here. It's yours if you don't identify my friends.
I can make more than that writing a book about guys like you.
15 grand.
You're wasting your money.
All you got to do is turn over the negatives. What do you say, 15 grand?
I'm not interested. Well, glad to have seen you, Vanity.
You ain't going nowhere, Leonard. Get in the car. Get in.
Okay.
Wait a second, mister. What's the rush? Careful, Joe. Who's this guy, Mike?
Get out of here.
Thanks. I'll stick around.
Get off that one, boy, or I'll step on it there.
No, you don't. Joe, look out. Get off the car. I'll take that wheel, buddy.
Let go of that wheel.
Hang on, Mike.
You want to wreck us?
Sure, why not?
Keep it moving now.
Joe, Doc, look out.
Joe, I watched the whole thing from the window. It was horrible. I thought they'd killed you.
Take it easy, Mabel. It's all over now. I'm all right. But there's nothing wrong with me. Is there, Doc?
Nothing much. Your husband is a very lucky young man.
How's Mike?
Swell. Just shaken up, that's all.
There you are, young man. Leave that bandage on. You can go now.
Thanks, Doc. Come on, Mabel. Let's go home.
Here he comes, guys.
Hey, how about a picture, Joe?
Close that door, quick.
What's the matter, Joe?
Those guys just snapped my picture. The news service will pick them up. By this time tomorrow, they'll be in every paper in the country.
Joe, we're trapped, aren't we?
No, we're not. We'll be out of this town in a half hour. Come on.
Oh, what good is that going to do?
You want to stay here and let them take us?
Yeah.
Are you crazy?
No, but you are if you think there's any place left for us to run to.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You just said yourself every paper in this country will carry our pictures.
So we'll stay in hiding for a while.
Yeah, and then what?
Then we'll find $1 million and buy a boat and take a trip around the world. You're wasting time, Mabel.
Joe, this can't go on. It gets worse and worse every time. First it was only getting over the state line. Then it was attempted robbery. Now you were almost killed.
Come on, Mabel. We'll talk about it later on our way out of town. There's not much time.
You're wrong. There's a whole lifetime in front of us. And I'm not going to spend it running away. We're human beings. We've got a right to live like human beings.
You coming with me?
No.
If that's the way you feel, I'll go it alone.
You're not leaving here.
Get out of my way.
Joe, please.
I'm getting out of here.
I swear you won't leave without me.
Hey, Joe, how about another picture? Don't forget us, Joe.
Joe, listen. Don't make me do it.
So long, Mabel.
Stop him. Stop him, somebody.
What's going on here? What is it, lady?
This is Joe Bell, Sergeant. He's wanted for murder at Rosedale Work Farm. He wants to give himself up. Oh, Joe. Joe, you'll see it'll be the best thing. You'll see.
Well, that's all there is. They brought me back here to face trial. And here I am. What I've been telling you is the truth. I got no reason to lie. Why should I? It wouldn't do me any good if I did. I'm a nobody with a capital N. That's it, Judge.
Quiet the court. You can step down now, Joe. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Joe Bell has summed up the issue in this case far better than I could. He's right. He is a nobody. But there are an awful lot of nobodies in this world, and if they were all to be judged on that basis, then the whole system of American democracy that we believe in is hollow. That's why this trial is important.
Just a minute. Is counsel summing up?
No, Mr. Prosecutor, I'm not. I have one more witness to call. She'll make you understand this boy. The only way you'll ever feel or know what's in his heart is to have the person nearest his heart tell you. Call Mrs. Mabel Bell to the stand.
Mrs. Mabel Bell, place your hand on the Bible. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
I do.
Will you take the stand, Mrs. Bell?
Just start talking, Mabel. Tell us in your own words about Joe.
Well, I haven't got much to say. Only like Joe said, when he got his job at the Journal, he felt he belonged. If I could only make you understand what that meant to him. He wanted a place to hang his hat, and he had it. He was happy, but now...
Go on.
He wasn't at all like the boy you saw get up on the stand. He's bitter now. He thinks he hasn't got a chance in the world, that nobody cares, that he's wrong. You've got to prove to him he's wrong. I believe you will. If I didn't believe it, I wouldn't have turned him in.
Just take it easy, Mabel.
He hates me for it. You know, it's not easy for a woman to have her husband hate her. Especially at a time when she's going to have a baby, but I couldn't help it. I just couldn't go on running away anymore. I'm asking you to believe me when I tell you that my stepfather was a sick man. Joe didn't kill him. He hit him, yes, but he had started to hit me. You see, whatever Joe's done, it was because he loved me. And if you have to convict him, convict me, too, because then I'll have to believe what he does, that there's no hope for people like us. And I don't want to believe that and go on living.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
The defendant will rise and face the jury. What is your verdict?
We find the defendant, Joe Bell, not guilty.
Mabel, I just thought of something funny.
What?
You know, this is the first time we've been on a train together where we actually paid our fare.
This is the first time we've ever been on a train when we actually knew where we were going.
That's right.
And Joe, there's something else.
I know what you're going to say.
What?
We finally found the place to hang our hats. My hat, your hat, and Joe Jr.'s.
The curtain falls, and the train rolls on to happiness for Joe and Mabel Bell. And we introduce our stars for a curtain call, John Garfield and Claire Trevor.
Well, now that we're through hitchhiking around the country, Mr. DeMille, I want to tell you that it was a pleasure to be here and a pleasure to work with Claire Trevor.
Well, thank you, John. I've enjoyed it, too.
You played a very authentic bindlestiff, John. Sounded like you had experience on the road yourself.
Well, yes, I did. I've done a little traveling without a ticket. You know the way, a big smile and go my way, buddy. Matter of fact, that's how I first saw Hollywood.
I came in on sort of a shoestring myself.
Hey, what is this story, John? I thought you came out here after a big success on the New York stage.
Well, not the first time, Claire. I came out after a big success in a Nebraska wheat field. Just big enough so I can continue my trip from New York to Hollywood by thumb and eat on the way.
It was certainly the most solid kind of research for your part tonight, John.
Yes, sir. And I certainly had a lot of fun before I finished my grand tour of the United States.
And with a little urging, I bet you'd do it again. But before we say goodnight, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to tell you again, as I have before, that I think Lux soap is a grand soap. And I know there are millions of women who back me up in that. They know what a help Lux soap is in keeping their complexions soft and smooth.
Dust will not be the destiny of any complexion that knows Lux toilet soap, Claire.
What's coming up on this stage next Monday, Mr. DeMille?
A great play and a great cast, John. The play is The Letter by Somerset Maugham. And our cast is headed by one of the finest actresses of these or any other times, Miss Betty Davis. With Miss Betty Davis, we present the same star who appeared with her in the Warner Brothers picture, Herbert Marshall. The Letter's the story of just a few weeks in a woman's life. Relentless, dangerous weeks. So sharply presented in this drama and so finely acted by this cast that I firmly believe you'll remember next Monday night's play for many months to come.
Oh, it's one of my favorite plays, Mr. DeMille. I don't want to miss it on the air. Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. That applause you hear echoes from coast to coast. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Davis and Herbert Marshall in The Letter. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. John Garfield appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, as in currently seen in their production of The Seawolf. Claire Trevor was heard tonight through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, with whom she has just signed a long-term contract. The novel, Dust Be My Destiny, was written by Jerome Odlum. Included in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as prosecutor, Rex Heath as judge, Tony Martelli as Nick, Earl Ross as Mike, Pat Collins as Pete, and Paul Irving, James Eagles, Edward Arnold Jr., George Yesner, Speck O'Donnell, Bruce Payne, Adelaide Irving, and Earl Keane. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia
Broadcasting System.
The greatest story ever told. Today, we present The Parable of the Sower, a drama based on a teaching in the 8th chapter of the Gospel according to St. Luke, a teaching from the greatest life ever lived. In ancient times, the swiftest form of travel was to be found in the beautiful and majestic Roman galleys which moved across the glistening blue waters of the great sea. Yet the Roman galleys were nothing more than slave ships. And below their decks, there was no majesty, no beauty, not for the men whose backs power the oars and who spent their lives chained to their benches. And even when such a vessel was anchored in port, these men remained below decks, prisoners of their chains. So it is now that in the port which served the city of Rome, a galley rides at anchor. And we find 2 galley slaves straining to see what they can of the great city from their place below decks.
Reuben, can you see anything through the oar vent? Well, Samuel, when I bend over this way, I can see. Well, what does Rome look like? I can't tell much. Oh, wait. No, that's as far forward as I can bend with these chains. Just a harbor like any other.
All right, Sentry. Which one is he?
That's the one, sir. That one there.
Me?
Sentry, if you're looking for the one who called for the water yesterday, I'm the one you want. And if there's punishment due, it's mine. Leave this man alone.
Quiet. And now, you.
Yes, sir.
Is your name Samuel? Are you from Cana, the province of Galilee?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, Sentry. Unlock his chain.
Sir, what is it? What's going to happen to me?
I don't know. I get orders and I carry them out. You're wanted on shore. Come on, Sentry, take off his chain.
Yes, sir. They take my friend Samuel, my only friend. Take him away 2 days ago to kill him in cold blood. And why? Did he ever do anything to anyone? No. I tell you, if I could ever...
You there!
Me? What do you want? I haven't broken the rules. So you don't know me. I wondered if you would. Know you? Why should I... Wait. Samuel! You in those fine clothes, clean and dressed like a citizen of Rome?
Yes, Reuben.
I don't believe what I see. What happened to you?
I can hardly believe it myself. I'm free. The man whose testimony sent me here, he confessed he was lying, so I was set free. And the property I once had, the property that was confiscated, it's been returned to me.
Like a miracle. It is, Samuel.
I'm glad I had a chance to come back to see you before the galley sailed from here, because I've got something to say to you. To all you men. Now, men, though I'm dressed in fine clothes now, I shall bear the marks of the chains on my wrists and my legs. And those marks are a bond between all of you and me. I'll never forget that I've pulled an oar alongside you for 4 years. Now I shall have my farm in Galilee again. Well, any of you are sure of a welcome there. If it be only for a meal to tide you over, or for a night's sleep, or for work if you can't find it elsewhere. Remember that. All you have to do is show me your marks. That'll be enough for me.
you're back at last.
And it was your doing, Deborah. I know it.
Oh, Samuel. Samuel.
Except for you, they would have forgotten about me. Though I were innocent, I would have died in the galleys.
All that is over now. You must forget it, all of it.
It may be over, but I will never be able to forget it. I'll remember every scar and how I got it. It's not easy to forget such a living death.
Samuel, there's one thing you must promise me now that you're back. That you will not hate. That you will forgive everyone who was involved.
Even the man whose lies sent me to the galleys?
Even him.
It is not possible.
Samuel, listen to me. While you've been away, a wonderful thing has happened here in Galilee. A new teacher. A new prophet. Yes, a Messiah has come to us.
A Messiah?
Yes, the Messiah. And as soon as you are rested and have regained your health, you will go to hear him teach. But through him you will find the way to forgive even that man whose lies sent you to the gallows.
Oh, Deborah, within myself, I couldn't find willingness to forgive any of them. But because you say it's possible, I will believe it. For without your love to sustain me, without your faith to give me strength, I couldn't have lived through all this. We shall go to hear him teach because you believe.
Samuel, it's time to put out the lamps. Time for you to sleep. There'll be another day's work tomorrow.
What, Deborah?
Oh, you still think about it, don't you?
Every so often. It was the same time of year they first came for me, remember?
Will I ever forget?
We were sitting here in this very house, the two of us. And there came that knocking on the door. Caesar's sentries. And they took me away.
But that was 5 years ago. Say, you've been home almost a year. Can't you ever forget?
Who knows? Every so often I get to think... Deborah.
No. No, Samuel, it can't be that again. I'll open the door. One moment. What do you want?
Does a man named Samuel live here?
Yes, he does.
Well, tell him that Reuben is here.
Reuben! Oh, how good to see you again. Come in, come in.
Well, you see, Samuel, I have friends here with me.
Well, bring them in, all of them. Deborah, these men were my friends in the galley. Food, all the food we have for them. Come in, friends, come in. The house is yours.
Well, it turned out to be quite an eventful evening, didn't it?
Such hungry men. You would think they had not eaten in weeks.
Believe me, it did my heart good to see them eat the way they did. You don't know what it was like there.
I can imagine. Samuel, will they be staying with us long?
As long as they want to.
All four of them?
I gave them my word.
Oh?
When I left the galleys, I promised them there'd be work here for them. A home. Forever if they wanted it.
But they're criminals.
They were my friends. They deserve a chance, just as I would have.
But you were different. You were innocent.
They wouldn't be near now if they hadn't rescued that Roman officer when the ship was wrecked. That's how they won their freedom. You see, they've changed. And we can help them change even more. Now, don't worry. Nothing will happen. We'll all get along fine. In fact, the next time the master comes here to Cana and we go to hear him, they'll go with us to listen to him, to follow his teaching. You'll see.
I hope so.
May I have a little more yet? That's delicious. This was by far the finest day's work we've done, men. Well, at that, it's easier than breaking your back as a galley slave, right, Kitty?
Who would know better than we, Reuben?
Well, I guess you men have been wondering what happens to all the produce we've been raising here.
We know it goes to market, Samuel.
But you never see any of the money. Is that it?
It's not our place to ask questions, is it, man?
Well, I know good work when I see it. And I know deserving men, too. So tomorrow we're having a bit of a holiday here. Holiday? Yes, the master is coming to Cana. I thought you men would like to go with Deborah and me to hear him.
You mean to be talked at, preached at? I've heard too much preaching in my time.
Don't be a fool, Matthias. Of course, we'll all go.
Good. For it will give you the chance to go into the town, too. And that's where the money comes in. Deborah, bring the pottery jar here.
The jar?
Yes, of course. Bring it here at once.
All right, my dear, one moment.
Each of you is to have some money. When a man gets to town, he finds things he'd like to buy. I want you to have the money you'll need.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Samuel. But don't think it's necessary, after all. Your kindness is reward enough for us.
Here, Samuel.
Ah, thank you. Now, let's pour out some of these coins.
Well.
It's quite a bit of money there, eh, Samuel? Enough. And now for the shares. Reuben, thank you. And yours, Gideon.
Ah, thank you very much, Samuel. Far more than I deserve.
Matthias.
Thank you.
And Ezra.
Thank you very much, Samuel, and bless you.
No need to thank me. Any of you would have done the same. And now, Deborah, you can put the jar back.
Yes, Samuel.
Well, friends, tomorrow we rise a little later, and then we set out for the town. Good night to all of you. Good night, Samuel.
Samuel, the morning meal will be... Oh, Ezra.
Pardon, mistress. I was up earlier than the others. I thought you might need help in the kitchen.
No, thank you, Ezra. Though it is nice of you to offer.
You've wood enough? Water enough?
Yes, everything. Tell me, Ezra, what did you do?
You mean the galleys? How?
If you want to tell me.
I don't mind. I was young, alone, no family. I worked when I could. When I couldn't, I stole. That's how.
Oh, I see.
If anybody had ever been this decent and kind to me before, it never would have happened. Your husband is a kind man, understanding, and brave, too.
Brave?
Only a brave man would take a chance on men like us.
Deborah, is everything ready? We don't want to be late, not to hear the master. Oh, good morning, Ezra.
Morning, Samuel.
Are the others up yet?
They should be. I called to them as I left the room. Reuben answered, and so did Matthias.
What is it, Ezra?
I just thought of something. There wasn't any answer from Gideon. Well, maybe he was still asleep. I'll go find out. I'll go.
What's the matter with him, Deborah?
I don't know. But he did seem upset. Where could Gideon have gone? Why should Ezra be so worried about him?
I don't know. I'll find out. Ezra! Ezra! Gideon!
Reuben, I couldn't find him.
Neither could I. What do you think, Samuel? Well, he was free to leave any time at all. He didn't have to sneak away.
I think maybe...
Yes, Ezra?
Reuben, Matthias, don't think badly of me because I accuse another man, but Samuel, the money jar. Have you looked at it this morning?
No, I haven't. Deborah, the money jar.
Yes, dear, I'll get it.
Well, we'll know soon enough now. Deborah?
Samuel, I went to look.
Well, where is it?
Gone. It's pretty obvious now, my dear. Gideon gone, the money jar gone.
Why, the ingrate. If I could find him, I'd teach him to abuse decency, to take advantage of hospitality. Imagine acting this way in the face of your kindness.
Well, I will admit I'm rather surprised.
Not nearly as surprised as Gideon will be.
Why do you say that, Deborah?
Last night, when you took out the jar, when you showed the money, I was afraid this might happen. So before I put the jar back, I took the money out and put in stone.
Oh?
Yes, Gideon has betrayed himself for nothing.
It'll serve the fool right. I always suspected that, Gideon. The oily way he talked, the compliments he used to pass out so freely. Well, I'm glad we've discovered him for what he is.
And thanks to Deborah, at no loss either. Well, my friends, we shouldn't let this one unfortunate incident stop us. We've a day to spend in Cana, a day to hear the master. Are you ready?
Samuel, Deborah, I've never heard such teaching before in all my life. Never seen such a person as the master. One has but to look at him to feel his strength, his compassion.
Ezra, that's why I was so anxious for you to be here.
If only I'd heard such teaching long ago.
It's not too late, Ezra. It never is. For the master forgives those worthy of forgiveness. But wait, he's ready to speak again.
Be ye merciful, as your Father also is merciful. Give, and it shall be given unto you. Good measure, pressed down and shaken together and running over, shall men give into your bosom. For with the same measure that ye meet withal, it shall be measured to you again.
Well said. Very well said.
And now, Ezra, I think that's all the teaching for this day.
Oh?
For the master stepped down from the rock where he stood.
The teaching is over, you're sure?
Yes. See, the crowd disperses. Well, we must get back before dark.
Yes, dear, we should hurry. It's almost dusk now.
Matthias, I'm ready.
And Reuben?
Reuben? Why, he's not here.
But he was here. I saw him before. Then I became absorbed in the teaching and forgot about him.
If we wait for him, we'll have to travel most of the way in darkness. And we brought no torch with us.
Yes, my dear. Well, perhaps he remembered something he wished in the marketplace and went back to buy it. He'll find his way home. We should start out now.
Samuel, do you think that perhaps Reuben went back to the house by himself?
You mean he wasn't feeling well?
I don't mean that.
You think? Oh, no, Deborah, not Reuben. Why, he's my closest friend. In the galleys, we were chained to the same oar for 2 years.
I only thought...
You mean because Gideon turned out that way? Well, that doesn't mean we'll have to suspect Reuben, too. Come on, we'll all start home and hope that Reuben catches up with us on the road. Come.
If we start to look back anymore, Samuel, it'll be dark before we're halfway home.
I can't understand it. Reuben should have caught up with us by now. We haven't been going too fast.
Perhaps he was detained in town.
Deborah, that isn't what you mean at all, is it?
No.
Well, I tell you you're wrong. I'd trust Reuben with anything I have. Now, we'll just walk a little faster. Not that I'm worried. I just want to get home before dark, that's all.
It's sure now that Reuben did not come back because there's no light showing in the house.
Of course it's sure.
Samuel, wait.
Yes, Ezra?
When you left the house, you did latch the door, didn't you?
Of course. Why?
Well, perhaps it's too dark for me to see well, but I think the door is open. It's moving back and forth in the breeze. Isn't that the door?
It is. It is.
Samuel, wait. Wait for us.
Come, Deborah.
Samuel. Samuel. Samuel.
Look at the place.
Chairs turned over, Cupboards broken open? Things hurled to the floor?
Deborah,
Yes, dear.
the money. Where did you hide it this time?
I look.
Behind the loose rock. Is that where? Well?
The money. It's gone.
Reuben. The one I trusted most of all. And he committed this crime while we thought he was listening to the master. Oh, the shame of it.
I'm sorry, Samuel. We're both sorry.
You're sorry. But you can save all that, Ezra.
Please.
Quiet. I don't want to hear any more. I took all of you in. I gave the four of you a home where you had no place to sleep. Work where no one else would give you work because you bore the mark of the galleys. And this is the way you repay me. Well, I'm not a man who doesn't learn. Ezra?
Yes, Samuel?
Matthias?
Yes?
Get out of here. And off my land. And never come back. Because if you do, I'll have you back in the hands of the authorities before you know it. Now, get out.
Please, Samuel, understand. We didn't have anything to do with this. Well, this place is my home. The only home I ever really had.
Get out. Do you hear me? Get out.
Yes, Samuel. Come, Matthias. We better be on our way.
Samuel, please, let me say this. I'm not asking for more than you've already given me. I don't even blame you for the way you feel now. You're right. But I do want to thank you. I don't know what lies ahead for an old man who's spent too many years in the galleys. I do know that what I had here was better than I deserved. So I only want to say thank you. You too, mistress. You're a good woman. God's blessings on you. Come, Ezra.
Samuel, I didn't like to see those two go.
What's the matter with you? First you suspect them all, now you're taking their side. Why?
Because it wasn't their fault. They didn't steal. They didn't use our home to betray us.
Still, I want no part of any of them anymore.
But you've just heard the master teach. Surely this wouldn't be his answer.
How much can a man stand before he strikes back? I gave him a chance.
I know you, Samuel. You have a conscience which will trouble you if you decide later that you did wrong. The master is here in Cana. We could go to his camp this very night and speak to him.
I won't go.
Please, Samuel, for your own peace of mind, come with me. Ask him.
Well, not that I think he'll change my mind, but to please you, I'll go. Because I know you love me and think only of my good.
Samuel, we've come at a good time. The crowd is gone. The master's with his disciples round the fire. You can feel free to talk to him. Go on.
Yes, Deborah. Master, if I am not intruding, I should like to ask your help. Surely no man ever set out with better intentions than I. Perhaps because I myself bear the marks of a galley slave, because I know the hardship, I opened my home to poor men who were criminals. And two of them have deceived me. One stole, one tried to steal. The other two I've driven from my house, barred it against them. I have done the right thing, haven't I, Master?
A sower went out to sow his seed, and as he sowed, some fell by the wayside, and it was trodden down, and the fowls of the air devoured it. And some fell upon a rock, and as soon as it was sprung up, it withered away because it lacked moisture. And other fell on good ground, and sprang up and bare fruit 100-fold.
Master, what has a sower of seed to do with me?
The seed is the word of God. Those by the wayside are they that hear. Then cometh the devil, and taketh away the word out of their hearts, lest they should believe and be saved.
And the seed which fell on a rock?
They on the rock are they which, when they hear, receive the word with joy. But these have no root, which for a while believe, and in time of temptation fall away.
And the good ground, which are they?
That on the good ground are they which in an honest and good heart, having heard the word, keep it, and bring forth fruit with patience.
Samuel, don't you see? The Master knows his seeds of truth will find root only with those who have the capacity to receive his word. Yet he does not stop teaching because there are some who reject his teaching.
Yes. I understand now.
Well, then, should you give up doing good? Should you drive good men from your door because a few seeds have fallen by the wayside? Because a few men took advantage of your goodness and returned evil instead?
Deborah, you're right. I've done a cruel thing to them. We should find Ezra and Matthias at once. And, Master, I thank you for showing me my mistake. Come, Deborah. We may still find them. Come.
Surely they would have taken this road.
I think so. It leads from the town toward the sea. It's the way they choose.
Oh, I hope we're not too late.
If only this torch gave a brighter light. I'll hold it higher. There.
Samuel.
Yes?
Hold the torch up again. There, by the side of the road. I'm sure there were two men.
We'll find out. Ezra! Matthias! Do you hear me?
They've stopped.
Ezra, is that you?
Yes, Samuel. We took nothing with us. You can search us if you like.
Wait, Ezra. I haven't accused you of anything like that, have I?
What do you want with us? To tell us once more that we were thieves, that no one will ever trust us again?
I don't blame you for feeling bitter, Ezra. Nor you, Matthias.
I'm an old man. I've seen everything and learned to expect anything. Now let us go in peace.
No, wait. Listen to me. The fault was mine. To expect perfection where even the Master does not expect it. Because two men betrayed me, I withdrew my kindness and friendship from all four of you. Because Reuben and Gideon repaid good with evil, shouldn't have blinded me to the fact that my kindness did find root in the two of you. Can you forgive me for what I said to you, for driving you away from my house? Would you come back with Deborah and me?
Would we? Matthias, what do you think?
Oh, it would be home now, Ezra.
Home. Yes. Samuel, we will go back with you.
Good. Good. Did you hear that, Deborah? We're all going home together. Together.
Next week, on this same network at this time, we will present another episode in the greatest story ever told from the greatest life ever lived.